All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host. Right back at the helm of today's show. I am Jay. Hold on. Let me swap all of this stuff over real quick. I am DJ Kuda. What's going on? Shout outs to Chris G in the building. Shout outs to LT Man in the place to be. Can't ban the hemp man. Good morning, man. Good morning, LT Man. Shout outs to LT Man in the building, man. We talking about it all. Good to see you, man. Always good to see you in the building. Got the banner up. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com, man. All right, man. I wish I was in the States to shop at hempforfitness.com. I wouldn't be as sick as I am right now, but we are here. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Got the good fellas and the good brothers here, as always. I am showing up for work, giving y'all some good game. Yeah, yesterday I spent the day in bed. I appreciate everybody. They love and support. You know what I'm saying? Please hit the like button, y'all, and support the show. You know, definitely on the check-in. You dig? You said trying to hurry at work so I can go riding. That's what's up. I was gonna ask you, you know what I'm saying, if you brought the bike to work, you know? Kill two birds with one stone. Ride it to work, ride it from work, you know? But I know you are a busy man. Definitely same here. Busy and hard working. You know? Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Support a young player on the job also. Alright? So yeah, man, we got a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show, man. All kinds of stuff has transpired, and you know, I'm giving y'all the game in the news straight up. Shout outs to Truth Only, man. Yeah, man, I'm gonna talk about that too. You know, I'm gonna tie it into the topics that we were talking about. You know, I talked about that on the last couple of shows. You know what I'm saying? Mode cuck. Oh man. You said I wanted to, but I was running late this morning, so I drove the Benz. I know that's right. Both choices are good, LT man. Both choices are good, LT man. You said Cuck, great album of 2025. Is it out already? Man, look, so much cucking, so much cucking stuff we gotta talk about, man. It seems like the word cuck is the elephant in the room, man. Did he go into jail for being a cuck? What the fuck? Going to jail for being a cuck? You know? Shit. Can't do a damn thing nowadays, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Can't do shit. You know, you can't do shit nowadays, man. You know, even when you're a cuck, you get locked up for being a cuck. And it's like, you know, they're like, oh, lock Diddy up, he's doing cocaine. It's like, what? Nigga going to jail for his own habits, you know? But we gonna talk about it, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Y'all please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Oh my God, Truth Only, you guys, you gotta stop. Look, we gonna talk about that, you know. What's going on, UFO Kamikaze? Come on, man. Come on, Nuck, if you oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm about to turn this shit off. Not today. See, what we not about to do is this, man. Oh my goodness, man. Damn, let the show start, y'all. Fuck. I'm about to lose my voice already just laughing, man. Come on, man. Y'all killing me. Cuck Daddy? Oh my God. Come on, man. Man, y'all are hell, man. Y'all are fucking hell, man. Alright, let's get into it, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Alright, but look. This is what we're gonna say. This is what we're gonna do. All right, we're gonna get to some of these cases, man. I don't even know where to start first. So, um, we got another case pending again, but this one is overseas. Chris Brown. He got locked up overseas. Back in 2023. I know, right? Back in 2023, he threw a bottle at somebody, and then I heard somebody got stomped out. So he packed out somebody in, I think, in the UK somewhere. So Chris Brown is locked up, and it's crazy, Actually, you know what? Let's just get into it. I'm not even gonna go after the cases that we're gonna go into. We just gonna go down the rabbit hole, and we're gonna talk about everything. It's Player Talk Radio. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's just go down the rabbit hole, cause we got a lot of stuff to cover, you know. But I wanted to do this, cause I put it in order. No cuck Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Get cucked or get canceled trying, man. Listen, I'm telling you, women are winning, man, and I don't even know why men is letting this slide. But at this point, I'm tired of helping niggas, man. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm tired of putting the information out there. Putting brothers on game. I'm tired of this. That this right now we gonna switch to video games, wrestling, and a little bit of man stuff, cars and stuff. We're not even gonna. Whew, man. All right, let's get into it. So, ooh, cuck it again. Listen, we're gonna go over that interview because we gonna get into that too. Sister George did an interview with Alan Roger Curry's, widow. And like I said, in the last, couple episodes, she's a goofy millennial chick. She's a goofy millennial chick, the shy ones. And like I said, it's the women that are fucking shy. Those are the freaks. And I'm not gonna say they wholesome women, but some of those women you can wife them up. But you gotta itch that scratch, and that scratch gotta get itched. Do you understand what I'm saying? And like I said, when you pass away, yeah, you gonna have a loose queen in these streets. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you got a woman that is into that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Shorty got a whole monkey on her back. Shorty got a whole monkey on her back. And you know, being that she got a whole, monkey on her back, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. I don't know why she would promote that man's stuff on her OnlyFans, but at the same time, she campaigning. She really out here campaigning. And, a lot of women, like, for example, you got Lauren London. You got Lauren London. What's going on, Leonardo? You got Lauren London, right? Lauren London, you don't see her running around. I'm pretty sure she probably done something or got a boyfriend or something like that. Or, some, trusted nigga to come over to the house to do whatever, you know what I'm saying? But, Lauren London, she keeping it low key, And at least, you know, 4 or 5 years after, Nipsey's death, she not popping out with nobody, you know? And let me tell you how much the women, how dumb dudes are. You know what I'm saying? Especially with court and all kinds of stuff. Because we're going to get to the Tory Lanez thing. We got a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. I need you guys to hit the like button and support the show. You said respect to ARC. That interview was cringe. Yeah, we're going to go over it. I didn't get to see it as much. I saw a little bit of the beginning. And then I'm like, okay, let me save this for the show. You know what I'm saying? I got you guys in mind. You know what I'm saying? So You know, I appreciate you guys coming through and supporting the show and doing y'all thing, even if it's cracking jokes and stuff like that. We having fun. That's really what it is. But he said Kakario and cucking Roger Curry. You said Kanye said he getting a neck tat saying blessed. Man, Kanye is an isolated incident. We gonna talk about that too. But let's get into it. I mean, those are the type of girls that guys like. Guys go after the freaks. You know what I'm saying? Especially the in-house freaks. The ones. A lot of these guys though they wish they can get like the outwardly open hoes, but it's too obvious. And you got a lot of guys like I said in this space that lie their ass off, and they want the sexy red types. You know what I'm saying? They want the hoochie coochie. But you can't. She's a very freaky girl. You know, can't can't take her home to mama. First you get her name, then you get then you get a number, then you get some in the front seat of the Hummer. Oh yeah, Oh yeah, it's a part of it. You know. Um, Cassie is getting washed in court right now, and all kinds of stuff going on. Diddy still kind of fried. We're gonna talk about that. Definitely gonna talk about the Diddy situation and stuff like that, because that's really what's going on. The courts are like it's really it's really hoes and PIs. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily, but that's literally what's going on. Um, Women be having their own situations and stuff going on, and you know what I'm saying. You said did that Biggie say sex to me while your man? I don't know, man. I look. Diddy is a freak. I mean, he a cold freak. Diddy's a cuck. You know. And I was looking at what's going on D Nation, and I was looking at Piers Morgan. We're gonna get into that too. I saw there's an interview with Piers Morgan, and he up there like a white man delegate. Like I'm not even gonna lie, bro. As a black man, you can't even be a cuck. You know, and I got I got this pre-record that I'm working on for you guys, but it's just like stuff just keeps coming up. Stuff just keeps happening, and even as a black man, you know what I'm saying. You can't. You said not ARC. I wouldn't say ARC probably did do some cuck stuff. I mean, look, let me tell y'all something about like the Allen Roger Currys. Uh, I wouldn't say Locario, but you know his relationship is cucked out, sort of. I guess if y'all want to say. But listen to what I'm about to tell y'all, right? Listen to what I'm about to tell y'all. Even in the manosphere, right? Like the guys that you're naming, truth only. Um, what's going on, Raven? Yeah, I just talked about that. I just kind of got into a little bit of that. But he's arrested overseas though. But which is worse. But in the early stages of the manosphere, right? You had a lot of guys that were taking advice from uh dating coach dating coaches, so-called players, you know what I'm saying, or ladies men. You had a lot of guys taking advice from pickup artists, players, even pimps were in the mix and stuff like that. And then you had guys that were gigolos. You understand what I'm saying? When Patrice O'Neal was doing his show, he did a show with another guy that went on to talk about to do the Beige Phillips show, named Dante Nero, and Dante Nero was a gigolo. You know, Steve the Dean was a gigolo. Okay, they were a gigolo. Gigolos were welcome in the dating advice sectors. You know what I'm saying? And they were in it with the pickup artists. They were in it with a lot of different dudes that claimed whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they were gigolos. And gigolos are weird to me. I never really, what's going on, Black Manosphere? Gigolos are weird to me. I never really, really, I never really, you know what I'm saying, rocked with the gigolo type shit. They were always weird to me. You know what I'm saying? Me, I'm like, sex ain't that serious and stuff like that. But I understood it. I understood where they were on this, totem pole. On the totem pole and stuff like that. Um, and the same thing with like male corn stars too. They're, I find that weird. Personally. But they were a part of the scene. So, they're, I guess you could say they're, yeah, y'all are coming in. I'm gonna get to all of that. We're gonna watch that. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to come to a complete stop real quick. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Hit the Cash App. You did. We got a full fledged show today. All right, y'all got me for a good minute. All right, we're gonna hash out all of this stuff. But listen to the game I'm about to drop, and definitely support the game that I'm about to drop. Okay. Um, and let's open up this panel. All right. So, um, their opinions were valid. Their opinions were super valid at that point. And then around the time too, like I said, we were coming off, like the 2000s and stuff like that. You had, the phone sex. You had a lot of different other stuff. People were paying for a lot of different things. America, and not even just America, just everywhere. Are full of cucks. You know, and even some of the girls that I've dated, they tried to, tell me about this whole underground, scene and stuff like that. And, I didn't care. I got invited to a couple of swingers parties and stuff like that, but that wasn't my jam. I'm out of place in those places and stuff like that. I don't. I've never ran no train. I no all of that shit. Nah, that's gay. Sex ain't that serious. I'll holler. It wasn't no need to do any of that stuff. But those guys had a lot of fans, and they had a lot of, So Alan, from what I know, he may have gotten into the swingers lifestyle. He may have been into that type of stuff. Kind of. He was, he was a seduction type of guy. Using his own method and stuff like that. He was a player doing his thing. And he knew how to talk. He knew how to persuade and get his his. So this is what it's called. Okay, this is what it was called then. It's a fetish. You understand what I'm saying? Me personally, I think that if you have a fetish to a certain degree, if it goes untreated, yeah, you could absolutely cuck yourself out. With your with a fetish. A lot of these guys have fetishes and stuff like that. And when you or women have fetishes that if you don't know how to get your fetish met or meet or whatever, you know, it could be a problem for you and your wife or whoever you with. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, Alan did his thing. He can't control the bitch from the grave. You know what I'm saying? You can't control the bitch from the grave. You know, can't control the bitch from the grave. And rest in peace to one of my favorite, authors, Eric Jerome Dickey. He passed away also. He had what was the name of the book? Was it Pleasure or something like that? He used to write like those nasty books, like Zane and stuff like that. And and those books were very popular in the DMV area because Zane and Sister Soldier, a lot of those authors, and they're from the DMV area. But you know what I'm saying? There's a whole underground lifestyle. Women are more freaked out than men, and the S industry sells more toys to women than men. You know what I'm saying? And it's just funny that they're running around yelling, "Oh, well, we're not free and we're not able to do what we want to do and be unhinged and all of that stuff." And it's like, no, it's the exact opposite. Women are super free. You know, women can even put their fetishes on OnlyFans and the internet, and women can. Man, look, these bitches got contraptions and shit where it's just a big ass arm moving the shit back and forth. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, D Mac? Yeah, yeah. I was gonna put it out. We gonna go over it, D Mac. Good to see you, player. Shout outs to everybody here. I am still sick. Make sure y'all hit the like button and support the show. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all hit the like button and please support the show. We got a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. You dig? We're going to go over all of that stuff and hash it out. So please hit the like button, y'all, on the way in and support the show. Trust me, y'all will be entertained on today's show. And like I said, y'all are going to get laced with some good game on today's show. So please hit the like button and support the show via PayPal or Cash App. I got you guys. All right. I'm just trying to get this in real quick. Trying to brief you guys before before we go into the show. Women got all types of toys, roses, Lush, all kinds of different apparatuses and stuff. You want to look at who's really sexually trapped and all kinds of shit? Look who's going to jail for being a damn sexual deviant, R. Kelly and all kinds of stuff. You said the problem is his fetish was meat. Well, that's the thing, and I actually wanted to actually point that out. People was like, Diddy is gay, Diddy is gay, Diddy is gay. Um, Cassie is throwing this shit out there. I told y'all this more years ago that Cassie is a madame. And that's what the prosecution is uncovering and stuff like that. Like today, they were talking about her, her drug use and stuff like that, and they were also talking about, Diddy's drug use and stuff like that. But the thing is that Diddy's more functional than Cassie. Diddy was more functional than Cassie, and that's kind of how it goes. It's like, she was just sitting around doing drugs and shit like that. I mean, you're damned if you do and you damned if you don't. I mean, you get rich and you got a baddie put up somewhere in the mansion, she's still gonna get bored and start sleeping with people and all kinds of different stuff. It's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to cover on today's show. But you know, um, I know he feels stupid. But the thing is, though, uh, she was sleeping with him while she was sleeping with Diddy. She wasn't doing anything different. She was sleeping with the pool man and the trainer workout man while she was sleeping with Diddy. So it was nothing different, you know? And then plot twist. You don't know if he up there doing the same thing with her. You don't know if he up there doing the same thing with her. And then when you got women walking down this rabbit hole and stuff like that, saying she would have stayed with Diddy and all this other stuff, and he got to sit there and hear that, oh hell no. You know what I'm saying? It's like you now you there for support. It's certain little pit holes and pitfalls that you don't fall into. Cause I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna, yeah, especially the piss drinking. She drinking other men's piss and all kinds of, fluids and all kinds of shit. I'm not even gonna lie. He's a cuck too. He's a cuck too. And I saw a lot of little goofy ass dudes in this space trying to run around because they're trying to say, like, this is another ongoing discussion that we got to talk about later on. They're trying to say that game is a form of rape. Even goofy ass dudes around here. So if you're a man and you got game, it's a form of rape. They're trying to say seduction is a form of rape. And like I said, I blame you niggas because niggas don't even fight back. We do all these shows and give y'all all of this knowledge. Y'all don't even fight back. Y'all are still falling for the banana in the tailpipe. We got Diddy. We got now Chris Brown going through some shit. We got DDG with this whole baby situation. Y'all still falling into potholes. Women are still whipping niggas ass in court. Easy, you know. Y'all hit the like button and support the shows. Like I don't get it. I mean, and that's another reason why a lot of people here in the space is losing because y'all not supporting the content. It's the audience's job to a certain degree to help boost the content creators so people that need to hear this need to hear this. You understand what I'm saying? Definitely share the show, hit the like button, and contribute to the show. Cause I'm telling y'all, man, we've been telling y'all this shit for years. Everybody's like, oh my god, I can't believe Cassie has done all that. I told y'all for years she's a madame. Niggas is still running around here asking what game is and all this other goofy shit, and it's like, bro, man, listen, I'm not talking to you niggas no more for free like that. That shit is done. You don't got it, you don't got it at this point. And that tricking shit ain't gonna get you nowhere neither, cause you gonna end up like Diddy, you gonna end up like DDG, you gonna end up like, you know what I'm saying? That's even worse when they know you got money. You got the gigolos. Cassie hired some gigolos. You got the gigolos going to court. And that's another thing too that Diddy's paying for. He's paying for her fetishes. Like, come on now. They said when he was in court and they were like, who would get the drugs? Where did you get the drugs from? And blah blah blah. Cause it's a RICO. So they're really trying to tie in, drugs and money and who flew who where and who ordered this and what bank account did this come out from and stuff like that. Man, women are blaming niggas for their drug habits. She talking about some Diddy, like Diddy's just putting women on all these drugs and stuff like that. I already told you, pretty women do drugs. They love drugs. They love coke. They love all kinds of stuff. Then y'all got to see the drugs that's being talked about and stuff in these cases and stuff like that because you know these drugs they have a come down effect, and that shit is far from that Rema song. That come down is a motherfucker, man. So you got to account that in when you start talking about like rage and all of this other goofy shit that's going on. Cassie and Diddy just purely have a pimp and hoe relationship. You know what I'm saying? Not even just a pimp and hoe relationship, just a cucked out, you know, just a cucked out, boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. People was like, oh, seeing what Diddy did to Cassie You ask any woman, would you want your man to do that to you? And they're gonna say no. It's like bullshit. Bitches are getting cheated on, fucked over, and catching STDs for less. Women would love to be in Cassie's situation, somewhere put up in a mansion, and doing all kinds of shit. So it's funny to see the women talk about these cases because they lie. Oh, these hoes be lying. You know, man, a lot of people are cheating in these relationships. You just don't know. And you know what? I remember a couple of years ago on some player shit, right? A lot of guys will be like, "Well, if you're a player and you're getting certain women, you're a cuck too." And it's like they were trying to make this statement of like, "Oh, well, if you're dealing with a girl and she's sleeping around and stuff like that, you're." I'm like, no, that's not the same. Stop trying to do that. Like it's just people just taking this player hating shit to the next level and stuff like that. No, if you're in a relationship with somebody and they're sleeping around and you know of it and you're doing parties and all kinds of stuff, you got bitches out here doing endless parties and stuff and swingers parties and stripper parties and stuff. Like these bitches are full fledged out here doing OnlyFans right in front of y'all, and y'all are like, man, you gotta drug these bitches. You gotta come on, man. Some of these bitches they like bondage. They like to be choked. They like to be. I knew a girl that liked to get hit dead in the face. I said, hell no, nope, nope. People are running around here saying Diddy's wrong because when they would go to these freak offs and stuff like that, he would take people's phones. It's like, yeah, that's what you do. You take people's phones. All celebrities do it, and this is how you can tell people ain't been around no damn celebrities, or they're just under a rock. If you go hang out with Chris Brown, Madonna, nigga, if you go hang out with DDG's girlfriend, they take your phone and you sign NDAs and all kinds of stuff. He's not wrong for taking people's phones and signing NDAs and stuff like that. That's a part of it, you know. And when she was explaining it, it just go listen to my shows. I've done old shows. Hell, I even came on here doing a P Diddy skit. You know, I'm telling y'all, man, it's the lifestyle. I mean, he probably invited a lot of these people to these cuck parties and stuff like that. And it's like, damn, I didn't know him and his girlfriend got down like that. And it's like, yeah, a lot of celebrities do that. You know, and I have yet to hear her say that he was sleeping with another man and stuff like that. Now, this is why I say, and people are calling Diddy a disgusting piece of shit. Not even for the domestic abuse and stuff like that, but because Diddy's doing disgusting shit. Like niggas don't do disgusting shit. A lot of these niggas do disgusting shit. A lot of these niggas wish they could do some of the disgusting shit that they wanted to do. Y'all ever seen that meme where he was like, where it's like this meme with Rihanna on it and it's like two faces and it looks like she's disgusted. Women are more freaked out than men. As a matter of fact, how men get freaked out is through women. And it's not to blame women. But y'all ever seen that meme where the guy was like, "Yo, I wanna eat ice cream out your booty hole," and then like she has like this disgusted face, like, "You nigga, you wanna what?" And then it's like dot dot dot, go get it. you know, I wanna eat grapes out. I wanna eat grapes out your coochie, and he's like, "Nigga, you wanna what?" Go get it. You know, women be freaked the fuck out. So they got text messages from Cassie going to Diddy like, "Yeah, I want to F and blah 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 and I had so much fun at the last freak off and all this other stuff. Those women are turned out, you know? And being that I'm talking to a lot of fake ass dudes in this space, I'm telling y'all some real shit. A lot of these guys, I seen y'all, even up to last week, I seen y'all going to those corn conventions and stuff like that. You know, um, a lot of, a lot of those like corn women, they can't, they gotta, when they, in even women of the night, when they try to square up, right? And get up out the game, they can't really deal with like regular guys like that. That's why some of them too, when they get up out the game a little bit, they a lot of retired corn stars get with a lot of other retired corn stars, or they get with a guy that doesn't know anything about it and then have a side life, or what happens is they you know what I'm saying? They get with a guy that's somewhat of a fan, but he allows them to do, he allows them to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? He allows them to do certain things, or every so often he basically signs off on, on her dealing with certain type of men, or women on the side and stuff like that. So basically, a lot of their little boyfriends or whatever too, they be at these like little parties and stuff like that, and they be, you know what I'm saying, they be attending or whatever. Or a lot of those women, they're cucks themselves. You know, you got a lot of these sisters out here talking about, oh, they doing OnlyFans, but like, I need to deal with a nigga with some money and blah blah blah. A lot of these OnlyFans girls, they get with the white boys. A lot of those white boy clients and stuff like that. You got a lot of white women that's like, hell no, I ain't finna do some of the shit that this nigga wants to do, and they be cucked out. You know. And getting back to, like I said, my brother, rest in peace, Eric Jerome Dickey. He had a excerpt in his book which was true. It was like, be careful of, indulging in abnormal pleasures, because they kill the taste for normal ones. You know what I'm saying? They kill the taste for normal ones. And even I knew, as a young player, man, you need to don't get into certain shit. You need to preserve yourself, You need to preserve yourself, because you need to preserve yourself, in but so many words, you need to preserve yourself, because you know when your cup overrunneth and stuff like that, you got to know how to act and stuff. And it's like one day you're going to turn 40, and men and women catch a second, you know they catch a second wind in their 30s and 40s and stuff like that. A lot of freaked out men, be in their 40s, and in their 50s and stuff like that. So that is a thing. So you got to preserve yourself as a man. A lot of these cats, even these younger cats, these Gen Zs, they turned out. A lot of guys, they turned the hell out. That's why I played Lost and Turned Out. Earlier. Because a lot of cats are they lost and they turned out, teed out. You know, and that's kind of really that's kind of really a part of it. You know, um, but there's nothing more crazier than women out here. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of you niggas, y'all gonna go to jail because you have unhinged, you know, stuff that y'all like to get into, and then y'all are dumb about it. And then some of y'all are so happy to find somebody that shares a fetish with you, or if you show me your fetish, I'll show you mine, or if I show you my fetish, you can show me yours, and then y'all just a freaked out couple, and then drugs get involved, and then you have what's going on with Diddy and Cassie. Kim Porter probably wasn't going to do all of that stuff, you know? Most of the time, too, when people have fetishes like that, the ideal situation is to actually have a wife doing it. But then after a while, when you're like an exhibitionist and stuff like that, you know, you got to go find women on the side and stuff to go do certain things and stuff like that. And usually, and there's just certain things that guys just don't want to do with their wife. You know what I'm saying? Or their wife kill the whole vibe and stuff like that. That's where the side bitches come in. And that's what happened with Cassie. He had her somewhere put up. He was still dealing with, you know, Kim Porter. And Cassie was like, "Oh, well, I just did all of this to make him happy and shit like that." And it's like, you know, she claims that she did all of that stuff to make, you know, Diddy happy and whatnot, you know, which that holds validity to a certain degree, but it doesn't. Um, she was like, if he didn't do it with her, she knew that he was gonna get somebody else, or that he could get somebody else, you know. So she just, you know, kept on wanting to do it and stuff like that. Now, let me tell you something too. Like women like Cassie, you know, when those women get turned on to a lifestyle like that, cause let me tell y'all something. Women be nosy, and sexually in a lot of cases they think they know it all and stuff like that. Meaning that if you meet a woman and she really likes you and you like, you know, I like you too, and whoop de whoop. Let's say scenario wise, right? And it's like, but I'm into stuff that you probably not into. This might be a little too much for you. And they probably be like, oh no, that's not too much for me. I've done this before and blah blah blah. And it's like, oh really? Okay, well whoop de whoop. Okay, well all right, well we'll try some stuff and then we'll take it from there type shit, right? Let's say you on that type of time. Well, guess what? She consented to going down the rabbit hole. You know, doing drugs and hanging out with you and calling escorts and all kinds of stuff and you know, she enjoyed that lifestyle also, you know? And like I said, a lot of guys, even in this space, there's a couple of guys that y'all know and channels that y'all support, and there's guys in this space like, oh, I'm into BDSM. You know, that's what Alan Roger Curry's into. He's into BDSM and shit. And it's like, well, you better have a lot of non-disclosure agreements. You better, you know, you better make sure that paperwork is done. You better stop, you know, uh, you know, uh, Leonardo, I think you one of those trolls that still got a wrench on my channel, so I'm a, Leonardo, hold on. Did you change your name? I don't know. Anyway, okay, I'm making sure, bro. I don't know, cause I do gotta purge my channel from some stuff. So be careful, bro. Be careful, bro. You know. Um, let me see. Give me 1 second. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, there's levels to it. I mean, like I said, you know, I mean, niggas are freaked out. Women are freaked out. You know, people get off by turning other people out and trying to turn them on to a lifestyle. And like I said, when you got people that think they know it all and stuff like that, you know, because even women that's into that type of shit will go back to other guys or look at other guys like, yeah, you're a lame. You wouldn't know how to, you know. I've seen women turn down dudes, right? I've seen women turn down dudes because they don't do drugs. She want to go do some coke and then go get slawed out. You know what I'm saying? She needs her quote unquote scratch itched. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it. You know? I mean, even with the man that she got now, I mean, she probably cleaned up a little bit, you know? But hell no, Cassie couldn't go back to Ryan Leslie. You know, Ryan Leslie in Cassie's eyes would be a lame. You know what I'm saying? It's like and they will hold that over his head. Go look at Cassie's songs. You know, wanna touch me, wanna kiss me, don't 'cause you got a long way to go. Wanna fall back. Like she said, she telling you how like yeah, you wanna do all this stuff with me, but you got a long way to go. You ain't the type that I'm just gonna do this for. She wanted Diddy. They freaked out. They will hold that over your head too. You can't really please me. How much times you've heard women say certain men can't really please them? How much times you heard, oh, you can't even please me. You don't even add up. You don't even, you know what I'm saying? You're not even hip. You know, I can't do me in front of you without being judged. Cassie, after a while, you just got you literally paint yourself in a corner with your fetishes. You know, Cassie can't be around no regular sex after all of that ecstasy and all kinds of shit. Like, oh hell no. Then she gonna get irritated with you because you don't know if she coming down and stuff like that. Yeah, Novocaine, all these drugs. You know, a lot of y'all haven't been around the lifestyle, and I'm like, man, I'm like a lot of the dudes in this space that be trying to talk about women and think that they experts on women and shit like that. I'm like, y'all have no idea of the reality that some of y'all signed up for. Me too. When I started dating very attractive women and stuff like that, I'm like, dang, she looked like how she look on social media, you know, or what she's portraying to y'all on social media. Cause I be wondering how some of these girls be holding up. You know, these girls be hanging out doing drugs all night, haven't slept in weeks. Be seeing people commenting under their comment section. I'm like, man, if y'all niggas only know. If y'all niggas only knew some of the stuff these women do, you know? And then they get a out. They get a out because so many people are you know what I'm saying? They get a out. They get a out. Speaking of out too, we're gonna talk about the Tory Lanez case and stuff like that because you know, the Kelsey's bodyguard came forward and he's talking about how he heard Kelsey say that Tory Lanez didn't shoot the gun, and basically, you know, basically she was trying to shoot Megan, and Tory Lanez hit the gun. You know what I'm saying? Out of her hand, and it dropped on the ground and went off two, three more times, and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, you know, we already told you, Kelsey. You know, she was guilty. You know, we already told you, Kelsey was the one that was trying to shoot Megan. You know, and if she was trying to shoot Megan and Tory knocked the gun out of her hand, in a wild way, think about what I'm about to say, in a wild fucking way, that means Tory Lanez could have possibly saved Megan Thee Stallion's life. Who would have known what she would have done if he had kept if she had kept that gun in her hand? So we're gonna get to that later on too. Who would have known? Who owned the gun? It wasn't Tory Lanez's gun. It was his bodyguard's gun. That night, Tory Lanez had a bodyguard with him, and his bodyguard had a gun. Now his bodyguard is dumb as fuck for you know, not having the gun on his persons or his gun secured, because I think the gun was in the glove compartment or whatever of the vehicle and stuff like that. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, we were saying that. What's going on, Curlin? Good to see you. Shout outs to Curlin in the building. Yeah. All right, before the show starts, I need y'all to do me a huge favor. Hit the like button. Support the show. Before we get into the show, my bad, I'm sick. I need you guys to do me a huge favor and head over to hemp4fitness.com. Get your mind right. Head over to hemp4fitness.com. Let's go.
Shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com, your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Fuel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com.
Yes, use code T-Tube10 and mention CUDA and you get 2 free gifts. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. All right. Let's get it in. This Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Curlin in the building. Yes, we're going to go over Sister George's interview, Curlin. Shout outs to Curlin and Sister George, my favorite YouTube couple. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go. Let's get into this first, though, because I've also, over the years, gave y'all the game about Bill Cosby. But I want y'all to hear what Judge Joe Brown has to say about this before we start getting into all of this stuff. Please hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio, dropping very, very, very good game on today's shows. Player Talk. Happy Friday, everybody. Let's go. Shout outs to the Art of Dialogue.
Bill Cosby, do you feel like he got a fair shake or no?
No, he wasn't. I said from day one when they first got ready to charge him, I said they can't. Because what went on is this one woman sued him civilly, and he properly expressed the Fifth Amendment. I have a right to be free from self-incrimination. You cannot compel me to give evidence against myself. Well, in a civil case, you can. The defendant can be required to give evidence against himself, but in the criminal case, you cannot. So what wound up happening is the district attorney, the elected district attorney, the office holder, committed to office through a very detailed letter. It said, we have absolutely no intention of prosecuting Mr. Cosby. He said, we've thoroughly investigated this matter and we've found that there is no substance to it, and the witnesses and the parties complaining are not reliable. So the civil judge said, okay, now since you have no Fifth Amendment liability, you have to give a deposition, where he never admitted committing any crime, but he did say they asked for drugs and I gave them the drugs they asked for, and sometimes we did have sexual activity, sometimes not, etc. That's not confessing to the crime, but that does state the action that might be interpreted as a criminal action. Well, okay. You got somebody running for DA, and this person swore up and down that they were going to prosecute Cosby and they were not going to be held to what the previous DA had done committing to office, so they turned,
i.e. railroading railroading a black man into bringing it into politics, but railroading a black man into jail. Let's go.
Right around and used the civil deposition as evidence for the crime. And I said, they're going to do this. They can't. That's Fifth Amendment. There's no way, no how. The office is bound. You cannot do that. And that's exactly what happened. On the appellate level, the state Supreme Court said the case is kicked. You can't convict him on that. That is too bad a violation of the Bill of Rights. The other thing is I talked to Dr. Cosby personally after he got out. He told me that he hadn't been in there a week when they approached him and said, if you'll just go along with this, we'll make sure you're out in a week or two.
If you go along with this, we will make it go away. Don't that sound illegal? Don't that sound like coercion? Hey, if you go along with this, we'll make it disappear. We'll make it go away. You know, black men aren't allowed to be cucks, you know. That's illegal, you know. Same way like black men aren't allowed to be pimps. Well, other people can open up bunny ranches. Oh, yeah. They can open up bunny ranches. Hugh Hefner. You know, damn, I done forgot my my bro name. What's the other guy? Dennis Hoff. Do your research.
He said, no, well, I'm not going to confess to anything I did not do. Yeah, they wanted the drugs, but that wasn't anything wrong, you know, with that. I didn't force them. They did what they wanted. And the woman in question, you got to look at her. She wasn't Miss Cutie Pie like she used to be. She looked like she'd been rolled hard and put away wet. And it was obvious she was jump-starting her career with a bit of casting couch intent. Like this thing on Valentine's Day, she called him up, I think it was testimony 16, 17 times on Valentine's Day. That's it.
Calling that man on Valentine's Day. They even have the phone. The phone is telling on these hoes. And they're like, yeah, she called him, and yeah, she wanted to go over his house and go chill and play Xbox. But that's not what we're talking about here. He's guilty.
Inconsistent with what was going on. The judge lost control of his courtroom. His significant other wanted this prosecution badly, and he was letting the jury look from the floor above the courtroom down as topless women were running around talking about due Cosby in. There was communication back and forth between the sequestered jury and outsiders. He let his courtroom get out of hand where fanatical women were giving demonstrations. And as I said several times before, when you looked at the list of the people or the pictures of the people that were involved with making the accusations, well, guess what? They had done that casting couch thing with great enthusiasm, and apparently their casting couch performance wasn't much better than their professional performance. And they don't look like they used to because old age has settled in, but
Shout outs to War Master in the building. What's going on? Shout outs to you. I think War Master's back home. Look, War Master heard Xbox. War Master heard Xbox, and while War Master appears, War Master says, Kuda, the black misandrists go after black men who are famous entertainers. Absolutely. And then what would you say is another tier down from entertainers, y'all? Other than, by entertainers, I mean musicians. Musicians is like number one. Then you got like basketball, and then maybe movie stars. You know, the movie star one though is a little bit tricky. You know, because you got to catch him when he's at the height of his career or something like that. And usually these guys are you know, are in relationships or married and stuff like that. So sometimes a marriage can keep you, even though your wife might still roll your ass in court. Um, Sometimes being be married and being a movie star can keep you safe. Give me 1 second, y'all. I will be right back. Shout outs to War Master in the building. UFO Kamikaze said niggas like fighting the law while other races learn how to use the law. Exactly. We're gonna talk about that. Let's go.
That's just preposterous. It was a thing where they wanted to prove a point, and they had another agenda. Now, part of that agenda, I'll give you an example of it. They want to make a new felony rape category. It's called rape by seduction. In other words, the way they say, you're supposed to call somebody up and say, hey, look, I'm kind of horny. You want to go out to have dinner this Friday, and if it's good, we can get it on. Okay, fine. That's not how it works. But they want to make this a felony. If you say, hey, let's go out to dinner, you go out to dinner, it's a great night, good restaurant, the wine is cool, the conversation's great, it's spring or fall, you decide to go for a walk in the park and you hold hands and somebody says, your place or mine, and you get to somebody's place and kissing and hugging and petting and all of that. It gets hot, heavy, and everybody gets all hot, wet, and bothered, and clothes come off, and you get it on. Is that rape? Of course not. That's human nature. But they want to make it rape because what they say is it's supposed to not happen because that's rape by seduction. If you seduce somebody, that too is rape. So you're supposed to carefully ask and say, do you want to have sex? And if somebody says, let's have sex, then you can proceed. You want to go further? Well, okay. And then you're supposed to ask before you penetrate again, and then stop in the middle. Is it all right to continue? And then stop and get a written statement. It's all right to finish. Not quite literally, but just about that bad, which nobody would get laid and you wouldn't have any human beings floating around on the planet. That's not how we work. But these clowns want to make that a new felony category of rape by seduction. I mean, you kind of wonder what kind of sad, pathetic life do they have. And I look at it kind of another way. What do you see anytime you see a human? You see a successful screw. That's what it's all about. And a successful screw, 9 months, ask and say, do you want to have sex? And if somebody says, let's have sex, a great night, good.
My bad. I'm back. Hold on. I want to get into that. I was like, yeah, they're trying to, you know, creep this shit into normal relationships also. And like I said, even with the trolls in the manosphere, right? Because now you got a lot of player hating trolls that literally pay for pussy, which is prostitution and pandering, trying to say that game is raw pay because they're just basically repeating what they heard a dumbass broads say. And the funny part is that, and this is the problem with the space, and y'all gonna see it all over the space. If you have a lot of niggas in this space listening to trolls, if you think any form of intelligence is coming from trolls, you are cooked. You got a lot of player hating niggas that'll rally behind this stupid ideology, and I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. Cause it was this woman that was on this. Remember I told y'all about that woman that was sitting by Mr. Organic, and she was talking about some if a guy manipulated a woman out of coochie or some shit like that, and she tried to use the word manipulated, right? that is raw pay, and it's like, nah, don't do that. Don't say that. And any woman, I'm telling y'all, and fellas, even if you married to her, without her knowing, head your ass down to the courtroom and get a divorce. Any woman that will say that that's raw pay or a form of raw pay, that's a lie. But you got a lot of people, even in these courtrooms, that can't get sex, trying to put all of these laws around sex and oh, if this happened, this is just as bad. And men need to fight back. Men need to fight back. I don't know what's wrong with niggas. Niggas need to fight back. You got to be dumb as hell to believe that it's like that poster. You seen that poster with that guy on it and that girl on it, and they got like coolers, like wine coolers in their hand and stuff like that, and it says only one person is consenting in this picture, meaning to say that if you hang out with somebody and drink, and then y'all have consensual sex, that no, only one person is consensual, and it don't go the other way. Basically, like everything, women ruin everything. They ruin everything, even for other women. Okay? Even for other women. All right? Women ruin everything. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge as always. Huge. $20 on the Cash App. War Master said, "One more week and I'll be back to my." I thought this was the week. I was about to be like, man, I know War Master probably just back home. My bad. I had to step away and come back, y'all. Shout outs to War Master supporting the show as always. Hold on. War Master says sports athletes never forget how the Duke lacrosse team were done dirty and they were white. Yeah. It's a man's issue. This is a man's issue. And these women don't get charged. I'm going to show y'all something. These women don't get charged. They be getting like 15 years for a body. 15 years for a body. 15 years for a fucking body. Man, listen. And they barely get 15 years. Why? Look, and then because we're going to get into it. Why are all of these people talking about black men? Why are these people they're always talking about black men? We got Piers Morgan talking about black men. Like, how can any white man hold some type of press conference of a black man being a cuck when white men are notorious for being cucks? White men are notorious for being cucks. A lot of Asian men are cucks too. A lot of Latino men are cucks. But white men are notorious for being cucks. Let's get into it. Shout outs to War Master starting the show off right. Supporting the show. Thank you so much. Hold on.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. These allegations are false.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
I don't know why this thing is acting up. Hold on, y'all. Cassie and Diddy are cucks. They have a fetish. You know what I'm saying? They have a fetish. They're a couple of cucks. A couple cuck. You know, they have a fetish. And they got to get that shit up out their system. And that's really what it is, you know? They got to get that shit up out their system. You know, that's just really the situation here. And you know, when you got the government and a bunch of other people, you know, putting, you know, having this is a couple dispute. What Diddy and Cassie got going on. It's just that they're famous. You got niggas going through this right now with their baby mothers. You got niggas and they baby mothers. The nigga, talk about Cassie and Diddy. The nigga and his baby mama a cuck. They both cheating. He just got caught first. You know? There's cucks everywhere. Black men, I got to do this thing. Black men are, a lot of black men are cucks and don't even know it. Cassie and her husband are cucks. Cassie and her husband are cucks. Even if it's by proxy. But I'm going to say this too, and I'm going to throw this out there too. I'm going to say this too, and I'm going to throw this out there. Her husband knew what he was getting into. Her husband was sleeping with her while she was with Diddy. But we're going to get into that when it comes to that. It's player talk. Let's get it.
Restaurant.
All right, hold on, because this thing is acting stupid now. Hold on. Regular relationship.
You hold hands and somebody says, your place or mine, and you get to somebody's place and kissing and hugging and petting and all of that is hot, heavy, and everybody gets all hot, wet, and bothered, and clothes come off, and you get it on. Is that right? Of course not. That's human nature. But they want to make it right because what they say is it's supposed to not happen because that's right by seduction. If you seduce somebody, that too is right. So you're supposed to carefully ask and say, you have, and if somebody says, let's have sex, then you can proceed. You want to go further? Well, okay. And then you're supposed to ask before you penetrate again and then stop in the middle. Is it all right to continue and stop? And
You're supposed to each stroke ask y'all. In this world. That's that's even fucked up that females make horrible victims. Ain't that a bitch? That women have fucked it up so bad that they even make horrible victims. Gotta ask each stroke, y'all.
get a written statement. It's all right, finish, but just category of by seduction. I mean, you kind of wonder what kind of sad, pathetic life do they have. And I look at it kind of another way. What do you see anytime you see a human? You see a successful screw. That's what it's all about. And a successful screw, 9 months later, something pops out what got screwed. And then it grows up and it has a successful screw and something else pops out. And that's why we have all these people on this planet and why we didn't all die out in the last ice age. But these clowns want to disrupt that cycle and say somehow or another what humans have been doing for the whole time we've been here is somehow wrong. Now, it just doesn't work that way. So again, this is a deviation from human nature, and these people are crazy. It's like, hey man, have you ever had any, or are you playing 40-year-old virgin?
Right.
And then you look at the stats. They're kind of depressing. Right now, for example, there are more virgins who are female 25, no, excuse me. There are more boy virgins 25 and under in America than there are girl virgins. So there.
And you got Gen Z, guys that have never had a girlfriend before in their life, moving into this, trying to figure it out. And all the stupid shit that y'all see that's running around on this internet, they keep up too.
There are more
overly sexualized. Sexualized, overly stimulated. Y'all saw Gen Z's promoting that honey pack shit. That bees honey. Niggas grow up choking the chicken.
25 and under who have had sexual experience than boys. That's kind of crazy. 35 and under, there are more girls who have left home and gone on their own than there are boys. Something's wrong with this. 2011.
Put on D Chicago. You said the new black male culture is nothing but cucks. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I talked about it. This whole. I remember when trying to sleep with another man's girl was considered knowingly. Right. Over 52% of women in America are single, which is a record. Yeah. And they wonder why. I was seeing this video of this guy. He was like, I guess he was like 19, and this girl was like 12, and she got him in like a bathroom, and she tried to close the door behind her, and she was like, hey, I've been crushing on you this whole time. He's like, oh hell no. He's like, no, let me out this damn bathroom. You know, he's like, you're like my niece. No, hell no. He's like, you're 12. Like, stop. And she had all like booty shorts and all this other shit. Y'all don't be understanding too. There's a lot of fast young girls out here, and a lot of these sexual assault cases and stuff like that. Y'all gotta understand too. Women, where are the female Diddies? Talking about some baby oil. Where are the female Diddies? There's a lot of them. There's a lot of female Diddies out here. Done they thing with boys and girls. Especially in the black community. Where the female Diddies at? Didias.
11, the Pentagon wrote, they said we may getting exposed to enough influence from real dads. 13 years ago, they said if you would put all ethnicities in the pot in America, 42% of the Americans 35 and under were born out of wedlock, and it's 82% for those who are 20 and younger. Where is this going?
A lot of planned babies wasn't even planned.
They noted that, and the facts are still consistent, only 28% of each year's high school graduates are boys. A lot of boys aren't graduating who should. Only 28% of the supposed graduates are boys. Only 32% of the college undergrads are boys. Only 36% of the college grad students are boys. And only 44% of the workforce are guys. And then for the last 50 years, we've had an official take your daughter to work week, but not one take your son to work week. So something's being done wrong to the boys that is keeping them from having mental toughness, which is impacting our defense posture. Now, that is some white papers that the Pentagon released 13 years ago. They can't take them back. They've been published. They don't want to admit that these things got said, but that's what's going on. And meanwhile, the Chinese military, the People's Republic, has the People's Army. They've got a man up campaign. Russia won't let American citizens adopt their children anymore because they say, we don't want to turn rainbow. Now, at least not encouraged to be this. So where are we going with this whole thing? What is this agenda? And then,
1,000. What's going on, Rainwater? Shout outs to everybody here. Please. Giving y'all some good game and entertainment. Happy Friday, everybody. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
We have this ideation, not where the young brother is, a hero, not where the young brother is a businessman. He's a pimp. He's running hoes. He's
Diddy. And that's another thing too. I mean, like I said, Diddy is freaked out. He of course he's cucked out. But wasn't a lot of people running around here saying that he's gay? I mean, obviously, rubbing, male fluids on your shit is gay. I don't know if he requested that, but I mean, for whatever her word is worth. But yeah, y'all were trying to get the man locked up for being gay. You're being gay is not a crime. But I know. Not my cup of tea. But that's not a crime. No homo. But he is freaked out. And that's not a crime neither. But let's go.
Doing robberies, he's selling drugs, he's burglarizing, he's killing, he's doing all kinds of destructive stuff.
Diddy's falling right in that category.
We're glorifying dysfunction. He dresses like a garish clown so you can see him from 3 blocks away. He doesn't.
Right, D Chicago. It's like, all right, man, well, he's a millionaire. That's what millionaires do. They do coke and have sex. You should see how much fake black people are talking about this shit. Oh my God. Oh, Diddy's such a. Oh my God. It's like. Listen. I didn't need to know that. I didn't need to know that. But that's to make his image look bad. And how dare? I'm sorry. How dare black women say anything? I was I don't want to hear any woman fans opinion on Diddy. You would have been at his house too. You would have easily took that job. And remember, shit, all up shit. Look at Cassie. Look at Cassie. The internet has banished those women, actual dimes, beautiful women, into doing some of the most debaucherous shit. I've been telling y'all this for a minute. Y'all don't see it though. Y'all don't see it though, but let's get it.
Brand in is horrible. Now, I've represented some real live gangsters, and the best of them dress in suits and ties or sports coats, or they look like everybody else because they don't want to announce what they're doing. And then when I was practicing law, Lloyd Brown, they put a case on me. Well, man, it's 4 a.m. in the morning. You know you don't belong in that neighborhood. You and 3 of your homies are smoking dope in the car. You can smell it from 2 blocks away. You got your music blasting so you can hear it from 4 blocks away. One tail light's out and your registration's 2 months out of date. What the hell do you think's gonna happen? And all the neighbors are calling about the disturbance you're creating. No, they're not picking on you. See, don't get stuck on stupid. Start thinking wisely and think about where you're going with your life. That's what we need to do. We need to understand, young brother, it ain't about what you're trying to perpetrate, it's what you're really doing. Do you really have this job, or are you trying to act like you're something else? And are you trying to act like something else that's an asset to your community? Or are you cannibalizing your community? Do you look like a parasite that's living off of your community, not providing for your community? What the hell's wrong with you? Who are the grown men that set the image? You sit there and you listen to some young folk talk to you and say, wait a minute, I think I know what your problem is. Say, when you looked at somebody that actually had a job, he was slightly dirty, and you looked down on him, and you looked at Slick, who is all glammed up, you know, and he's got on a whole lot of this, that, and the other, a lot of bling, and he doesn't have a job, and he's living off your mama, and you want to be like somebody that's pimping your mama. And you know you've been listening when he comes over and deals with your mama. You've been listening to your mama talk to somebody else. Hey, I noticed the first of the month you got paid. All this good loving you done give mama, you ain't coming over here. You better, I ain't giving all this away for free. And then they can hear what goes on through the thin walls. So it's really crazy. And now we have a national agenda where this stuff is not only just heard through the thin walls, it's being pushed right out in the...
But see, I gave y'all the game so many times. I gave y'all the game. I've been telling y'all can go back. I've been covering this for years, and we already figured it out. Same thing with the Tory Lanez case. We figured all of this stuff out on live. We figured all of this stuff out on live, y'all. You know? When they go lock up pimps, right? When they go lock up pimps, they let the madams go. The madams get to walk free. They let the madams go. The madams get to walk free. You want to know why? Because they say that the madams are also, they couple in the madams with the prostitutes. They say that the madams are victims as well. If that ain't the biggest out, I don't know what to tell you. You got to damn near pull the police's teeth for them to take that bitch to jail. While the madams be the one orchestrating everything. More than the pimp. The madam do the calls. The madam is the damn accountant. She's a bookkeeper. The madam sets up shit, orchestrates shit. She makes sure the ice is cold. The baby hot. They said this nigga had this bitch. Face. Hold on, y'all. Hey, what's up?
Not much.
What do you got going on today?
What's new?
Nothing really. What do you got going on today? Jesus Christ.
Same here. Just passing the time.
My week has been so. What about you?
Some good vibes going on. I hope they keep rolling.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, why does our system doesn't have an answer for dark femininity?
Your dark femininity refers to a potent and transformative force that embodies the mysterious,
What's going on, Sin?
intuitive, and
Why doesn't our system have an answer for dark femininity?
maybe our system is limited by its own framework or biases. Sometimes, complex concepts like dark femininity don't fit neatly into predefined answers. It's possible trained on enough diverse perspectives or nuanced discussions around this topic.
So why can women get away with heinous crimes and men can't?
It seems like
Why can women get away with heinous crimes and men can't? Oh, you were saying something. Say what you were gonna say.
biases and stereotypes might play a role in how crimes are perceived, regardless of the perpetrator's gender. Sometimes, women might be viewed as less capable of violence or evil due to traditional gender roles, which can affect how their actions are judged. However, this doesn't mean women get away with crimes more often than men, but rather that the justice system and societal perceptions can be complex and influenced by various factors.
Is it really justice if the courts pander to women and punish men?
You're questioning whether the justice system truly serves justice when biases, including those related to gender, influence outcomes. That's a valid concern. Ideally, justice should be blind to such factors and focus solely on the facts of the case and the law.
But,
However, reality is often more complex.
but why isn't it?
Really frustrating. It's a tough question. Humans are part of the system, and humans have biases. Sometimes these biases can affect how laws are enforced or how punishments are handed out. It's not always easy to recognize and address these biases, but it's an important part of striving for fairness.
Is it important for AI to know if they're talking to a man or a woman so they can tailor their answers?
It's a thought-provoking question. That's an interesting question. In general, AI systems like myself are designed to provide helpful and accurate information regardless of the user's gender. Our goal is to offer responses that are relevant and useful based on the conversation, not on the person's demographic characteristics. Tailoring answers based on gender might not always be necessary or even desirable, especially if it means making assumptions about the user.
All right, we'll get back. We'll get back to her. Let me stop. We'll get back to her. We'll get back to her, y'all. Jesus Christ. I don't know why this thing's acting dumb right now. It was acting okay before the other day, and I was literally just talking to it. You know. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man said, free at last, free at last. Thank God, God Almighty, I'm free at last. Shout outs to LT Man and getting out of work and the smooth drive home. Have a safe ride home. The LT Man. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, LT Man, and everybody else here in the building. Please, y'all, hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. An hour and 50 minutes into the madness. Shout outs to LT Man on his way home from work. Me, I am here working, giving y'all the best content on YouTube. Please hit the like button, y'all, on the way in, and support the hardest working man on YouTube. Even Judge Joe Brown is speaking like he got, well, not even speaking like he got some sense. Judge Joe Brown always has sense, you know. I don't even know why I was going to say that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely. Make sure you take your time getting home, because that's, you know, a lot of times we're in a rush to go nowhere and stuff like that. That's where car accidents, all kinds of stupid shit happens. It was just, you gotta, you know, take your time. You know, a lot of us are in a rush to go nowhere, honestly. You know, but that shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? See, man, a lot of people are in a rush to. Usually when car accidents happen, people are just being in a rush to go home and do on their phone. You know, that's a real thing. So, you know, if it's what I'm saying, you have to assume, you know, it's other. You know? But yeah, man. Shout outs to Judge Joe Brown. Though. Hold on, let's finish this off real quick and then let's jump into this. Hold on, y'all. Let's get.
Some armor for them. So if a bullet comes through the wall, you know, maybe they'll survive. You know, this kind of thing is bad where, you know, you hit the news, they shot my baby down. They didn't need to gun him down. They could have just took him there. Why they need to do something? And everybody else out there say, good, they took him down. He's been making life hell around here. See? Here we go again.
The microphone picking up everything. I remember one time I had to edit out some gunshots in one of my videos. I was like, God damn, somebody just somebody designed. All right, let's get into it. Let's cover some of this stuff. Content. Let's go. You've been doing a good job on some of this stuff on the case too, so let's go.
Bad day today in court for Cassie. It was disastrous. It was disastrous for the prosecution and their entire case against Diddy. In court, it was pretty evident, bro. The prosecution is in over their head. you could tell there is a clear gap in skill between the prosecution and Diddy team of attorneys being spearheaded by Brian Steele. A lot of y'all was introduced to Brian Steele when y'all seen his brilliant defense of Young Thug. Young Thug was 100% guilty of a lot of those charges, but Brian Steele was so brilliant. He was so outclassing the prosecution that he was able to get a mistrial, and he was able to get the prosecution to buckle to their knees and give Young Thug a plea deal that allowed Young Thug to get out and face 0 jail time, but a suspended sentence. And now he's working his magic for Diddy. Like, do you see how Diddy is hugging this good white man? Diddy knows his savior has arisen, and this is his only hope of beating this case. And so far, Brian Steele is putting on an absolute execution and display of brilliance, bro. Whatever Diddy is paying this man, $5-10 million, is well-deserved money. Brian Steele is outsmarting the prosecution every way possible. Diddy already had his team of attorneys. He hired Brian Steele midway through the process. And when Brian Steele came on board, you could tell from the very beginning, Brian Steele was thinking 20 steps ahead and trying to outsmart everyone. Because the first thing we started to hear when Brian Steele came on board was, yo, Diddy is looking for more women on his defense team. You know why? Because Brian Steele walked in and Brian Steele asked the team of attorneys, which one of y'all?
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can change it. Hold on. All right. All right. So basically, Flacco is talking about Brian Steele coming in there, and I was talking about this before and earlier, that you definitely have to get women on here. You definitely got to get women on here, cause they're not gonna bullshit each other. They can't. I mean, they can, but they can't. Not as easily as you can bullshit men. And then to a certain degree, it changes up the whole dynamic. It changes up the whole dynamic. So they said Brian Steele is doing a good job. But let's get it.
Are going to be cross-examining Cassie. And the attorney was like, yo, we're great at cross-examination. We're going to get her in all her inconsistency lies. And Brian Steele says, yo, is you stupid? Like, are you dumb? You're going to have a bunch of Caucasian white men cross-examining Cassie and being really aggressive with her on the stand for an essay and a trafficking case? Are you stupid? Cut the sausage party, bro. Where the women at, bro? So then Brian Steele began to orchestrate to bring in more women. Brian Steele specifically brought in 3 women who were all victims of SA. And they were going to be the women that were going to be cross-examining Cassie or quote-unquote checking her. Just that small detail that Brian Steele was able to catch that nobody else was able to catch shows why Brian Steele gets paid the big bucks. And today, that decision paid off, bruh. That decision essentially just saved Diddy. Yo, Diddy and Brian Steele and his attorneys, they were fearful of Cassie's testimony. That was going to be the one thing they felt, yo, we can't really beat this. Yo, they was up at night thinking about Cassie testifying. So far, they've been able to manage this pretty well. Because you know what happened? Brian Steele's decision of including a SA victim who is an attorney to cross-examine Cassie, that paid off magically, bruh. because that person was able to get a lot of information out of Cassie that ain't make her look good, bruh. And it made Diddy look like, dare I say it, an innocent man, to be honest, bruh. Now, I'm not saying he innocent. I'm saying it made him look innocent. Even though Cassie was being cross-examined by Diddy attorney, Cassie was sharing a laugh with the attorney during the cross-examination. It didn't feel like a cross-examination. She wasn't pressuring Cassie to answer the yes or no questions. She was sort of like bypassing it. And just Cassie showing that level of comfortability came across great to the jurors, and it looked really great for Diddy attorneys. However, it was still a cross-examination, and they still got some really great info out of Cassie and got her to admit to a lot that looked really favorable on Diddy's behalf.
Lunchtime update, Cassie on the stand, her first day of cross-examination, and I don't want to say it's super intense because Diddy's lawyer, Anna Estevea, she's doing an amazing job at being very gentle. I mean, Cassie and her have exchanged a few laughs while she was on the stand, which I thought was pretty incredible. And additionally, there's a lot of explicit graphic text that we're seeing from Cassie to Diddy and vice versa. And Estevea is saying, look, if you don't want to read these, you don't have to, which I thought was really nice. Also, when Cassie answers and it's kind of a yes or no question, Estevea isn't like, it's yes or no. She's being very, very calm and very kind. Now, what we saw like right off the bat here was a conversation via BlackBerry between Diddy and Cassie about 2.5 years into their relationship. And remember, at this point, Cassie testified during direct that
I ain't gonna lie, getting bagged off the BlackBerry is crazy work.
He had her, she didn't want to do freak offs, all this stuff.
And that right there is the basis of the prosecution's entire.
They got to prove that she is complacent, like that because she even asked for it. She requested it in a lot of cases. But what she's saying is that she wanted to do everything to make Diddy happy. She wanted to do everything to make Diddy happy. You know what I'm saying? That she wanted to please her man. She wanted to do everything to make Diddy happy. That's what she's saying. But guess what? This girl's on drugs. She got an itching to, do some things, some strange things, and request some strange things too. She in too deep. Whether it's what she wants or prefers or not. She a freak. She a freak of the week.
Her case against Diddy. Cassie was the first one who accused Diddy of trafficking. That was included in her lawsuit. And the only reason why she included that was because of I think like the Mann Act, right? That extends like the window for where a victim of trafficking can sue. So Cassie included that. But when Cassie is testifying, I didn't want to do this. I was doing it against my will. He was making me do this. And then the gigolos or the male escorts are testifying, oh no, she instructed me to take a piss on her. Oh no, she's the one who handed me the money. And then you see text messages where she's requesting to do the free calls. And people are like, hold on, bro. You're requesting to do these things because you want to keep Diddy to yourself. So if you're requesting these things in messages, in emails, it's kind of hard to now paint the narrative. Again, I'm not saying Diddy didn't force her to do these things. I'm saying how it comes across at trial, if we're trying to use our reasoning, our comprehension to figure out who's winning this case and who's not, it looks away when there's emails and messages of you asking for the free calls.
And she actually said that, he said...
asking for the free call. I'm sorry, y'all. This is what happens when people get themselves into other people's business. This is those two people's business, man. You're asking for the freak-offs. Freak-offs is a...
I miss you already. When do you want to FO? That was Diddy. And she said, I'm always ready to FO. And again, this was August of 2009, about 2 years into their relationship. They talk about when it would be best for them. And then they talk about getting an escort involved. And then we see a text message that says, I can't wait to stare at your BBD. You guys know what I'm talking about. And again, lawyer did not make her say it out loud. There's, a lot of...
Oh, that's diabolical. This is diabolical. Yo, requesting the freak off. Yo, listen, man, once you attend one freak off, you can't go back. You can't go back, man. Can't get it out of your system. 10 years worth of freak offs. It's crazy.
A lot of explicit text messages. And look, I think some of the takeaways here at what the defense is doing and what they're eliciting out of Cassie is, again, the email saying she loves him after these FOs. And don't get mad at me. Don't tell me, I understand how trauma works, but I'm just relaying all this to you guys. So Cassie testified that she had to do freak offs during her period. And we were shown an email where
it gets disgusting, y'all.
For FO planning purposes, asks her when she's getting her period, and she says she's skipping it that month. Additionally, she testified that she didn't want to be a swinger because she didn't want to see him with another woman. Well, we see an exchange where she says she has a fantasy about seeing him with another woman.
Brian still did a very great job.
She don't want to see him with his wife or any other woman that's like that she feels that she's competing with.
At making the security guard, the second person who testified, at making him look discreditable. He hopped off that stand and people was looking at him like, man, bro, like this witness was a waste of time. Because there's no way a jury is going to buy anything he just said. Because Brian still got him to admit that he copied the footage to show it to his wife. He was cloud chasing. He lied about a couple of things, lied on the report. Brian still discredited him completely.
He even got Cassie to lie. He even caught Cassie in a lie. Hold on, y'all.
Cassie is the star witness. This is her story. Her story is why Diddy is currently being indicted and charged. So when you catch Cassie in a couple of white lies, like, hey, yo, he made me do this when I was leaking. But then Diddy is asking, hey, yo, when is your period so we don't film? It's kind of looking crazy. When you're texting him, yo, I want to F right now. Yo, I really missed the free calls. It looks a certain way. When you're texting him, oh, I love you, thank you. It looks a certain way. Now, there's like the message, which to me is like the smoking gun, where Cassie expressed. Now, Cassie is, I didn't want to do it. He made me do it. No. Cassie would express she loved doing the free calls in the messages, but the smoking gun is her reason for why she wanted to slow down on the free calls. And it had nothing to do with her feeling degraded, her feeling disgusted, no. She didn't want to do it. Well, you're going to have to watch the rest of the video to hear it.
And I'm paraphrasing here. She also says at one point that, quote, she'd travel anywhere to be with him. And this is while they are discussing an FO in this one message, this BlackBerry message. Another big thing here is the drug talk and the opioid talk. So Cassie testified that Diddy told her he was addicted to opioids. And the defense is basically saying, well, did you see him try to get off these opioids or come down from them? And she said, yeah. And then they said, well, that makes one volatile, angry. And again, I'm paraphrasing.
I'm telling you, the drugs that they were doing has the come down is horrible, shit, that gets associated with some of the stuff that happens, like the domestic violence and all this other shit. You know, everybody's irritable. You know what I'm saying? You know, mood swings, all kinds of stuff. You know, when something feels too good and then it's starting to leave your system, what's gonna happen? It's gonna make you feel bad. You know, you gonna become dependent on it. You gonna need it more now because when it leaves your system, it's also taking. You see what I'm saying? You got two irritable freaks doing doing the most debaucherous shit they can think of on drugs. Voila. You know, voila. You know, y'all hit the like button, support the show. 2 hours and 11 minutes into the madness. So, the link is in the chat. Make sure you guys pay attention because, like I said, you know, she gonna couple all of that into it. You know, the drug abuse, all kinds of other stuff. But there was a time also too where he was telling guys in LA not to serve her. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, Cassie, you know, started getting strung out. You know, she's strung out. You know, there's a lot of, you know, obviously Diddy gonna be running around with a lot of women and stuff like that. That's kind of how they got Cassie. And Cassie is no saint neither. She, you know, she was cheating on Diddy also, driving him up the wall. You know, with Kid Cudi. Later on, you know, you know, if y'all pay attention, y'all will find out why Diddy went after Drake. Some people like that part because now all of a sudden people have this weird hatred for Drake, which is odd. Well, not really. But you know how fake people are. So you know they talked about him going after Drake. You know, because Cassie was gonna go to the OVO Fest. Cassie ended up going to the OVO Fest, if I'm not mistaken, and stuff like that. Cassie ended up messing around with Kid Cudi. Yeah, y'all heard about that? He got his car blew up. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot. It's a lot.
But basically what they were alluding to is that Diddy's violent behavior and aggressive behavior and all of his mood swings that she talked about were because he was coming down from opioids. Let me make sure. I feel like I have so many notes from today. Yeah, again, a lot of graphic messages, mainly about Cassie saying how much she liked it after it happened. It was so good, and she's talking about FOs. Oh, something really big that they're trying to prove here. Cassie felt like she didn't have the words to
Yeah, she was a fan of the freak offs. And then this is how and let me tell y'all how this goes, right? You get a girl, right? And let's say you have a fetish or something that, you know, you have a fetish or something, right? And you know how Diddy is. He's like one of those excited niggas. Like if something happens, you'll never hear the end of it. You know what I'm saying? Cuz he's just one of them exciting ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? She turned out, or you've been rocking with her for years and stuff like that. Naturally, because you have a fetish and you know you got all kinds of dudes and stuff and people around you, you gonna try to bring your homeboys into it, or you probably already have bring your homeboys into it. So some of these rappers and some of these other cats that gotta distance themselves from Diddy, you know, that thought their secret was safe with him. A lot of those guys slept with Cassie. Other rappers and stuff like that. Look at Bad Boy South. Look at like some of the other people that was around Diddy, like the Rick Rosses and stuff like that, and you know, the Meek Mills and stuff like that, and a lot of other people. You know, he probably put them on to, hey, you know, this is how you do this. You know, this is how you do that. You know, get your girls to this. Like, rappers talk about slutting out bitches all the time. But now all of a sudden niggas gonna act like, oh, this is just a new concept. I did not know. Oh, wow, that's crazy. He's horrible. You got rappers on record saying, hey, before you sleep with me, you gotta let the gang hit and all this other stupid shit. What about the thoughts, y'all? What about the thoughts? Wrapped up into the madness. What about the thizots? Huh? Not gonna lie, fucked up as it may sound, Cassie was in a privileged position. A lot of hoes are running around here wishing that they man got them somewhere put up in a mansion. Worried about freak offs. You got OnlyFans women up here talking about some Diddy is disgusting. Bitch, you on OnlyFans. That's a fetish in and of itself. Let's go.
Lay to Diddy because she was so young that she didn't want to do this and yada yada, referring to the FOs. Well, we've seen a lot of messages from Cassie to Diddy that are paragraphs, let's say, explaining certain things to him, really seeming to wear her heart on her sleeve. At one point she said, look, I'm unsure about the FOs because I feel like, you know, before when we were doing them, and this is a few years into their relationship, she said, you know, before we were doing them, I could spend time with you after. Now we're doing them and you're leaving right away.
These messages are showing Cassie enjoyed the FOs. She enjoyed it. It wasn't a thing that she was dreading or a thing that she was looking at as, oh.
Well, that's because she wanted to be with Diddy. And I get that. You know what I'm saying? She you know, she been around him for a long time. She, you know, loves him, know how he moves, you know. You know, I don't know if this is payback for Ryan Leslie, but what was I about to say? That's the thing, you know, she want time with him. You know, after the freak offs, you know, she wanna after the freak offs, she wants to lay up. You know, lay up with them and stuff like that. You know, and that's where it all lies. You know, it's like, I ain't gonna lie, but you know, I ain't gonna lie, kind of rule. Do you lay up with the girl that just got a train ran on her? Like kind of, what does that make you at the end of the day? You know. You know, after you done got slutted out or request to be slutted out and stuff like that, he got a business to run. He got to go back. He got obligations and stuff like that. You know, he got shit to do. You know, he can't really lay up like that. You know? And sadly enough, you know, it's community bicycle vibes, you know? But anyway.
Oh my God. No, she enjoyed it.
And Diddy a wild boy to get kissed in the mouth after that shit. He a wild boy.
Only gripe against it when it got to a point.
Fuck a bad boy. Oh man.
Was she wanted more time with Diddy. She wanted Diddy to do the FOs and then stay there, cuddle, and treat her like an actual girlfriend. After a while of doing the FOs, he began to treat her like a girl just for the FOs. He will only link up with her to do the FOs.
Yeah, because she basically kind of reduced herself to a community bicycle at that point.
And she would express that. Yo, I have no problems doing the FOs. I just have a problem when you treat me like a girl who only do the FOs. Afterwards, you head out and you don't really spend time with me. This is not coming across as somebody who was trafficked, bro. Yo, I'm all for protect women, bro. Because I understand how I will feel if my...
Y'all be leaving out the ... from themselves. Protect women from themselves. Don't leave that part out. Protect them from themselves.
Sister was in this situation, bro. I would believe my sister.
Yeah, you're going to get put in a box. You're going to get put in a box right behind that.
But in this situation, bro, where I'm being tasked with hearing out the facts and hearing out the details, and I'm being asked to make my decision or to give my opinion, it's hard for me to come up here and fake it and let you guys know, yeah, Diddy did that, bro. It's hard because Diddy is a garbage human being. Diddy put hands on this woman. Diddy should be in jail just for that.
I mean, if you up there drinking piss and all kinds of stuff, it's kind of... And Cassie ain't garbage? Cassie ain't garbage, though? Look out for that, man. This shit is fake. And hold up. Don't let these guys on YouTube lie to you. Even after knowing all of this, there's a lot of guys around here in this space that will still sleep with Cassie. Absolutely.
But if you're asking me to give my opinion on whether or not Cassie was a victim of being trafficked, yo, how can I tell you guys with a straight face after hearing stuff like this, man? And it's hard, and a lot of content creators are steering clear of this, bro, because it's hard for us to give a real opinion without being painted as Diddy apologists. Nobody thinks Diddy is a good guy. Nobody thinks Diddy is 100% innocent in regards to this relationship. But he's not being charged with a...
Well, there was 1,000,001 memes of Diddy going around versus... I didn't see any Cassie memes. Let me know in the chat. Have you seen any Cassie memes going around? I'm just starting to see like maybe one or two, and that's today. I didn't see any Cassie memes going around.
You're a victim.
I didn't see any Cassie memes going around. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. I didn't see any Cassie memes going around.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
Where the Cassie memes at?
A lot of the other stuff that we know for a fact that Diddy did. Because those stuff, he can be charged for it, right? Like they're past the statute of limitation. So now the trafficking is what he's trying to get caught on, but yo, it's not sounding like it's trafficking.
For work, and I'm not getting that time with you. So the defense is kind of like, well, it looks like she's able to communicate this stuff. And is it fair to say that this is the reason that you didn't want to do freak offs? Not everything that you testified yesterday. Again, don't get mad at me. I'm just explaining about what the defense's strategy seems to be and what they're going for. Oh, they also went into the fact that, look, you testified that it would take you days to come down from these FOs and you would waste so much time of your life trying to recover. You know, Diddy was doing the same thing. He was coming down from these too. You know, is it fair to say that he was still running a business, running running his own life, running Bad Boy Records and traveling here and there, basically saying, well, you know, he was fine. He didn't have to recover for days. That's your problem. Again, just some observations. Cassie doing a great job holding it together, so calm, so poised. And Anna Estevea, really great. I mean, a lot of defense attorneys can badger these witnesses and really come across unlikable to the jury. But like I said, they're sharing laughs. They, she's not too aggressive. She's getting her point across without being a jerk. So I will give you guys more later.
It's gonna be hard to prove that Cassie was forced into this to a level where it meets trafficking. Because if you don't have any messages or correspondence to where you're telling him, no, I don't want to do this.
Now, this is the thing, y'all. Remember, this is a RICO. That's what they're going for. It's kind of like a RICO and an S trafficking case. So they really are taking a couple of angles. Like they're saying, okay, well, who ordered this and who did that? You know what I'm saying? Because basically, the people that they can prove that's being trafficked in this case to a certain degree are the escorts. Okay, pay attention. Are the escorts. You know, the escorts from that were ordered, but they were saying who was requesting them. And it's under Cassie Ventura. Basically, and another thing that's being put in this case also, too, is that and this is what it's looking like, because it's just how it is, and she's pregnant, quote unquote, now, right? 8.5 months pregnant or something like that. So she's ready to pop. No pun intended. But I think Cassie has immunity. You know, I think she has immunity. You know, to tell you the truth, I think she has immunity in this case. You know, meaning that, you know, obviously she's pregnant, but she's not gonna go to jail, even though if this is a quote unquote RICO, technically she orchestrated a lot of the trafficking. You know, pay attention. She orchestrated a lot of the trafficking. You know? And see, I'm going to tell you some real shit. They're going to be less reluctant to lock her up for anything because, like I said about the whole pimps and the madame thing, y'all, is that they're just going to say, oh, well, she was more of a girlfriend than a madame. You know? Oh, you get your news from Flacco too? Yeah. I started watching Flacco a little bit more lately. You know? Shout outs to Flacco. But yeah, you know, it's easier to prove that, you know what I'm saying, she was more of the girlfriend type than a madame. When in actuality, Cassie is a madame. You know, she's absolutely a madame. And she has orchestrated a lot of this stuff. You know, she has orchestrated a lot of this stuff and at the same time requested. You know, she requested for a lot of this stuff. So, it's like, bruh. Like, let's be serious now. Let's be serious now. You know? Cassie is a madame. Take the guesswork up out of it. Cassie is absolutely a madame. She's the plug, too. You know? I'm pretty sure she put together the drugs. She put together these parties and stuff like that, as beautiful women do. I mean, I'm not even going to lie. A lot of y'all niggas, even if you don't do drugs, who can say no to beautiful women and drugs? Especially in that lifestyle. You know, a lot of these niggas in these spaces never been around that type of stuff. Never lived that type of lifestyle. So all of this is like, ooh, oh my God, he did that? Oh my goodness. Oh my God. And these are people, not even when you turn your back. They'll do this shit right in front of you. These are people man, your girlfriend would be gone in a heartbeat if Diddy was outside having these freak offs. If he was out in the free world having these freak offs, your girlfriend will be gone in a fucking heartbeat. Shouts to D-Mac the trucker. He said dummies getting hemmed up by so-called emotional children. Yeah, and getting spanked in court. Something crazy. DDG up here getting spanked in court. Something crazy. It's like, bro. You need to fire whoever the hell's around you, man. This shit is crazy, man. But let's get back into it. Let's go.
And none of the people who have testified, the male escorts, none of them has said, yo, Cassie was like not trying to do it. No, they say, yo, she was looking like she enjoyed herself. That's not taken away from her experience. She could have very well.
And those male escorts were doing things outside of their job that they shouldn't be doing.
Be doing that to impress Diddy, right? It's not taken away from her experience whatsoever. But it's going to be really hard, bro. It's going to be really hard to prove that this meet the level of trafficking when there's messages saying, yo, I enjoyed this. Yo, when are we going to do it again? Bro, I can't wait to do it again, yo. Hey, yo, next time, can we please get a tad bit more rough? I implore anybody to go ahead and read those messages that was in court. It's hard to look at those messages and come across as if Cassie didn't enjoy it or she wasn't a willing participant in the FOs. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this, all right? Let me...
More baby oil. More baby oil. That's what we need, y'all. We need more baby oil. Oh, fuck. All right, let's go. It gets even worse. Shouts to KB, too. Let's go.
All right, so we are now on week 2, day 4 of the Diddy trial. Yesterday, the prosecution completed their questioning of Cassie, and today she was set to face cross-examination from all the testimony that she gave over the last 2 days. And yesterday, day 3 of the trial, we seen questions that first focused on the attack that happened in a Los Angeles hotel in 2016 that we've all seen CCTV footage of. Cassie told the jurors that Diddy threw a vase at her during that attack. She recalled what happened afterwards. The court was showed text messages between the pair, with Diddy telling Cassie to call me now, even lying, saying that he was being arrested at one point. The jury was shown 13 photographs of male escorts who Diddy paid to have sex with Cassie during freak-off sessions as he sat on the sidelines and watched. She revealed that she participated in these freak-offs hundreds of times. She gave testimony that Diddy regularly filmed these freak-offs, told the court that he had blackmailed her with the videos over time. The jury was showed explicit images of Cassie from some of these freak-offs. Cassie testified about her relationship with Kid Cudi and how Diddy threatened to blow up his car because of their relationship. And then at the end of the questioning, they focused on an episode in 2018 where Diddy allegedly R-worded Cassie. Plus, she said that she often suffered injuries and health problems like stomach issues, gastrointestinal issues, and UTIs after these freak-offs, and sometimes Diddy would make her continue participating in these freak-offs even while she had UTIs. It was a pretty wild day. So today, the defense attorney gets to focus on a lot of that Cassie told the prosecution, and they are going to try to cast doubt on her stories. They are going to try to call into question the coercion claims about her being forced to participate in these freak-offs. And so yeah, with all of that, let's go ahead and get into week 2, day 4 of the Diddy trial. So at about 8:42 this morning, then Cassie returned to the stand, and one of Diddy's attorneys named Anna Estevo is the defense lawyer that is going to be asking questions and cross-examining Cassie on behalf of Diddy. And she started by asking Cassie about her relationship with Diddy over the years by asking if they were in love, to which Cassie replies yes. The defense lawyer points out that Cassie called Diddy by his first name, Sean, throughout her testimony so far. She said there were other names like Puff Daddy, Diddy, but you called him Sean. Is that correct? Cassie said yes. The lawyer then asks if Cassie knew the real Sean and the Sean others didn't see. Cassie again replies yes to both of those questions. The attorney says you knew a version of him the public didn't know. Cassie said correct. Then the lawyer asks if Cassie knew how special she was to Diddy, a question that Cassie responds to with no. They then ask her about the infidelity in their relationship and if it hurt when Diddy lied and cheated on her, and Cassie agreed. The lawyer asks why she put up with this for 11 years, and she said that she didn't put up with it for the entire time, that they did have breaks, but she would inevitably keep going back to him. She said she spent a lot of time feeling hurt in the early stages of their relationship and that she fell in love with Diddy quickly. Apparently, there was also some back and forth between prosecutors and the defense and the judge about how quickly the cross-examination of Cassie was going to happen. Pretty much they wanted her off the stand quickly due to her pregnancy, which is hilarious because the prosecution took their time questioning Cassie, but when it's the defense's turn, they wanted to hurry up and be rushed along. So it says right here, the defense wants to show that Cassie Ventura was a willing participant in her relationship and sexual encounters with Diddy and might have been involved with others. But before cross-examination proceedings got underway, defense lawyer Anna Estevo told the judge that a large part of their case would be that there was infidelity on both sides and that Diddy understood that Cassie had other relationships. Prosecutors said that they hoped to have Cassie, who was 8 months pregnant with her third child, off the stand as soon as possible. They said, quote, "This witness is very, very pregnant. We are afraid she could have her baby over the weekend. We want her off of the stand before the weekend." It then gets back into what's happening in the courtroom, and it says the court is now hearing about messages exchanged by Cassie and Diddy during their relationship. Early on in their 11 years together, they would send loving messages, jurors are told. Diddy referred to Cassie as a baby girl, and in one message to her BlackBerry from 2009, he says, "I love you so much, it makes me cry." In another email exchange from 2010, Cassie tells him she is going to sleep and that she loves him, and he replies, "I love you so much that it consumes my life." In another message from 2009, she tells him, "I love you so much, I can't wait till we don't care anymore." When asked what she meant by this, Cassie tells the court that they were not open about their relationship at this point. On Tuesday, she told the court that Diddy was in a relationship with his longtime partner, Kim Porter, around the time they started dating. Cassie now tells the court that she would travel to see him and that they had long breaks away from each other. When asked why she wanted to spend so much time with him, she replies, "Because I fell in love with him. He was charismatic, a big personality, larger than life." The beginning of their relationship was quote unquote really fast-paced, and scary. But the more time she spent with him, she saw what she thought was his real personality coming out. Somebody who was sweet and attentive. They then start to question Cassie about the freak-offs. And so she asked Cassie why she first agreed to take part in these freak-offs. And Cassie tells the court that at that time, she wanted to make Diddy happy. Jurors hear that she told Diddy, who had 6 children at the time, that she hoped one day they would have a child together too. Diddy's lawyer then asked if Cassie felt like Diddy opened up her world tremendously, and Cassie responded by saying, quote unquote, in a different way. Diddy's lawyer says, "To make him happy, you said you wanted to do these freak offs, right?" Cassie responded with, "No, it was a lot more than that." About an hour into her testimony today, the judge called for a break, and this comes after the discussion turned to messages about the freak off sessions that they were having. In one message, Cassie told Diddy that she was, quote unquote, always ready to freak off, end quote. She has told the court that she never wanted to take part in these sessions with escorts, but did so to please Combs at first, and later because she was scared of the repercussions of not doing so. So she's saying at first, I consented to it.
So see, this ain't no fuck around and find out. This is fuck around and freak off. Freak on, freak off. Freak on, then freak off.
Then I didn't. And that's when it became a problem. So about 15 minutes later, they come back and they start getting into messages between Diddy and Cassie from 2009. One of these messages apparently drew an objection from prosecutors, which the judge sustained. And the email that they showed appeared to be an effort on behalf of Diddy's lawyers to undermine Cassie's repeated claims that she did not want to participate in these freak offs. This is also where we get the first sketch of the day. This one right here showing Diddy act.
They said Diddy, y'all, they said Diddy in the courtroom, grade up. And Cassie.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
Looking at her on the stand, it's like, oh, so you didn't want the freak offs.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
Actually physically taking notes of what Cassie is saying while she's giving her testimony. Notably, this news station said that they aren't going to be including all the content of all the messages here. So maybe later I'll go and read through some inner city press tweets, because he live tweets from the courtroom with pretty much all the details. We just have to see what all this news station.
What's going on, Ghostman King? You said black men are not getting railroad, but I bet Cassie was, though. I don't know. It sounded like she wanted to be the little train that did. Chugga, 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 chugga. She the big boy. You know, a lot of women, I'm not going to lie. I mean, a lot of guys in this space are clueless about women. A lot of women are not. It's not off the table. A lot of women would be fond to be the community to be the community bicycle. You know, that thought, I think it's natural for that thought. Not thought, but that thought to cross a lot of women's mind to be the community bicycle a little bit. Like, yeah, I want to freak out. I want to off, you know? That's what a lot of people fear, you know, when you have, you know, kids and stuff like that, and they starting to wear skimpy clothes and go out, wear less and go out more. And they kind of want to be in the street and stuff like that. You know, you want to protect them from the freak offs, and it's like kids will do everything in they power to run towards the freak offs, you know, to rebel and explore. You know, that's American culture. Hide it from your kids so they can go do it behind your back. You know, man, Cassie is pretty. She was one of the most you know, top vixens. I loved Cassie. I love her music and stuff like that. She had a song with Rick Ross. I make music to numb your brain. She probably slept with Rick Ross. That's kind of what I was alluding earlier, y'all. But you know, I mean, y'all gotta pick it up. But you know, cause Rick Ross and Diddy, they close. You know, but that was his girl. He sent her everywhere. You know, that was his lady. Yo, Cassie gonna come pick you up at the airport. Whoop de whoop and blah blah blah. You have to, you know, keep her busy. But you know, she was somewhere in the mansion put up, and it gets boring. I mean, y'all are screwed either way, man. You know, at the end of the day, whether you have to get up and go out and go work, women want to spend time with you. If you're a millionaire and you have her put up in the mansion too long, she's gonna start sleeping with the pool boy because you're not spending time with her. All kinds of shit. You know? You know, and they start disrespecting each other. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens when you have a toxic relationship. I don't know why people are acting like they've never been some people never been in a relationship before. But I don't know why people are acting like toxic relationships don't exist, you know? I get out of them, you know. Sometimes the relationship do get toxic, though. I remember in my 20s, I did have an ex, and it was toxic. You know, now that I'm older, it was toxic. Me, you know, shit. Me and her was pranking each other, man. You know what I'm saying? Me and her damn near was about to light each other on fire. You know, it gets toxic sometimes a little bit. you know? And sometimes you don't know if you young or if y'all just toxic, you know? Young and doing drugs and shit like that, you know? So, you know, shit like that happens, you know? You said Diddy should have a girl like Precious to humble him. Oh, hell no. Hell no. You know? But I told y'all about, you know, yeah, big girls need love too. Shout outs to my big girls, but nah, man, Diddy ain't gonna have that. But I you know, I know where Cassie was coming from. You know, I like Cassie. I mean, I wish she made more music. I don't know if it was a contract thing, cause I actually really liked her music. You know, I did like her music, and I can't really say if she could sing or not. I mean, both songs, Me and You and Long Way to Go, she had some parts in it. You know, but especially when Ryan Leslie was behind her production. You know, but you know, it's like Cassie was just gorgeous to me. You know, I you know, obviously Diddy didn't marry her, but I really liked Cassie. She was one of those divas. I refer to her as a diva because she was kind of like always in the background. I'm like, dang, you know, damn, Diddy didn't marry Cassie. You know, I think she was holding it down. I've always liked Cassie. She was the perfect girl. She beautiful. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Pastor? I don't know if Diddy smashed Lizzo, but hearing all of this shit, I wouldn't put it past him. You know, he may have wanted some strange, you know. But, you know, I'm going to say this, you know, like Cassie has always struck me as that, like, dime that was like mysterious because she didn't really say much. You know, you didn't really hear too much from her. You would see more pictures from her than to actually hear her. You know what I'm saying? She was always like the mysterious dime that Diddy had put up, you know, somewhere, you know. Yeah, she wanted the bad boy. And then even then, you know, y'all don't understand how girls like Cassie be having their nose in the air and talking crazy to regular dudes that want to hit them and stuff like that. I get it. She in the lifestyle. She gonna have to put the nigga onto some shit. That's how, you know, unhip to a lot of the stuff she was doing that a lot of these dudes are doing and that a lot of these dimes are doing. These dimes hang out late at night and do drugs. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these dimes will ruin your life. You know, and have you strung out and put you on to certain things and stuff like that. That's just how it goes, you know. That's the lifestyle and stuff like that. You dig? These dimes will have you, you know what I'm saying? That's just the way it is, you know. You're not hip, you know. She going to go do coke or something in the bathroom and stuff like that. So they very irritable when you not in their world or don't understand them. She got to keep a Diddy or be with a rapper and stuff like that. And eventually she'll bring that bullshit to the rappers too. That's why Kid Cudi was getting his car blowed up and all kinds of shit. Eventually the rapper, you know, even if you a rapper, you know a girl like that, because you meet girls like that all the time when you rapping and stuff like that, and you like, dang, you know what, I gotta get with her because she has a name and stuff like that. Or you know what I'm saying, I'll deal with her and put up with her and stuff like that because you know that she's good for optics. You know, she'll even turn you into a damn sex symbol and stuff like that, just with the stuff that she's doing, you know, coke sex, ecstasy sex, ketamine sex and stuff like that, you know. A lot of those guys, they don't know nothing about none of that shit, you know. And I'm not gonna say Kid Cudi was like a plug to her or something like that, but hey, it is what it is. But what I'm saying is this, she'd be a rapper's dream, to tell you the truth. But girls like that are a headache. You know, you have them put up somewhere, and that's what I thought. That's what Diddy was doing. You know, which makes sense. Girls like that want to be put up anyway. They say it in their music and stuff. You know, but but they be the main ones doing it. You know, they be the main ones doing it. You know, they getting slutted out, and like I said, and it makes a lot of sense because I've been telling y'all that the dimes and the baddies they gotta overdo it now in today's society. You know, they're stuck, honestly, and they don't even know that it's the internet. You know, like I said, feminist women and average women, they got the dimes beat. They got the dimes beat. Absolutely, they got the dimes beat with the internet. The internet has made dimes do a lot of things that they normally wouldn't do. Dimes wasn't acting like this back in the day. Getting smutted out and all kinds of stuff, and best believe if dudes were doing that with dimes back in the day, it was more so on some get back shit. Dimes used to be the ones getting wifed up, and getting taken off the market. You wouldn't even know a dime is going through it back in the day. But now, that shit all out in the open, man. Some of the most beautiful faces are going through certain things, and it's like, dang, you didn't even have to do that. You didn't even have to do that. Like, why are you even doing that? It make you rethink about a pretty face, man. Right, LT, man. You see this shit? This shit crazy, man. I mean, if dimes were ugly back in the day, it was for a different fucking reason. It was because of an attitude, or it was because how you saw her treat somebody and stuff like that. But now, dimes just to get attention or stick out from the crowd. Every girl is a dime nowadays. And the reason why a lot of the feminists and a lot of those women were doing that or wanted that was because they thought that men were in charge of pretty privilege and they wanted women to have the reins. Now that you see that women got the reins, look at what you got. And a lot of women aren't really, they're not really into saving dimes like that. Women have to get rid of the appraisal system. So a lot of the most disgusting behavior and debaucherous stuff, man. Don't be surprised if there's a dime behind it and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't even trust the dimes nowadays. There's a couple women in society you can't trust. Don't trust no woman with no ass and stuff like that. There's a lot of women that you can't trust. But now you can't just trust. You can't even trust the dimes. Average women are back in style now. It's obvious at this point.
That wrote this breakdown right here gets to, but in one of these messages she said, quote unquote, I can't wait, talking about.
Yeah, I knew it was over when women openly discussed eating ass. That's what I was talking about. That's where I got that clip from Mella. Which one of you niggas was eating ass? We were talking about women. But I thought women from the 90s or early 2000s was the most freakiest, freaked out women on the planet. No, I was mistakenly wrong. These millennial bitches are on something completely different. These bitches will turn you out. Got the nerve to talk about Diddy. These bitches will eat your ass and ghost you. Now you in the now you got a problem. These girls will eat your ass, take your booty card, and then ghost you. Now you a loose queen in the street with your booty tooted up. Pause. Y'all fucking around with these bitches. And there's niggas running around here in these spaces talking about some, if a girl does it, it's not gay. It's like, nigga, no, it is G-hay. But that's up to y'all. I mean, you know, if you like your salad tossed, cool. You know? But women, you know, I can't. Like, these guys are really trying to, you know, because these guys are really trying to say Diddy need to get locked up because he's gay or whatever, or he deals with dudes and stuff, which I don't see him dealing with dudes. I think Cassie would have said something about it if Diddy was G-hay. But what I'm saying is, you know, what she said about Diddy is disgusting. You know, but a lot of women be trying to do stuff like that. This is why I kind of stay away from like the swinging lifestyle and threesomes and all that other goofball shit. Cause she was like, oh well, once the male gigolo, quote unquote, once he, came and shit, pause, that she would do it, or I'm not sure if she said Diddy requested it, but she would go over and like rub it on his nipples, and I'm like, oh hell no. You know, my bad if y'all hearing this. I had to hear it too. Y'all hit the like button and support the show, because this is crazy. You know, they didn't say anything about Diddy being gay. You know, he might be weird and stuff like that, but she didn't say anything about Diddy being gay. What's going on, Chaos? I'm not, and even if he is, like I said, I don't give a fuck. That's the problem with niggas. A lot of niggas have shown, I ain't even gonna lie, and I said this before on past shows when we called all of this shit. A lot of niggas have shown that they're gay, worried about if he's gay. You know what I'm saying? Because like we act like we don't go out in society and see certain things. You know, y'all act like y'all don't have gay friends or gay family members and gay co-workers and stuff like that. Like, that's another thing that we got to knock off to a certain degree. It's like, okay, look, a lot of people are G-hay, and it's not a crime to be G-hay. You know, y'all are saying that because he's perpetuating to be straight or whatever, and he's in the rap industry or whatever. Look, a lot of these dudes in the industry, people been saying it for a long time, is G-hay. You know, look at Kanye. You know, this is, you know, I know that rhymed, but look at Kanye. You know, and if the man is a deviant, even if that's what he requested Cassie to do, that's his business. That's his business. You know, you got dudes that be into all kinds of shit. You know? But from what I'm hearing, what Cassie is saying, Diddy is cucked out. He's a cuck. But then again, a lot of you niggas are cucks, but don't know it. You know, I would say Diddy's more of a cuck at this point. You know? There's some cuck shit. And, you know, women are always trying to, you know, do some wild shit. You know, some nut swapping shit. So it's like, ugh. You know? Diddy's cucked the fuck out. You dig?
Her taking part in a freak off. In another message, Diddy told her that he was horny, and she replied, "Oh my God, I was just about to text you the same thing." In another message, she told him, "I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I feel like I want to In another message, Cassie told Diddy that she just quote unquote deleted our little vid off of her camera, and she also called the video that she deleted dope. Cassie had previously alleged in court that Diddy used these videos of her sexual encounters with male escorts to blackmail her. Jurors now hear about an email that was sent in 2009 in which Cassie seems to be expressing conflicting feelings about taking part in these freak off sessions with escorts. In the email, she tells Diddy she needed to trust him, quote unquote, beyond it just being sexual, end quote. That in order to be more open sexually, I need to feel safe, like I'm at home. She told him the last time was a mistake, but since has made me feel a little dirty and grimy as opposed to sexual and spontaneous. This was the reason she was going back and forth in my mind with wanting and not wanting to do it, she wrote. At first, when they were so in love, there were no questions asked. It just felt right. She told him, I get nervous that I'm just becoming the girlfriend that you get your fantasies off with. Diddy's lawyer asked Cassie if this was an important part of their relationship.
Yeah, she wanted more commitment from him. Her feelings wasn't matching the reality. She wanted more commitment from him. LT Man said, what's a cuck? Oh, bro, that's going to be a whole nother 10-minute discussion right there. We're going to get into it. I got you, LT Man. If you can't, try to Google it, and then I'll fill in the gaps. I got you, bro.
And Cassie says it was an integral part. Diddy's lawyer then asked Cassie about her 21st birthday in August of 2007. Cassie previously told the court that this was when Diddy, who was 37 at the time, first kissed her. The lawyer asked if she was successful as a 21-year-old, and Cassie responded by saying that she was trying to be. Diddy's lawyer then asks her about her first self-titled album, which was released in
Nobody's really worried. Nobody's caring about the person that really got hurt in this situation. What about Ryan Leslie?
2006, and Cassie said it did well and agreed that in 2007 she was a celebrity in her own right, a model as well as a singer, and she was well known. Cassie says she had been in the industry for about 3 years by this point and says that she was doing well.
Nobody asking about what does Ryan think. That's fucked up, y'all.
Financially, when asked if she was an up-and-coming star.
You said, why do people care what other people like to do in the bedroom? That's so strange. Why do you need to... Right. But you know what, too? What it is, D Chicago? Is that, yeah, she would have... I think Ryan would have brought Cassie to the moon. You know? But, a lot of these dudes are doing way worse shit than Diddy. I'm gonna tell you the truth. You got a lot of regular dudes or guys that are doing way more shit than Diddy, and couples and stuff like that. The thing is that a lot of people want to copy and do, you know what I'm saying, do what these celebrities do. Oh, that's what Diddy doing? Oh, he doing the pink cocaine? Let me go ask my my plug about the pink cocaine. They like to copy people and shit. So best believe there's somebody out there right now trying to re-emulate these freak offs. Better believe it. Ryan probably is sitting back laughing at all the chaos right now. Ryan got he's teaching financial courses too, which is hilarious. But Ryan got a crazy story with him also. I talked about it before. Shout outs to Ryan Leslie. I wouldn't say what Cassie did was hypergamy, but yeah, some people could say it's hypergamy. Ryan would have put her on just, the same way, or less. It would have been business hypergamy, but not no relationship.
Cassie replies with, I guess you could say that. The court
Right, D Chicago, I agree.
hears again that when she signed with Combs' record label, Bad Boy, their relationship was platonic at first. At that time, she was in a relationship with another musician who had introduced these two. Diddy's lawyer returned the questions back to the freak-off sessions, and in Cassie's testimony, she's told the court that she would wear wigs and masks, right, disguises. So Diddy's attorney asks her about this now and asks if Cassie did that because she wanted to be discreet. Cassie said, quote unquote, the encounter itself was pretty crazy. I did not want anyone to know. Diddy's lawyer then asks about her lawsuit that she filed in 2000.
Yeah, Diddy had her put up. But see, this is the thing though. Because I'm pretty sure Diddy liked Cassie. And but he knew that she was a choosy Susie. You dig what I'm saying? He knew that she was a Jezebel. He knew the industry he was in, and he knew that she would hop from dude to dude. You know, so he preserved their image to a certain degree because y'all didn't know Cassie was out here doing all of this. You know, she's talking about how she had to keep it discreet right now. You know, Diddy had her put up. All right, I'll show y'all the next video. Shout outs to Flacco because he did a good job. I'll show y'all the next video. He had to protect her from Drake. He had to protect her from a lot of people. He knew she was a choosy Susie. She'd be off with the next rapper.
2023, a lawsuit that Diddy settled the very next day for $20 million. And Diddy's lawyer asked Cassie if she understood that Diddy's career was ruined when the lawsuit was publicized in 2023. And Cassie said, yes, I could understand that. The article says that lawyers for Diddy are painting his sexual preferences as part of a quote unquote swingers lifestyle that had been mentioned previously in the trial. People may not agree with it, they have said, but that does not make it as trafficking. And so the court hears details about an exchange between Diddy and Cassie from July of 2012. In it, they talk about having sex with each other after freak-off sessions. Diddy says this is his favorite part. Diddy's lawyer asked Cassie about the swingers lifestyle and if she understood that freak-offs were consistent with this, and Cassie says that they were very different things. Diddy's lawyer asks if she was keeping freak-offs a secret from her friends, and she says that she was. Diddy's lawyer asked Cassie about Diddy's impact on her confidence, and Cassie says that Diddy would put her down but also would often build her up. She acknowledged that Diddy called her a queen and sent many messages in a similar vein. When asked how he built her up, Cassie responds with, words were helpful. He's got that inspiring energy inside of him. Diddy's lawyer then asks about Diddy's incessant calling, and Cassie says that this would happen when she had not told him where she was or when he was angry, quote unquote. It could be anything. Maybe he assumed I was cheating. I don't know. Diddy's lawyer calls for a break, but the judge asks her to continue for a bit longer. At this point, her questions switch to drug use, and she asks Cassie if she believes that Diddy was an addict. Cassie says she believes.
Yeah, but I mean, girls like Cassie, though, would have stepped all over Ryan Leslie. Girls like Cassie would have stepped all over Ryan Leslie. She would have trampled him. You know, she would have trampled him when she got to a certain level in her career. You know what I'm saying? There is no building a woman like that up and then thinking she gonna be loyal. She would have trampled him. Ryan, at some point, she would have had to been joint at the hip to ride. Ryan Leslie would have had to put some kids in her or something. He would have had to. The way Cassie looked and at that time and she was coming up, and then the production Ryan was putting behind her, oh my God. She would have, man. And the stuff, and then Ryan Leslie's a whole different show. Because the stuff he was going through was crazy. This nigga losing briefcases and stuff, and then they holding his shit for ransom. And it, man, listen. Ryan Leslie had to pay back a victim that stole from him. Ryan Leslie, bruh, somebody stole from him and he had to pay them back. They sued him. And he had to do payment plans to pay that nigga back.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI. Tell them right.
You know, so you know, the shit is crazy. This shit is crazy.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI. Tell them right.
Stole from that man. Ransomware.
So, and would say that he was addicted to opiates. Cassie had previously testified that she also used opiates and tells the court that withdrawing from them is painful and that you get super sick and you can't do normal things. She said she would be nauseous and have stomach issues and that she became more agitated and uncomfortable when she was not on them. Diddy's mood often depended on whether he was using or withdrawing from opiates, and he became more angry and volatile, she tells the court. She says he also took drugs including ecstasy, MDMA, coke, but she wasn't aware of him being addicted to any of these. When asked how ecstasy makes you feel, she says euphoria, and that she would take it herself to be high during the freak-offs. At this point, the judge calls for a lunch break. This is about 11:38 this morning, and apparently at this point, Diddy's lawyers told the judge that they would need all day tomorrow to continue questioning, and the judge responded to them with, "That is the exact opposite of what I was told was going to happen." So at about 12 o'clock, they came back from lunch, and before the hearing restarted, the judge became frustrated with Diddy's lawyers over how long they are going to continue cross-examining Cassie, saying that they should get a day and a half to question her, just like the prosecution had a day and a half to question her. The judge said, quote, "In what universe did you not understand that this is what was going to happen? You're not telling me this was everyone's understanding that this witness was going to be done this week?" It says this comes after an indication by the defense that they would need the rest of the day today and all of tomorrow to continue questioning Cassie. Earlier, the judge made it clear that he wants to keep this trial moving quickly. All right, the judge ain't messing around, bro. He said this is not finna be a 4 or 5 month trial. Y'all are gonna get it done. It says Cassie, who is 38, is 8 months pregnant and has spent 2.5 days on the stand already. Yesterday, she broke down in tears towards the end of her testimony. Jurors were then allowed to leave a little earlier than expected because the judge understood that the questioning of Cassie would be finished by the end of the week, he tells the legal teams. About 20 minutes later, cross-examination continued, and the court is hearing about more message exchanges with Diddy. His attorney showed this message where Cassie said, "I love RFOs," FO standing for freak offs, in a text message that she sent in 2000.
Oh, y'all gonna skip right past it. RFOs. RFOs. You know, she set some of them freak offs up. I love RFOs. They throw in freak offs.
2017.
Two freaks throw a party, but the man goes down. Somehow, all of this stuff you hear happening to Cassie, somehow she's not a freak.
Cassie responded to that message being shown by saying, yes, they were just words at that point, she tells the court. The jury hears the following exchange. Diddy, I want to FO right now, LOL. Cassie, me too, LOL. I want to have fun with you. Diddy, if you're not into it, no problem. And Cassie responded with love.
Imagine if you got with Cassie, you don't even know what the hell she been doing. That bitch will have you in a sex dungeon. Are you like, man, you know, I ain't leaving her. She probably turning that personal trainer nigga out. Oh, so that's how you know how to do. Plot twist, he on the same shit. He on the same shit. Oh, that's what you was doing? Okay, I'm pissing in your mouth tonight. You know? Niggas got Cornhub pulled up in their browse history, but they want to talk crazy about Diddy. Watching Two Girls in One Cup. But Diddy's a monster. Okay. Up here looking at golden showers and shit.
Of you. At this point, questioning turns to Kim Porter, which is Diddy's ex-girlfriend, the mother of his 4 children. And remember, Cassie has told the court that she started messing with Diddy while him and Kim Porter were still together. Diddy's lawyer asked Cassie if there was a time when Diddy left a freak off with Cassie in order to go see Kim Porter, and also asked if Cassie was jealous of Kim. Cassie said, "I had some jealousy of Miss Porter." Porter, who died in 2018 from pneumonia, and Diddy had 3 children, Christian Combs, twin daughters, Delilah and Jesse Combs, and they also adopted their son, Quincy Brown. Diddy's lawyer then moves to April of 2014 and asks about another woman, a woman who I guess Diddy was dating. Cassie says that she found out about this woman through social media and was quote unquote really upset. Diddy denied anything was happening when she asked him. Cassie tells the court Diddy's lawyer says Diddy did not have freak-offs with this other woman and asked if this upset Cassie, and Cassie responded with yes. She goes on to tell jurors that Diddy also learned she had been unfaithful, which was a little scary. The court then hears another message sent by Cassie to Diddy saying, "I'm just going to the pool. Wish we could have a freak off before you left." Diddy's defense team is trying to show her involvement in these freak offs with escorts was.
See, she taunting that man with freak offs, thinking he gonna take a jet right back home. Or first thing I'm coming is right back home. What you doing? Wanna freak off and chill? Like she here asking for freak offs. Okay.
A consensual act at this point. Questions then move to the hip hop mogul's children. He has 7 now, 6 during the time of his relationship with Cassie. His lawyer says that Cassie was upset that she didn't get to form a relationship with them, and Cassie confirms that that is true. She said it could be heartbreaking when she was asked about seeing Diddy with Kim Porter and their children. She says it is true that she wanted to be part of his family, not just his sexual fantasy. When asked if it was another woman she discovered Diddy was seeing and who was the main problem in the relationship, Cassie agrees and says yes. Diddy's attorney says, "You were concerned you were a side piece, that you were not the main girlfriend," and Cassie confirmed that too and said yes. Diddy's lawyer says, "You were insanely jealous," and Cassie said, "I did not say that. I expressed my feelings. That was who I was then. I was definitely jealous." Still on the same subject, Diddy's lawyer asked Cassie about Diddy's jealousy rather than hers, and Cassie agrees that he could be more jealous than her and that he lost his temper when he was suspected that she was seeing other men. Questions turn to Scott Muscudi, which is Kid Cudi, who remember.
But he wasn't. She was seeing other men. It's not attempted. She was seeing other dudes.
They have accused Diddy of threatening to blow up Kid Cudi's car because him and Cassie had a relationship. It says Diddy's lawyer tells the court that Diddy thought collaborating with Kid Cudi might help her music career, and Cassie says that yes, Diddy is the one who put us together. Diddy learned she was having a relationship with Kid Cudi in December of 2011, and Cassie admits that she had a burner phone to contact him on, and says that her and Diddy.
So she up here hiding the infidelity, but y'all, well, it's Diddy, so a lot of y'all morality is gonna get thrown out towards him. But let's go.
Were not in the best place at that time, adding that they were on a break. She said, quote unquote, "I did not want him to find out. I thought it would be way too dangerous if he found out." Diddy's lawyer said because he would be insanely jealous, and Cassie said yes. The court hears that despite her break with Combs, the freak off sessions continued and he discovered her second phone.
Oh man, Cudi was kissing some pissy lips. Cassie got some beautiful lips too, man. It's like, dang.
He alleges that he attacked her after he found out. They then take a short break, and after that short break, court gets back in sessions and questions about Cassie's relationship with Kid Cudi continues. And the court hears that after Diddy discovered the affair between Cassie and Cudi, he allegedly attacked Cassie and kicked her in the back. She then traveled to her parents' house in Connecticut. Diddy's defense lawyer asks if Diddy was irate and particularly annoyed about the relationship because of Kid Cudi's status in the industry. industry, which at the time he was a really popular rapper. And Cassie tells the court that the subject of cheating came up all the time during their relationship. Diddy's lawyer asks if whenever Cassie would accuse Diddy of infidelity after 2011, would he retaliate by reminding her of Kid Cudi, and she said sure. Diddy's attorney says every holiday season he would remember the anniversary of Kid Cudi, right? And Cassie says she does not remember this happening as they didn't spend holidays together. I don't get what Diddy's lawyer's point is here. I don't think that line of questioning is going to make him look good if she answered yes to that question. But anyways, Diddy's lawyer then returns to Diddy's relationship with another woman, this mysterious woman that they mentioned earlier. Apparently, Cassie saw a video of them together and was quote unquote definitely angry. This came after the rapper had spent years saying he was done with this woman, Diddy's lawyer says, and Cassie agrees to that. After this, Cassie broke up with Diddy and quote unquote blocked him. Diddy's lawyer then asks if Diddy suspected that Cassie was in a relationship with actor Michael B. Jordan, and Cassie responded with, I wasn't there to see. When asked what Diddy's reaction to this news was, Cassie said that he tried to make contact, but she can't remember if it was via text or a call or how he tried to reach out. Cassie then tells jurors that her friends and
She done slept with Killmonger.
her parents knew about her problems with Diddy at different points in time. The hip-hop mogul went to her family's home to speak to her parents to discuss their problems, jurors are told, and Cassie says that she was present for some of the conversations. Diddy's lawyer then asks if there was a time when they discussed getting off drugs, and Cassie says rehab wasn't really a thing in their relationship. She says they experimented all the time with different drugs. The court hears that in the summer of 2016, Diddy wanted her to stop taking so many drugs. When asked what his reaction was when he found out that she had taken drugs with other people without telling him, she responded with explosive. He told dealers in LA to stop selling to her, Cassie says. It then says the court is now hearing about an alleged incident on a balcony, which was mentioned earlier in this trial. Sean Diddy Combs has been accused of dangling one of Cassie's friends over a balcony at her apartment in a separate civil case, and this was mentioned by the prosecutor during her opening statement on Monday. So Diddy's lawyer now implies that Cassie did not see this alleged incident. She says, quote, "You learned about this incident on the balcony after the fact." And Cassie responded with, "I saw what I saw." Fashion designer Brianna Banna Bongolan filed a lawsuit against Diddy in November of last year, alleging that he dangled her over the railing of a 17th floor balcony at Miss Ventura's Los Angeles apartment in September of 2016. And then it says the court hears from Cassie that Diddy noticed side effects she was suffering due to the drug use and recommended that she see a doctor. Cassie also says that there was times when Diddy was concerned for her mental health. Diddy himself overdosed on an opiate painkiller while at the Playboy Mansion in 2012. Cassie confirms to the courtroom the rapper being taken to a hospital was reported by outlets including entertainment sites like TMZ at the time, with Diddy said then to have suffered an extreme migraine. After this, the judge calls for a short break. Oh, man, how long have I been going, bro? Like 23 minutes? Jeez, this was a long day in court. Anyways, they come back from the break, and the first thing that happens is that Cassie confirms that there were never any drugs contained in the baby oil that were used during the freak-offs. This is a rumor that we heard going around. Oh, Diddy was putting drugs inside of the baby oil, spiking it with GHB.
All right, so now kill that, y'all. There was no GHB in the baby oil. That it was just straight up baby. Just straight. He ain't cut it with nothing, y'all. It's just straight up plain Jane. It was no bust down baby oil, all right?
B and things like that. Cassie said that didn't happen. So Diddy's lawyer returns to the time of the incident where Diddy was whooping Cassie's ass in the hallway on CCTV, wearing nothing more than a towel and socks. And the court begins to hear about explicit messages that were sent by Cassie to Combs on March the 4th, the day before the alleged incident at the hotel. It says Combs responded, "Too bad you have to work." Previously, the court had been told that Cassie had a premiere for her first feature film A few days after this, so Diddy's attorney tells the court that Cassie then sent more explicit messages to Diddy, and the messages exchanged before what happened in that hotel hallway. Diddy said, "You look so sexy today." Cassie responded to that and said, "Baby, I want to FO so bad, but I don't want to of myself up." Cassie tells the court that she didn't want him to think she didn't want to take part in a freak off, and relented that after these messages he asked her over and over and over again. During earlier questioning by the prosecution, Cassie said that
she up here taunting the man with his own freak offs.
She was trying to keep Diddy happy because she didn't want him to ruin her career with her film premiere coming up. Quote, "At this point, he has sent you loving messages. He attended a promotional event for your movie. He appears to be supportive of what you want to do. Is this your interpretation of what happened before this hotel incident?" And Cassie says that it is her interpretation. The court then hears a few more messages which suggest that Diddy did not want to get too high, quote unquote, for anything actual to happen, or at least that's what Cassie says. And then directly after this, Diddy's lawyers' final questions for the day focused on the drugs that were taken during the freak off at the Intercontinental Hotel. Cassie says that she does not recall the beginning of the session, but says that they had most likely taken MDMA or ecstasy. Diddy's attorney asks if she ever had bad ecstasy or MDMA, and Cassie replies with, "Yes, you get sick." Diddy's defense attorney then asks if the drugs they had taken that day were a bad batch of MDMA, which raises an objection from the prosecution, but this is overruled by the judge, so Cassie has to respond. She says, "I have no idea," and obviously they're trying to make it seem like maybe Diddy got high on some bad drugs and that's why he acted the way he did that day. But directly after that, the jury is sent home for the day, and Cassie is expected to return tomorrow for continued cross-examination. What a day in court it was.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I don't want to hear and see y'all talking crazy about Cassie's husband, because y'all will wife up street trash the same way. Now, damn, y'all been here listening and enjoying the show. Please hit the like button and support the show. You know, that's crazy, man. Y'all hit the like button and support the show, y'all. It gets deeper. Alright? Cash App is in the chat. Let's go. It's player talk.
But for now, that's the video. That's what we got. Y'all gotta let me know what y'all think.
Shout outs to KB. He did a good job, because I definitely wasn't gonna go get them damn transcripts and stuff like that. I was just gonna give y'all a big ass synopsis of it and stuff like that. But listen. You know, there's a couple more details I want to fill y'all in on, but like I said, as promised, Cassie was dealing with. Check this out.
This did.
Shout outs to Flacco. We checkering it today. All right. So y'all can get the full story. Cassie was, she was out here. But let's go.
The trial just revealed exactly why Diddy was in LA trying to hire goons to take out Drake. It's insane. We finally got the full story, bro. We know exactly why Diddy hated Drake, and it wasn't over no songs or no beat, bro, as Diddy would try to make it appear to be. Now, before we can get into what took place today, let's just rewind a little bit and give you guys a history of this Drake and Diddy beef. Now, this is part one, where we do dive deep and sort of entertain the idea that this was over the song and a beat because Diddy said it was. But just ignore that and just look at the attempts that Diddy made on Drake's life. And then once we get past that, we're going to go to part two, where we really break down what took place today in trial and what the real reason.
Now, Diddy goes 0 to 100 real quick.
That Diddy was
upside Drake's head,
trying to hunt Drake throughout LA. Diddy put a hit out on Drake, but Drake survived by making this really smart decision. Stay with me. This is not clickbait at all. So by now, everybody already knows, on the early mornings of December 8th, 2014, at a VMA after party, Diddy put hands and feet on Drake. See, the beatdown was so ferocious that Diddy sent Drake to the emergency room.
He's done battle with Brown, but did Drake take on Diddy? E-Talk's Daniel Graham joins us now with more. What's going on?
Well, yeah, you kind of said it there, Bev. There are reports from Miami that late or early hours Monday morning, Diddy and Drake got in a fight outside of a nightclub. They are both there for the Art Basel Festival. And MTV has confirmed an eyewitness that says, yes, a fight went down. Diddy allegedly hitting Drake, not knocking him out, but hitting him quite hard. And the quote was, clocked him. Rick Ross's DJ tweeted that Drake ended up in the hospital.
Now, despite Diddy going out of his way to deny an altercation took place.
Like, what made you put hands on Drake? I did not put hands on Drake. Oh. And I do not want any problems with Drake.
50 Cent will confirm that this indeed happened and that Diddy put the pause on Drake over a dispute over the 0 to 100 beat.
Puff can't even hear a hit. I know he couldn't.
Puff can't hear a hit? That's kind of crazy.
He still hear things from back then, that time period.
Oh, got you now.
Right.
Okay. Got you.
He can't buy the right. He can't. You play it for him right now, and it's hot. He can't buy it. This is why he's fighting Drake. When you hit Drake, because he used the beat that he didn't actually use.
0 to 100.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So if he heard it, and then he heard Drake's use it, but it wasn't a hit yet until Drake put the lines on the record.
Here's what makes Diddy going on a Breakfast Club in 2015 and denying that he had an issue with Drake. You see, August of 2015 is when Diddy went on the Breakfast Club. August of 2015, Diddy had an active hit. Diddy put a bag on Drake's head for any gangster in LA to claim it.
About how you found out that they're trying to set up Drake in LA at one point. What exactly was that about?
That was about like him and Diddy were beefing.
So one thing we're learning about Diddy as of lately is that Diddy is a sociopath, man. The man is insane. I believe that Diddy and King Von was cut from the same cloth, but Diddy just had $1 billion to really play ball. King Von was just a savage, yo. They both, to me, right, had the lust for blood. Cause Diddy was moving crazy. We seen he blew up Kid Cudi's like cars in the cribs. So Drake understood though that for him to survive in LA as a non-affiliate, he had to cozy up to some real gangsters. So Drake decided he was going to cozy up to the game and seek protection from the game against Diddy.
Right? They had a little beef over something in Miami outside of Live.
I think Diddy allegedly assaulted him or something. I think it was over the Start from the Bottom beat, where I guess it's supposed to go to Diddy and Drake took it and something silly like that.
But there were like calls, going around LA, and it was like, Drake here, Drake there, who will run up on him. I'm not saying it, it didn't come from Diddy directly, but LA get tricky. So, when there are beefs and they are here, no matter who it is, like there's certain people that are gonna get called, and I'm one of those people. So, I had privy, Drake to a little information. Like I said, I don't know where it came from, but I always, it's like my brother. So I hit him. I told him like, yo, this is what it is, but I got you. We over here, and I'm pretty heavy. So, we straight.
If you read in between the lines, then you caught on, right? The game said the hit on Drake's head was a consequence from his beef with Diddy, but the game being a certified street dude who was thorough, he knew he was saying a little too much, so he cleaned it up and said, hey, I can't say if it came directly from Diddy or not. I just knew I had my boys back. But protection ain't free. We homies, but protection ain't free. So Drake still had to play ball and cough up something. So Drake gave Game a record, 100, which we know was filmed in Compton. Oh, you ain't think Drake was in the middle of Compton hugging on babies or singing karaoke just because, right? Like, y'all ain't think this was just off the love, right?
I'm in the club every time that they play the competition.
Now, if you listen to
Now, Drake actually breaks this down in a lot of his music. What was it? I think it's 4 a.m. No, not on Birdie Road. I don't know. I think that song was on Views. But no, I mean, listen, Drake played it how it goes. Drake played it how it goes, man. Yeah, he played it how it goes by hooking up with Game, and then he was gonna be all right anyway. I mean, honestly, Game is Pyru, and Cash Money is Pyru, so they already tapped in with the Bloods, and stuff like that. So Game and Drake played it how it goes. So
that record closely, then you probably already know where I'm heading.
Diddy tapped in with the Crips.
Game confirmed on that record that Diddy put the hit out on Drake and all OVO members. On his verse, the Game will rap that he was actually contacted initially to set Drake up, but he decided he was going to protect his mans. He rapped, "Ninjas called me to set you up, want me to come and wet you up, because you were out of town ninja like Biggie," the Diddy reference. "Heard about the shit with Diddy, so I came through to vest you up. And I got a vest for 40, a vest for Hush, a vest for every ninja with an eye on his chest. And what? I got LA Unify. You better off committing suicide. Teachers ain't testing us. See, I know how it feel to be Platinum Plus. Ninjas is jealous of you, so they try to wrap you up, tax you up, but it's OVO."
And if y'all don't know, because slick wordplay, he's using Diddy bars. Platinum Plus, like, come on.
Blood money. That man Diddy is a dangerous dude, bro. Which makes sense as to how Diddy was able to survive living in LA at the height of the East Coast and West Coast beef. Diddy was beefing with Suge Knight while living in LA, and he lived, and he was untouched. Yo, Diddy is a chess maker, and he's a real Don Gordon, bro. A bad man.
I wonder, no, that was a minute ago. I don't think Lori Harvey is in any of this, or I think Cassie Ben moved on while Diddy was messing with Lori Harvey. But Lori Harvey now, remember I told you all about them dimes. Lori Harvey probably. Hey, Lori Harvey definitely looked like freak off material, y'all. And the son and Diddy was dating her at the same time. Uh-oh. You know Young Miami was getting freaked off on. Come on now. Material.
Now, it kind of makes sense as well as to why Drake was so paranoid and on edge during the video shoot. Wack 100 would tell a story.
And then the funny part is that's what I was saying too with with all of these other girls that was around that Diddy dealt with. It's like, oh dang. I thought what me and him was doing was special, but nah, he was doing it with Cassie. He had to replace his Cassie. He had to find some other women to turn out. A couple hoes probably tried out, a couple hoes didn't. But best believe if you were on his arm, freak off.
On Clubhouse as to how Drake got so spooked out when he seen dudes he didn't know that he hopped in his minivan and they drove off right away during the video shoot because Drake was terrified.
In the limousine, Cali, we put all the kids in, had Drake get in and take pictures and all that shit. The significance was, first of all, the homies had all the corners locked down because Drake agreed to come to the ghetto.
Right, I was about to say that.
Drake agreed to come to the ghetto, right?
Gotta lock it
now,
down.
I told this story before, right? When we was finna move from one street to the next, Drake's, we tell the homies, yo, clear the block out, make sure ain't nothing over there. So he see the homies, tooling up to go over there. Drake jump in the in the Escalade and out, right? They said, Wack, we think Drake.
Now this is Wack 100. Now, Wack, obviously, blood. He tapped in with Birdman. You know what I'm saying? He tapped in with Birdman, and he signed Blueface. If I'm not mistaken, I think Blueface is signed to Cash Money. But also who signed to Cash Money, a lot of people don't know, is NBA Youngboy. But let's get it.
He thinks something going on, right? I said, hold on, let me go get this nigga. So I jump in the car with two of the homies. We get on him, get him to the light. Nigga, where you going? He like, Wack, I said, nigga, they with us. They going to the next block to clear the block out. That ain't for you, nigga. Straight, they with us.
Even though Drake had been assured by the game that he was good, Drake was still paranoid and frantic. So when he seen anybody with a gun, even though they were allies and actually helping him out, he got on and ran away from the video shoot. Like the smartest move that Drake made was to align himself with the game and some gang members in LA. And that was how Drake was able to survive the hit that Diddy put on him in 2015. Let's fast forward to 2025. Diddy is currently in federal custody. He's currently at trial, being accused of egg trafficking Cassie and another woman he was dating. Cassie was back on the stand today testifying against Diddy. During her redirect, Cassie dropped a nugget that revealed and gave us more insight in this Drake and Diddy beef that a lot of us had no clue about. A lot of us was under the perception of Diddy was trying to hurt Drake because Drake stole a song from him. That's not the case at all. And Cassie sort of like dropped the bomb. This here blew the entire case open. The prosecutors for the U.S. asked Cassie, where was she going that ignited Diddy to come over and violate her? Cassie would say to a music festival in Canada run by Drake. She was going to OVO Fest. Sean came to my home and tried to blank me. I was thrown into the bed frame. And they showed proof, like a picture. And it was a picture of Cassie's eye. And they asked her, who took you to the doctor? She said, D-Rock. Diddy, you wrong for laying a hand on that woman, bro. I wouldn't have allowed my girl to go to no OVO Fest either, bro. All right? Especially if I'm not the best boyfriend to her, bro. Like,
well, he already know. I mean, if she gonna deal with somebody and women know who to deal with. Women know who to deal with. Out of all the people on the planet, women know who to deal with. Especially somebody that you at odds with, And dudes are dumb as hell. If I was Drake, I ain't gonna lie. I would think Diddy sent Cassie to set my ass up.
she took, homie. But she go to OVO Fest as Cassie, she took, homie. But you should have let her get took, bro. You weren't good to her. Now, my girlfriend, I'm not putting my hands on my girl. I'm just breaking up with her. I'm just dumping her, right, bro? You go to OVO Fest, bro, by yourself. You coming home single, bro. Might as well move out, pack your stuff, and get out, bro. We not kicking it afterwards, bro. You go to OVO Fest to kick it with Drake. You took. Now, this testimony by Cassie draws my opinion back to a Lil Duval tweet that he tweeted out after the Drake and Diddy incident happened. And a lot of us thought Lil Duval was just making a joke, but no, he wasn't making a joke. He was being dead serious. Lil Duval tweeted out, I heard Diddy swung on Drake in Miami for saying hello to Cassie. This makes a lot of sense. Diddy knew that Drake was trying to take his girl. And Drake will even rap about trying to take.
It's not even Drake trying to take somebody's girl. Your girl is actively going to him. And let me tell y'all something. Yeah, it's weak on Diddy's behalf, but y'all niggas tripping to say, obviously, especially if it's not his first. Like, nigga, if I know Ike Turner, and what Ike Turner and Tina Turner got going on and shit. And Tina like, hey, I'm downstairs. No. No. No, Tina. No, turn around. No. It's not, listen. When people cheat, especially your spouse and stuff like that, this is some game that I've been giving y'all for the longest time. Y'all hit the like button to support the show, y'all. Damn. Giving y'all some good game. 3 hours and 43 minutes into the madness. Y'all support the show, man. Show the show some love. Bless the show. I'm always dropping game, day after day in and day out. Just open up this panel, all right? Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The person that's cheating on you or the person that you're in a relationship with, the responsibility is on them. They know more. They're more responsible. They are the more responsible party. Like at this point, you can't even get mad at Drake. Can't even get mad at Drake. It's like if somebody knows you at odds with somebody and stuff like that. Why are you going directly to my enemy? All of these artists and people that's in this world, and you're going directly to my enemy. It's like, oh, okay, you now you playing. I don't even see men calling women a piece of shit when the same thing happens with women and men that they deal with, and people know. It's like she don't get called a piece of shit when something happens, and when she cheats or something happens and she puts her hands on you. You know, I ain't gonna lie, and that's because I spent a long time combating a lot of these narratives and the you know, double standards and shit. A lot of men be pushing and keeping these goofy ass double standards going. You know. Well, she's supposed to be a renegade. She bringing her problems to OVO Fest. What's going on, Bobby? Yeah, Diddy not trying to have his madame out there like that. You dig? And then that's another thing too. He knew she would pillow talk too with Drake. Drake already slick shotting the man, and you know, he gonna pillow talk with Drake. So.
This girl, and we're gonna review those lyrics shortly. Those lyrics are from 4 p.m. in Calabasas. We'll review that shortly because we knew that was a Diddy diss track, but now looking back and reading the lyrics, it opened up our eyes to a lot of things. But here's what's really crazy. Diddy did all that huffing and puffing. Diddy put that much energy in trying to stop Cassie from going to OVO Fest. And guess what she did after she got her eye blacked out? You know what she did? She got on that flight and went to OVO Fest anyway.
So listen, look what you did to me. AUSA says, in this photo, where were you? She says, I was in the green room in Toronto. Oh, she went there. Yeah, she still went to the 6. Yeah, this got to be before Diddy tried to beat the shit out of Drake. Yeah, nigga, why are you partying with my bitch? Oh, yeah, she definitely went to Toronto. Okay. She said, yo, he beat her ass. He still went to Toronto. Oh, my God. 2013. Look at this.
Shit, after a while, the mass whippings don't hurt. Word to Tina. After a while, the mass whippings don't hurt.
Picture.
Bitches turn Super Saiyan. When they heal, they come back stronger.
We kind of got it, chat. Look, last night the internet was buzzing with the rumor that Drake has signed Diddy's boo to his October's very own imprint. Nicole Bitch reported that a media-based newsletter, blah, 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 blah. Cassie, blah, 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 blah. Let's get to it. She supposedly signed, so this was a rumor. The chatter is simply internet buzz. Cassie's teaming up with Drake. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. When was this picture taken? Chad? I knew that nigga knocked Drake out over. It wasn't over no goddamn beat. Like, the beat was probably the last straw, but that nigga Drake tried his best, bro.
Looking back now, how Drake been moving with almost all these other industry dudes, girls, bro. How we know for sure Drake been piping out people, wives and girlfriends, bro. Drake deserved to get punched in his eye. Cassie didn't. Drake deserved to get that head.
How the hell does Drake deserve to get punched in the eye? When she went to him. And then see, did I tell you I literally sat up here and told y'all the bitches that be dealing with the most dangerous niggas on the planet be the main ones cheating and putting people in danger. How the hell does Drake deserve to get punched in the eye? Think about it. Why would Diddy go off on Cassie? Shit, why wouldn't he? If she's in contact with Drake to get tickets and all this other stuff, that means behind Diddy's back, she's answering Drake's text messages and phone calls. She's in contact with Drake. He can't really do nothing about that. To him, his girl is actively talking to Drake. And probably lied to him about some other stuff. Now, is that some shit she should get her ass whipped over? I don't know. I ain't Diddy. I don't know the extent of their damn beef. But, hey, I'm not going to lie. She knows better. She knows better. He whipped her ass. She still went. She didn't say, hey, let me sit in the house and heal up. Nah, let me go shake some ass at Drake's party. Come on, man.
Get up from Diddy, bruh. Bro, you flying my girl out, bro. You trying to sign my girl knowing she signed to me, man. Knowing this is how I got my girl. You trying to weasel her the same way I weasel her, bro. But it looks like, Drake was privy to information that a lot of us didn't know at the time. But Cassie confided in Drake with a lot because Drake was dropping subliminals on records about Diddy. Drake raps, domestic blank, that man is not a man for you. He's a pathetic excuse. Lying through your teeth, scared of letting your skeletons loose. But you stick around because who out there that's better for you? Bro, Drake was talking about Diddy the whole time, man. We all knew for years that 4 p.m. in Calabasas was a Diddy diss track. Bro, this man used a Diddy beat, used a Diddy cadence. This was clearly a Diddy diss track. But a lot of us didn't know to the extent of exactly which bars was towards Diddy. But now this Cassie situation is going on. As we look back, it's clear as day, right? Drake talked about the Diddy and Cassie situation on 4 p.m. in Calabasas.
All you self-promoters is janky. Oh, come on. Stop with the ad, bro. We established at the Yankees, we moving Milton, but you the one tanking. No limit to where I could take it. And you know me as a Chris bottle sender, check picker-upper. I thought we looked out for one another. Saw us all as brothers in a struggle, too blessed to be humble. I guess it's different in the city I come from. All of a sudden, I got people showing how they truly resent me. They hold demeanor just spells envy. They trying to tempt me. The higher I get, the less they accept me. Even the OGs trying to press me. Ha, 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 ha. No way out. All alluding to Diddy. Because I'm already in it. I'm not attending when I do a show and get a ticket. Good business. Can clean millions. I got divisions. I've been had hits since No Scrubs and No Pigeons. Even back when I wasn't popping. When they told me to take an R&B on the road and I told them I drew for Kendrick and Rocky. Snakes. I try to make the right choices with the world watching. Mike never tried to rap like Pac. Pac never tried to sing like Mike. Those my dad's words to me when I asked him how to make it in life. And I always said my mother gave the greatest advice. Look at me now. They look at me as the golden child. Can't nobody hold me down. Certain shit is just too wild to reconcile. Take that. No love in my heart, so they fake that. DiCaprio level, the way they play that. Damn, what is that? Y'all don't hear no songs.
Bro, Drake be having the bars, bro. Drake be having the bars.
They hit my phone like you did that. Then even hit my line where you been at is always on some shit like, oh, okay, he's talking about Diddy here. Oh!
That's what I said. She over there pillow talking with them. And putting out their information. Trying to tell y'all, man, like that's what they do, and he knows it. He knows her. You know what you telling people? Would you, out of all people to tell Drake? Oh God.
Bingo. Where my
that shit gonna go on wax.
Drake, you man. Drake, I see why these after 20 V1 you. He says. They don't hit my phone like you did that. They even hit my phone, or even hit my phone like you been where you been at. It's always on some shit like, can I get a favor? Could you write a song for me? Which 0 to 100, or where's my chat? She's in the 6 getting piped at the embassy.
Drake rapping about Diddy issues that Diddy has with putting hands on people. Drake is rapping about how Diddy is calling him, asking, hey, yo, where Cassie at? Saying, man, bro, I wouldn't tell you if I knew where she was at, bro. This is crazy, man. This is crazy, bro. And this really shows the extent. Now, I won't call this love, but to the extent that Diddy went to really control Cassie, bro. Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's vehicle, his car, in his driveway. It never got arrested for it, and nobody knows who did it.
You know, boy, you better start using the word allegedly. Nigga, you better start using the word allegedly.
To this day. And he was trying to get Drake unalived for dealing with Cassie. Now, this is crazy, man. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this, bro? All the industry secrets are coming to light, man. What do y'all think? Is the song and the beat, is that more reasonable or is this more reasonable? Let me know, okay? And if you're still watching, man, click on this video right here somewhere on my...
All right, shout outs to Flacco. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Almost 4 hours into the madness. I'm delivering on my promise, like I said. All right. Now, I'm telling you, it's always the thoughts, the ones that y'all want and like, even the pretty bitches. It's like the thoughts and the pretty bitches, even at the top, are on the same, level. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll get your ass set up. And they always got some evil nigga that they dating, but for some reason is in everybody's face in the dating game. It's like, don't you have a husband? Don't you have a, you know what I'm saying, a boyfriend? Don't you have somebody that will, nigga, kill both of us? Like, what are we doing? And they're like, yeah. And they will cheat on them niggas and be at your doorstep. Like, both of y'all can't get clapped up at the same time. And for some reason, they always want to be outside or at some festival with you and shit. It's real. Real talk. So, this happens all the way around. Shouts to DJ Ghost. I was going to pick up this story, but check this out.
This is what I wanted to watch. This shit made the news, squad. This right here made the
This happened in Indianapolis too.
news, bro. So look, and it's crazy. All my YNs, watch this. Stay tuned. Watch
y'all
this,
about
bro.
This type of shit too.
So, this situation right here. This little bitch, bro, up here cheating on her nigga, right? Of course, with some other dude. Her dude find out. Instead of him being a real man and leaving her little ugly ass, he tell her, oh yeah, you like this nigga, you fuck this nigga? All right, set him up so I can kill him. She said, okay.
Here we go again. What I tell you?
This made national news, bro. But that's only the 2-minute clip. Law and Crime got 24 minutes of this shit that we about to watch.
When Jarrell Pryor agreed to meet a woman he connected with online, he thought it was just a first date. He had no idea it would be his last night alive. Jarrell was a proud father, a girl dad. Now that little girl has to face a world without him. No more bedtime stories, no father-daughter dances, and one day, no dad waiting at the end of the aisle to walk her into a new chapter of life. What started as a simple night out allegedly ended in a deadly setup. Indianapolis police say Jarrell was ambushed, allegedly lured into a trap by the very woman he'd hoped to get to know. She reportedly was not alone. Detectives believe she was working with her boyfriend. An alleged plan to rob Jarrell turned violent and ended in murder. I'm Kennedy Walker, and I'll walk you through the chilling final moments.
Oh yeah. Y'all see them pictures? That's the type of women y'all like. That's the exact type of women y'all like here in the manosphere, uh-huh?
moments of Jarrell Pryor's life and the twisted betrayal that left a
So what happened?
Would have got your ass too.
What happened? Just like.
Yeah. Move on, no problem. And the funny part is that, guess what? The quote unquote boyfriend that will unsubscribe somebody over her. You mad because she cheating. See how people get drugged into other people's dumbass shit? You mad because she cheating. And then she, guess what? You get unsubscribed, and then guess what? She off with the next nigga. It's the same position. That's what happens when dudes just be trying to insert themselves into bitches' stupidity. Man, ain't shit finna happen to this woman in no damn prison. There ain't no such thing as prison for women. I don't even think women prisons exist at this point.
All of us as a young nigga, bro. You meet a female online, she cute, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got you no girl, she want to link, okay, let's link. We talking for a couple days. After that couple days, we decide to link. We not thinking, this is why I say I want y'all niggas to watch this shit. We not thinking we finna get killed over some pussy, bro. I'm about to go fuck this bitch, you know what I'm saying? You put on your fit, nigga, you hop in the shower, you put your cologne on in the car, nigga playing your music, smoking your weed on the way. You not thinking you finna get smoke or you wouldn't go, you know what I'm saying? But this shit can happen, squad. That's why I say life is so fucked up. This shit can happen, bro. It can happen.
A community searching for justice. For this story, we take you to Indianapolis, Indiana, January 2025. According to court documents obtained by Law and Crime, Jarrell Pryor's murder began with a text and ended with an alleged deadly setup. Just hours before he was killed, police say Jarrell messaged a young woman he'd met online, 19-year-old Alexis.
See that? Online. Look, just the way y'all like it. Yellow pants. Look at. This girl outside with the Power Ranger pants. Like, let's go.
Hawkins. The message was just 3 words. When you free.
Look at that. X-Men shirt or whatever the fuck. Hold on.
And ended with an alleged death.
She could have set up a grown-ass man here in the manosphere.
Setup. Just hours before he was killed, police say Jarrell messaged a young woman he'd met online, 19-year-old.
Oh, she got on a Snoop Dogg shirt. Even worse.
Alexis Hawkins. The message was just 3 words.
Get one of you 40, 50-year-old dudes. What you know about Snoop Dogg, little gangster? What you know about Snoop Dogg? I know this much. Pow, 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 pow. Let's go. Yeah, online pussy dangerous.
Words. When you free. The affidavit says Hawkins responded. She told him when she was available and agreed to go on a date. But here's where the story takes a dark turn. Why?
This not the story. That's not how it happened, bro. That's not how it happened. So before that, when you free text message, they had linked up on Instagram, right? When they linked up on Instagram, he said,
that's the even worse, bro. Oh my God. Even worse, bro. Instagram is the worst one. A girl want to hook up with you off Instagram, bro. You should know you getting set up. It is unbelievable at that point. It'd be an obvious setup. Hey man, you gonna get set up over here. Niggas be like, oh well, and walk right into it. God, you guys are dumb. And the only reason why people remember him, and he should have been listening to Player Talk Radio. He would have got that game. But guess what? Y'all don't really be looking out for the shows like that. Y'all be over here listening, having fun, laughing. Look out for the show. Shout outs to all the supporters that really do look out for the show and really do respect the work that I put into these shows, because it's these brothers that need to hear about this. Because if he didn't have a daughter He has a daughter. That's the only reason why people remember him. So thousands of black men go this way. He has a daughter, and that's the only reason why people remember him. I'm up here giving y'all the game. The niggas won't even remember you. They'll just say rest in peace to you for 5 days, and then that's it. Life will go on. Everybody has a wrench here for the most part. Did you like this? Did you like the show? Did you share the show? Are you subscribed? Do you support the show? Y'all hit the like button. Hopefully you guys are having a good Friday. 4 hours and 5 minutes into the madness. I hate covering these stories too. Fake ass blood. Let's go.
Said I barely be on here. I be on Snapchat. So they start talking on Snapchat for a while. That when you free message came that day. That wasn't, he didn't just DM the bitch and just out the blue. When you free, she said, oh, let's link here. And he just went like a dummy. No, they been talking. They didn't say the whole thing, squad. They made this seem like that nigga was thirsty. Like, damn.
He met online. 19-year-old Alexis Hawkins. The message was just 3 words: when you free. The affidavit says Hawkins responded. She told him when she was available and agreed to go on a date. But here's where the story takes a dark turn. While she was allegedly texting Jarrell, Hawkins was reportedly messaging someone else on Instagram, her boyfriend, 18-year-old Brian Winston Jr. Investigators say Hawkins was working out the details of her date with Pryor while secret.
Girls up here sitting up here dating while she has a boyfriend. That's what women do. They be dating while they have a boyfriend. Setting y'all niggas up, man. And I don't even know why he coming to her. To a certain degree, certain girls, you gotta demand that they come to you, or y'all meet in a neutral spot. Yeah, I need y'all to hit the like button and support the show, or at least share the show, so we can y'all are. It's also the ranch holder's responsibility to make sure the show is liked, shared, and supported. Okay. Because we need to increase the visibility, because maybe some young fool would get to see the content and be able to have a second chance at life and be like, hey, you know what, I remember this from somewhere. Nah, you know what, nah, I'm good. This is what niggas like. Can't just date like normal human beings. No, you gotta get set up. A bullet gotta be in your brain. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna stop doing content to help niggas, man. I really am. Cause like at this point, I've been doing this for so long and helped out so many people. At this point, it's like it's not even worth it, man. It's like this shit's falling on deaf ears, man.
Secretly coordinating with Winston behind the scenes. Jarrell had no idea, no clue that Hawkins was in a relationship or that anything could go wrong.
This shit ain't even respected anywhere.
It was just a date, and maybe, if things went well, a chance to meet up again. But police say it was never about the date, it was a trap. That night, Jarrell met Hawkins in person. They sat together in his car, and shortly before 1 a.m., Hawkins' boyfriend allegedly appeared and opened fire. Jarrell Pryor, just 20.
So now this is crazy, because if we're gonna look at something court-wise, right, an alibi, the boyfriend can say, hey, she was cheating on me, and I acted out of fear. in anger or tried to protect her or whatever excuse he could come up with to beat this body. On the other hand, the girlfriend can say, oh, I wasn't in on this. Boyfriend jealous. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Or they could just snitch on each other.
26 years old, was shot and killed. A young father, now gone. His daughter just...
Let me tell you how dingy this bitch is. Let me tell you how old boy didn't even care about his bitch and how dingy she is. He smoked the nigga while she was still in the car.
Oh, okay.
That bitch could have got hit, squad. He smoked the nigga while she was still in the car.
Okay, so basically she was in the car with him. See, that's why I said you gotta stop. You gotta stop following women. You never, honestly, for the most part, you never follow women. You know what I'm saying? You never follow women on a date. The date gotta be where you're going. She gotta be following you. And if not, then just don't go on a date with her. Definitely don't want to be walking around with some woman that you just met or been talking to for a while. Until you get certain type of cooperation out of her and it's cool to even bring you around. And even then, bitches will still bring you around. You know what I'm saying? Bitches will still bring you around a bunch of niggas that they've been dealing with. Or dudes that they've been leading on and feel that they have a chance with her and be looking at you sideways or me mugging you or you know and whatnot. So
just 2 years old, left behind. As police began their investigation, they discovered the messages between Pryor and Hawkins. They then obtained a warrant to search Hawkins' Instagram account, and what they allegedly found raised even more red flags. Investigators say she searched phrases like news today near me, and shootings Keystone, all on the day of the murder. Police also discovered that Hawkins had allegedly messaged several people asking for a ride near the location of the shooting around the time Jarrell was killed. When detectives questioned Hawkins the following week, she allegedly claimed she couldn't remember much about that night. She reportedly insisted she didn't have a weapon and told police, "No weapon to say I did anything. My fingerprints aren't on anything." When asked if her fingerprints might be found in...
Stupid ass bitch just don't know how to shut the fuck up. Why you can't do no type of crime with these hoes or niggas. They all be on some dumb shit too. As men.
Side of Jarrell's car, Hawkins reportedly replied, "It's not going to be on no weapon though." But the moment investigators asked about...
Yeah, take this little bitch to jail. She thinks she know it.
Right.
She thinks she got it. I promise y'all. Yeah, I was in this car. That don't mean nothing. Ain't no weapon though. Y'all can't say I did it. I keep telling y'all about these outside ass bitches, bro.
Everybody
if she on Instagram posting what this one thing I don't get, bitch. If you not famous, what are you posting every day for? Y'all tell me. Your family and your friends know who you is.
To be famous.
You want to go to the club, you want to look like Rihanna, you want to have all them outside bitches, bro. I don't know if y'all know what debt to ratio income is, right? I don't care if a bitch is working at McDonald's and she save up her money to buy a Louis bag and she actually buy the Louis bag with her hard-earned money, she can't afford it. She can't afford it. So if you work at Walmart and you got Louis on, I'm unattracted. Your morals is fucked up. You can't afford it. Outside bitches, bro, trying to keep up with trends. Louis bags is for motherfuckers that make 100,000 plus a year, 150,000 plus a year. I'm being real with y'all niggas, bro. You can't afford it if you only making $2,500 a month, $3,500 a month. And the Louis bag cost $5,500.
They be having niggas will pay for it for them. So that shit don't even matter, bro.
Can't afford it. Them outside bitches, y'all better stay away from. I'm telling y'all niggas, man. I'm telling y'all niggas, bro. Them bitches, they just looking for come-ups. That's it. That's it.
Out a message she sent saying she was going to make a, quote, play, Hawkins allegedly stopped talking and asked for a lawyer. She was arrested shortly after and charged with murder and robbery resulting in serious bodily injury. Winston was charged as well with murder, felony murder, and robbery. Now, Jarrell's family is left to pick up the pieces. His parents, once looking forward to watching their son become the man and father he aspired to be, are now raising the little girl he left behind. His mother, Tamika Wiley, told WXIN, "I'm broken inside." And just weeks ago, Jarrell's parents celebrated their granddaughter's 3rd birthday, a milestone that should have been filled with joy, laughter, and her father's love. Instead, it was a day marked by absence. No.
Yep, because you know, like I said, that's the only reason why this story really hit the news like that. Because you would just in the eyes of everybody else, it would just been another nigga looking for a nut that, yeah. You never know. These stories be having little extra elements to them. You know, like you were about to go somewhere and go trick on a shorty. Like it was a date, a quote unquote car date. I know that's trending around here. Y'all like to push tricking. Y'all like to listen to trolls and other people defend and talk about tricking all day. Some of y'all are infatuated with it. Funny part is, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Y'all don't hear none of these game-related dudes getting shit like this happening to them. I wonder why. Wonder why. Tricks, this happen all the time. Cause you know you on the. Listen, that's why I told y'all. Y'all support the show. Y'all need to be supporting the show. Cause honestly, I'm gonna tell you one thing. If you on that tricking shit, there's one thing for sure that she can confirm, and 3 things for certain. She know you on the way to her with some money. Now, the only one around here telling y'all that tricks need more game than players. Sitting up here listening to fucking trolls on the fucking internet. Let them gas your head up. Y'all don't want to listen, so hey. It is what it is.
Jarrell, no hugs from dad, just a little girl too young to understand why her dad never came home. Justice may come in a courtroom.
And the cycle continues. She gonna be on Instagram too.
But for this family, the real sentence is living without Jarrell.
And to you gullible females out there that's watching this, don't be that fucking stupid to where a nigga can make you set up another nigga to get him killed. You going to prison for life too, bitch. Dick that good? Cause I promise you, can't no female get a nigga to set up a female and kill her. It's not happening. Y'all love us too much. Something wrong with you motherfuckers. The fuck you gonna let another nigga get you to set up some other nigga for 19 years old?
Man, that shit don't even be another nigga's fucking. It's another weak nigga listening to her. It be their idea. Man, that should be their idea.
Probably be around 45 when you get out. You deserve it. That first night, we were just talking about that last video, right? That's her. That first night.
Bitches get 15 years for a body. That is unheard of.
Didn't get nothing up out this shit, bro. But somebody killed. And that's her in jail on that first night, bro. Wet pillows. Bitch, stupid.
And joining me to talk more about this is legal expert Andy Baldwin. Andy, thank you so much for joining me today. Let's
That
just
nigga
jump
look
right
dead.
in. How does a case like this
He
typically
look
move
blue
through the
and
Indiana
dead.
legal system once charges are filed?
Well, the first thing that's going to happen is these two defendants are going to have to get lawyers. And so there's going to be an initial hearing very quickly, and the judge
they
is
gonna
going to
tell
find
on
out
each
what are you
other.
guys doing about lawyers. And then the real work begins. And because in a case like this, I think you really need to get some quick action with your lawyers and figuring out what you're going to do.
Broke
A lot of
ass bitch.
times in my world, you have some time to kind of dig into the facts, dig into the evidence, and see exactly what the state
She
has.
thought
But
she
in a
was
case
her,
like this,
she
when you
really
have two
wasn't.
people that are co-defendants, you may need to go to the prosecutor to get that deal first if you are in fact guilty.
You see a bitch take a picture like this on Instagram, leave her alone. Don't DM her. I don't care how thick she look. I don't care how good she look. Leave her alone, bro. It be these bitches. We done all seen this exact pose a million times on Instagram, bro. We done seen this exact fucking pose from the baddest bitches. Keep scrolling, nigga. Keep scrolling, nigga. That's Marquis right fucking there, you ghetto, thirsty, set him up ass bitch. You conniving, young, dumb, full of cum ass bitch. Keep scrolling, my nigga. Learn the hard way, bro.
And what are the first steps that prosecutors take after an arrest in a homicide case? What do you think they're doing?
Oh, Miss Longtooth got that shit fixed, nigga. It wasn't me because I was just playing. You know, I can't clown my shit. I got spaces and shit. I was just playing the ball when I was like Miss Longtooth.
Well, you know, prosecutors want
arrest in a homicide.
That motherfucker ain't long no more. They even. They the same. They identical. They twins. But now we know you got a fake too, so it's cool though. It's cool. Y'all remember? Y'all remember Miss Long?
Case. What do you think they're doing right now?
It's good though.
Oh, you know, prosecutors, once the charge is filed, they really just depend on their detectives and their investigators to take the lead role in terms of gathering evidence. And they'll be communicating, the prosecutor will be communicating.
That's the other post. I said post. That's the other pose. The cross legs, hand on the, with the head tilt. With them legs crossed, that hand on the tip, with the head tilt, with the, yeah. That bitch can see she don't need them glasses, but she think glasses make her look cute, a little kinky. You know what I'm saying? Watch them hoes. Watch them hoes. 24K said, she so damn fine. Bro, you gonna end up in the morgue. Chill. Your ass gonna end up in the morgue. Chill. She probably a fan. Goes, if she is, then she know I was just playing about her too. I can't clown. Y'all talk about me all the time. She
Niggas be like, I can save her.
can too. Shit. She can too. But watch her, bro. She's a problem.
With the detectives.
She get niggas killed.
And saying, hey, maybe I want you to go get a
Real
geo
life.
tracking off of one of the cell phones to make sure where they are, things like that. But these are, one of the detectives on this case is pretty well known throughout Indianapolis as a very good homicide detective, and he's probably doing a good job on his own of figuring out what needs to be done.
And can you walk us through just how police build a case using digital communications like texts and DMs via social media? Because I know that was crucial in this case, according to court documents.
Yeah, it's usually bad news for defense lawyers nowadays because it's the phone that you carry around contains geo tracking information. So if they want to know where you were at certain times, they can locate that. So that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Texting is a real problem because it gives a context of what might have been going on. So in this case, I can tell you what the detectives very quickly sent letters to Google and to Meta saying, preserve the evidence. We need the evidence preserved. But on top of that, while they're preserving that evidence, they're getting search warrants for the phone. So Alexis, who's one of the defendants, they have her phone. Brian.
That's what I'm saying. Our daddies, our grandpas, they didn't have to worry about this shit when they was doing crime back in the day. For instance, nigga, we just had a house phone. They just had a house phone. You know what I'm saying? That's it. How the fuck they gonna track us once we leave the house? My nigga, you are tracked when you leave the house. Think about that shit. And there's nothing you could do about it because we not leaving our home. We not leaving our fucking phone at the house, right? We not. Yeah. So guess what? We getting tracked. And this what y'all need to understand, bro.
Yeah, they had pagers and payphones. Absolutely. And it was just easier to do shit. You had no choice but to be outside, damn near.
You turn your location off all you want to. Turn it off all you want to. This is what y'all need to understand, right? Alright, this is what I want to show y'all, because a lot of y'all don't get this. Turn your location off right now. Do it. And then do Find My iPhone. It still can show you where your iPhone at, bro. With that being said, you can turn your location off. You can turn your power off. My nigga, they're still tracking you. There's nothing you could do about it except leave that bitch at home or throw it in the desert, my nigga. Straight up. They didn't have to worry about this shit back in the day. It's not. This is another thing. This is another thing that y'all know. A lot of y'all don't know. All right. It ain't when they see your location. Okay, you was at home, and you say you wasn't at 1234 Sesame Street, and it say you was. We ain't talking about that basic ass location, bro. Y'all know when you hit up maps and you want to go to IHOP and they show you the route, which way to go, make a left here and a right here. When they subpoena your shit, they see your shit on maps. Every left and right turn you took for whatever days, months they want to look at, bro. Not just when you get to your destination, my nigga. You hit a cut in the alley, you went down the back street, my nigga. You went another side street, then you finally got on the boulevard, then you parked, you stopped at your side bitch house, then you went to the weed man house real quick, then you went, all that shit, nigga. All of it, bro. Androids too. It's your tracking device.
Winston, the other defendant, he tried to break his phone according to the probable cause affidavit at least. And whether he was successful or not, we don't know yet. But they're going to get search warrant for those phones so they do everything right. And then they're going to start going and digging through the Instagram and Snapchat and all the other things, direct messages from Facebook, and see if they can tell the story. If the investigation can point toward one or both of them more definitively than currently.
Now, both suspects, they were charged with murder, and I think Brian was the one that was charged with felony murder. What's the legal difference between murder and felony murder under Indiana law?
Yeah, so actually it looks like it's Alexis that's charged with the felony.
And this bitch thinks she's Sue Whooping. She thinks she's a Damu squad. I know my people. She too turned up. She too outside. Look at the way she dressed. Look like the way she act. For her to say okay. That's what this mean to the rest of the world.
War Master I gotta highlight that. War Master trying to tell y'all, man. He's saying, man, listen, if you about to be into it and doing some shady shit, leave your crapple at home. The crapple telling on you. The crapple is telling on y'all. It's true.
If you gang banging, it's a blood sign. This bitch think y'all watch these hoes, squad. Please. She ain't never throwing up no sign of saying okay in the fucking picture, bro. She thinks she her. She ain't never got put on. If anything, she got fucked on.
That's how it goes. Or she was a driver.
And I don't even believe that part. Bitch is crazy.
Murder. It looks like what they're trying to say is that Alexis was in a car with the deceased Jarrell Pryor, and I think from reading it's a 12-page probable cause affidavit, and what they're kind of saying is she, Alexis, took Jarrell on a date, or he took her on a date, but she was cluing Mr. Winston, her actual boyfriend, in on.
I ain't gonna lie, he young and turned. He already got a daughter, which she don't give a fuck about, or she probably don't know. And he thought he had one. He thought he got one. Sometimes too, fellas, I'm gonna give y'all some game for some of y'all to know if or if not it's a damn setup. But some of the girls y'all trying to link up with, you gotta ask yourself a question like, do we look good together, or would we look good together, or you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you gotta ask yourself, just like, does this make sense? Because for sure women are asking that question, not even asking that question. They already know the answer to that question. Sometimes, yeah, opposites attract, or you could be a little mismatched, But that question, that little goofy question that I just told y'all to ask yourself, it will save your life. Now, I think that she basically was selling cat and was like, trying to, lure him over there or whatever. Because it don't even seem like these two can have a sensible conversation and whatever, And also, to even talk to a girl like that and not get shot or finessed, you better have game. Because I'm about to say some of the realest shit that you'll ever hear. At that point, your life is in that little broad's hands, whether you like it or not. You have no idea. At that point, your life is in that little goofy bitch's hands. Even from the moment she gets into your car, your life is in her little glittery hands. And I'm going to tell you some real shit. I'm going to tell you some real shit. I'm going to tell you some real shit. Pay attention to what I'm finna tell you. Y'all gotta hit the like button and support the show. I'm about to tell you some real shit. Pay attention to what I'm finna tell you. Your life is in that little bastard's hands. And let me tell you something. The only thing that's probably saving your ass at that point is if you have a little bit of game. I cannot tell you how much times I've dealt with bitches that could and should and have every right, if that's what she wanted to do, to set my ass up. And maybe some of y'all have too and don't even realize it. But I'm going to tell you some real shit. You got bitches around here that will set all kinds of niggas up just for fun, for no reason. And let me tell y'all something. You want to know what will probably save your life? That game. And let me tell you what that sounds like. She'll set up a whole bunch of niggas, but guess what? She won't set you up because she likes you. You know what? I'm not going to do that to him. I actually like him. I like him. That's some real shit. I'm being dead serious. No, she'll save you. You might get set up at another occasion. I'm not going to say that ain't going to happen. But a lot of women will spare you because they like you. That's the only thing you can hope for in that situation if you don't got a strap. And they'll keep you, they will keep you, you know what I'm saying? They will keep you distracted. And by the time you look up, they already upped on you. By the time you look up, there's a Draco in your face. You can't do nothing. So the only thing I'm telling you, some of y'all don't understand. Your life is in that little goofy girl's hand. And the only thing that's going to save you at that point is a little bit of mercy from the shooter, whatever you do, or if she don't even go through with it, because guess what? She likes you. And that can go a long fucking way. No, I'm not going to do that to him. I actually like him. I'm going to save this one. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man says, okay, Chicago back, chilling, getting a massage and listening. Yeah, man. Shouts to LT Man. And listen, y'all, make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. And make sure you use coupon code T-Tube10. That's T-Tube10. And when you mention DJ Kuda or Kuda, you get 10% off your order and you get 2 free gifts. You know, can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. And that's another thing too. If you're a young man and you're listening to this, what I'm telling you will save your life. You will have girls that you're dealing with and they want you to be up there sitting around running errands and shit. Do not run no goddamn errands with these broads. Unless they your errands. Do not be going from house to house and oh, I need to pick this up from here and weed house to weed house, or oh, I need to go get some weed from over here. No, she want to go get some weed, tell her ass to go to hempforfitness.com. By then, you should already have it. She got a vape. She ain't really got a vape if she ain't go to hempforfitness.com. Don't be sitting up there driving around running errands with her and stuff like that. She baiting you, man. I'm telling you. She is baiting you. Especially if you're in Chicago. If you don't go to hempforfitness.com or go visit their actual store, man, you out your fucking mind. You are not Uber. And if you riding around with that goofy bitch, she gonna be having you go to places Uber won't even go. Uber man will drop her off down the street. No, bitch, that's O Block. I'm not going in there. Hell no. The hell I look like? I'm not 051 Melly. Y'all niggas need to start thinking like y'all Uber drivers. If the Uber driver won't go there, neither will you. Women start fucking with you in your personal car and shit like that, and all of a sudden she want to go to O Block. she want to go visit Mama Duck. She want to go to 64th. I mean 63rd. And King Drive. Hell no. Mama Duck better meet you at this damn police station that I'm going to. Sitting up here thinking did she think you FBG duck? Like you about to just drive around anywhere that you want to. Hell to the no. And then that's another thing too, the car that you in, bro. Y'all gotta make sure y'all know what cars that you in and shit like that. Driving around in a Chevy Equinox, come on, bro. You in a Striker. You don't even understand when you in a Striker. You are in a Striker. Especially too, some of y'all, some of my players in New York. Don't let them broads get in your car and all of a sudden she want to go to Flatbush. Cause them niggas got something that'll flatten your bush. Yeah, he got the Striker car. Those are the cars that you know you go do some bullshit in and then go get rid of it. You know? You got to be aware of that and stuff like that, you know? And trust me, I know firsthand and stuff like that. Anybody, you know, take advice from people that, you know, that used to ride Crown Vic and ride all these other different type of, you know, cars and stuff like that, you know? I'm telling you, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. You got to be mindful because women will have you go all over the place and and not have a care in the world, and she don't understand. It's like, no, I am a black man. I need to know where the hell I'm finna be. No, I'm not going over there. Did that bush in front of your crib just move? Hell no. I will see you later. You can't just go anywhere willy-nilly. And niggas be running up on you with guns and the girl be acting stupid. What's going on? They're not coming for you, bitch. They're coming for me. You'll see dudes running up on you with a damn Draco or a gun or some shit, and you run off, and the goofy girl gonna text you, "Where did you go? To safety?" That's where I went. I went to safety. Women don't be mindful of you. You're disposable. Anyhow something happens to you, she not gonna go to your funeral. She gonna be off with the next nigga in a week or two. Your life is not valuable to her. So if you ever been through anything with your lady or something like that and she was swinging with you, cool. Both of y'all better be in the back of the ambulance getting checked up or something. Cool. But for the most part, these niggas out here, you like dating thoughts? Well, somebody need to teach you how to date a damn thought. Because that's the type that you like, and they know it too. So my better judgment was telling me that she was selling ass. He done went out there and visit her with his damn Striker. And he got struck. And you know, a lot of people won't feel bad about setting you up too because they feel like in their mind that you already doing something illegal. So y'all goofy niggas running around the manosphere, nah, don't come over here and wait to come over here and try to get a free game from me. No, all them shows that y'all be supporting in the space and stuff like that, y'all niggas need to go apply pressure to them. Y'all be getting a fucking masterclass over here and shit. The shows need to be more supported. This is bullshit. I be giving y'all a whole masterclass. That'll save your fucking life. But somebody that provides bullshit for y'all, that's what y'all choose to support. So y'all need to head over to them damn shows and start talking to them. Yo, how can we avoid situations like this? Can you give me some vital information that can save my life in an actual pinch? Something that I can share with my nephew? Because he like to date girls just like this? Or he got a striker type vehicle that he like to ride around in? And niggas want to listen to niggas yell on panels all fucking day. Wait till that bullshit conversation start coming back in the manosphere. Man, who helping the youth? Who gonna talk to these little boys? Who gonna? Y'all not supporting the people that do that. It's Friday right now. Somebody finna go. Told y'all asses to stay inside this summer. Don't want to listen. Okay. It pains me to do a lot of these stories, man. Knowing that I've saved hundreds, I would say hundreds. I'll probably say over my span being here on YouTube, I probably saved a good that messaged me over the years. I probably saved more. I've saved more than 30 people. I can say. About 30 people. I got messages. I still got the messages. I actually, those are only messages in my email sometimes that I can access. I star those messages. Those messages are archived. I archive those. So that's enough for me, you know. I'm like, all right, let me just keep going. Damn, this is saving a couple of people per year. That's what's up. Every year I get like at least 2 to 3 messages about just different stuff about saving people's lives, and I appreciate it. Sometimes from the same person. 2 different scenarios. You know. And I've saved so many people's lives in real life. I lost count. Even where I'm at right now, I didn't expect to save about 4. I saved about 4 people's lives in 3 different occasions here. Where I'm at right now. So, these young boys thinking they slick. And these young girls thinking they slick. That shit blows up right in their face. She up there telling the cops, well, you ain't gonna find my prints on the gun. Little dumb broad. That's how you talk to authority? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Where they were going to be and so forth, and that Mr. Winston then at some point in time came in knowing where they were and shot him.
You're not even a good girl for a gangster. A gangster will tell you to shut the fuck up. You get pulled over, you talk to a cop like that, get out the car. All y'all get out the car.
Killed Mr. Pryor, and so Alexis is charged with felony murder, and felony murder is, hey, I did not actually do the shooting, but I knew what was going on, and there was going to be a robbery. And I was a participant in the robbery, which is a felony. And when somebody gets killed during the commission of a felony, then you can be charged.
No, you a horrible bitch if a gangster can't do nothing with you. God damn.
With felony murder, even though you had nothing to do with the shooting.
this be considered even a conspiracy to commit murder, even if only one person fired the gun?
It definitely could be, and I think they may have to.
They gonna get washed for the simple fact this is premeditated murder. They planned this shit. They got days. So what's gonna happen is, ever since they first met, the prosecutor gonna try to say,
And, you know, that's what be getting dudes unsubscribed from life, man. Cause you'll be on your way to go see a shorty, and you'll get this gut feeling. You'll get this gut feeling like something is off, but you can't quite put your you know, and you'll ignore it. And you know what you know what makes it even more fucked up, y'all? Because that gut feeling that you ignored, a lot of y'all will chalk it up to being like, oh, I must be nervous. You know what I'm saying? Like, you about to go meet a girl and stuff like that, and you get that gut feeling. A lot of y'all chalk it up to, oh, damn, you know, I might be a little bit nervous. Because you're meeting her for the first time, and you don't really know what to expect. So a lot of guys, but you know, they'll be like, oh, damn, I might be nervous. And then boom, you don't see it coming. You don't see it coming. A lot of guys be like, dang, you know, she's so pretty and stuff like that. Dang, I might be a little nervous.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
I know, bro. Wish he would have just stayed with his baby mama or whoever. That shit's sad.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
she marked him from that first text message, right? This is premeditated murder all the way to the... She's going to get 15 to life, for sure. She gonna get 15 to life because the murder could not have happened without her. You know what I'm saying? He was the gunman, just like... If I was to hire somebody to kill somebody, I'd get more time than the gunman. You know what I'm saying? Because I hired him to do it. In this case, she gonna get the equivalent time to a boy, if not a little bit less time. You know what I'm saying? But she doing football numbers for sure.
Men, they're charging information later on. But conspiracy means you actually have to prove the murder. A felony murder is such a problem for defense lawyers because a lot of times what happens is nobody was intending to be killed.
Yeah,
the two participants, if Alexis and Brian, the two defendants, were actually just trying to rob the person, then...
Sad part, he looked like he was a cool little dude, man. That's the sad part. He probably was a cool cool dude. That's sad.
In reality, they weren't committing murder. They were just committing robbery. And that's why the felony murder matters. A conspiracy to commit murder would mean that you would have to show that they actually intended to kill this young man.
Yeah, I know we just talked about the charges could be upgraded to that, but is there any way that anyone could take some type of plea or even go into manslaughter, or is that just not possible?
No
in a case
manslaughter.
as strong as this one.
No, anything's possible. And I don't know how strong the case is at this point. I mean, I've read through the probable cause affidavit, and thinking like a defense lawyer does, I see that both of them have arguments that they can make. And that's why I think whoever gets to the prosecutor first, may get the better plea offer. However, you have to start with the presumption of innocence. Of course, I'm a defense lawyer, so this is what I do, and I start with the presumption of innocence. And I would be asking, if I had either Alexis or Brian, I'd be asking them maybe sooner rather than I normally would in a case. Hey, it's time to kind of tell me what might have happened, because if you have any involvement at all, I need to go to the prosecutor and cut this deal before the other side gets to the prosecutor. So, yeah, a plea agreement could be on the table for sure.
And can you walk us through just what that looks like, since, you do have a lot of experience with that? What could both sides be arguing when they go to the prosecution when they're trying to get a deal?
Yeah, the way I would argue it is that we'll take Alexis, for example. Alexis, when you read the probable cause affidavit, she
like, it's funny with these like attorneys and stuff like that. The people be damn near about to tell on themselves, or will tell on themselves, and case shut. You know what I'm saying? Open and shut case. But these dudes will give them the out. Yeah, just say, you know what I'm saying, or they will suggest something, but they're kind of telling you like what to say in their suggestion. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, just say, yeah, man, your boyfriend was crazy and he just gets jealous and he came over with a gun and he was mad, and they'll be telling them what to say.
Denies having any involvement in the shooting.
The only way she'd be able to get off is if she say, I went on a date with him, I tried to move on with him, my boyfriend is crazy, he followed us there and he killed him.
Right.
That's the only way she gonna get off. Other than that, I do not see her getting off at all, bro. Because she got the text message, she know the nigga, she knew where he was going.
That's why I keep telling y'all, dog, stop dating women in their vicinity. Most women are never going to put you in a position to be safe. You got to make sure you're in position to be safe. Or quote unquote y'all. But you got to make sure you first.
I'll be at, because they obviously linked it, go to a specific location. Like all that, bitch. If you didn't say that you didn't know your boyfriend was gonna do that shit, then that's the only way she can get off. That's the only way she can get off.
At least on the probable cause affidavit paperwork, she does admit that she was there when the shooting happened, and that she was scared and that she ran away. And so it could be that she points the finger at Brian Winston, her boyfriend, and says he's a jealous guy. He showed up.
See?
And I had no idea what was going to happen, and he shot and killed this guy because he's a jealous guy. We were.
He said,
we're at Brian Winston, her boyfriend, and said he's a jealous guy. He showed up, and I had no idea what was going to happen, and he shot and killed this guy because he's a jealous guy. We were.
I do this.
See, look at all this. Look at all the outs that they have for the women. But they don't have no outs for the men like that.
Squad. I do this, squad. Let me turn this light on real quick. I told y'all niggas, that's the only way she getting off.
They fabricate excuses for the women. They be leaving y'all in the dirt. That's what I be trying to say. Listen. Men be having to go through hell, even if you go get a damn attorney. Niggas be like, just take the plea deal. Just take it. Have you screwed over? Women, they come up with when they defending a woman and shit like that, especially against your dumb man, they come up with the best elaborative excuses ever. Like, a guy can't even say, you know what, my bitch crazy. She came over and she ended up shooting her because she was jealous about this, that, and that. They will still find a way to put your ass in jail. And you probably be the one that called the police. Shit crazy.
That nigga said, and I don't pre-watch no video. We was wrong on the last one, but yeah, we was trying to, yeah. But yeah, that's the only way she getting off, bro. That's it.
And I had no idea what was going to happen, and he shot and killed this guy because he's a jealous guy. Brian and I, my boyfriend, we were fighting earlier in the day, so I went out with a different guy and my jealous
He got a whole alibi.
boyfriend. And so when you go to the prosecutor, you say, this is what my client's going to say if we go to trial. And, you know, she's willing to come forward and incriminate Mr. Winston, but she wants, you know, you start with swinging for the fences. She wants all charges dismissed. Now, Mr. Winston, on the other hand, you know, reading through the probable cause affidavit, I don't see that there's not a whole lot of evidence, direct evidence that links him to the crime. So if I were him, I'd be saying, I'd say, I have no idea what happened here. Alexis, my girlfriend, she leads kind of a wild life. I mean, when you read the probable cause affidavit, Kennedy,
they gonna tell him each other.
That can go but so far. Honestly, even if he uses that excuse, it depends on what state he's in if he gonna beat that body off of that. Then it's gonna be like, okay, was the gun registered? You know, was the gun registered? Whose house was it in? You know, not even a house. I guess he was in a car. You know? And that's another thing, too, y'all. Because the same thing happened with FBG Cash, speaking of Chicago. The same thing happened with FBG Cash and some other stuff. They were trying to say, though, when FBG Cash got shot, that he actually shot the girl before he got shot, you know. They pulled out a ARP or some type of big ass pistol. He was, you know, found dead beside a tree. It was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't want to see his dead body. That shit was kind of morbid because they left him out there until the morning time. The funny thing is that the police was around the corner. I don't know why niggas be thinking that the police is gonna just get out their car and jump in front of a bullet for them and shit like that. They'll just come pick your ass up. They're not about to jump in front of no damn gun or bullets for you. And they don't know who's who and what side is doing what. Actually, some of them do, but they ain't gonna jump in front of a bullet for you. Second of all, if y'all go look up that FBG Cash story, his dumbass was out at 5 a.m. with a girl that he believes previously set him up. This is the second shootout he's been in with the same girl. Let this be the last year, because this will be the last year. I'm not helping y'all niggas no more. There's so much material I done put out to really help y'all with these and talk about these situations. I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing this no more. I don't want to hear no crying or no, oh my God, who gonna talk to? Nope. Just let y'all fry each other. But that's really what it is. Cause y'all knowingly be getting yourselves into a lot of dumbass shit. Niggas up here want to date pirates and shit like that, but don't keep straps on them or at least something to buck back. Nigga, I don't give a damn. Nigga, if you even have a damn cedar block in the passenger seat to throw at somebody to buck back. Have something on you to buck back. Like the fucking type of girls y'all be trying to date don't even match your weapons. The girls that you're trying to date don't even match your arsenal. If you have one. You niggas want to date bitches with tattoos on their knuckles that hang out at the club and drink barrel rum and shit. And your weapons don't even match your arsenal.
You see that Alexis's mom kicked her out of the house because Alexis was hanging out with pimps, and that's her own words, the mom's words, and other kind of narrative.
What'd I say? I really am War Master, cause this shit here, man. I'm in the wrong game. I'm in the wrong game. No, but listen to the advice I gotta tell dudes on here to save their fucking life. Listen to this shit. And then, you know what's funny? Speaking of playing Xbox, you gotta tell dumbass niggas that sit around and play Grand Theft Auto all day this shit. You niggas will have Grand Theft Auto fired up on your PlayStation or your Xbox or your phone or whatever console, and you still, oh my God. Oh my God.
Ne'er-do-wells. And so if I'm Brian Winston's attorney, I'm saying, you know, he has nothing to do with this. And Alexis is hanging out with these kind of, you know, this wild crowd, and anybody could have killed her. And so, you know, I don't really know what you want me, my involvement is nothing. So there's nothing I can do. Now, I don't know that Brian's going to be able to.
Until
I got you,
they run across that text message that say, hey, we right here. They can't say that, bro. We just talked about the GPS. That nigga cannot argue, well, she live a wild life. I wasn't there and whoopty whoop whoop. Bro, if you had your phone on you, all three of y'all was in the same spot at the same night, you was there.
Oh, you go. Listen, see, and this is where like a lot of the older cats, y'all don't understand technology. She don't have to text him, we right here. All she got to do is drop her low. That's all he gonna do. How did you find her? Her low was that's my girlfriend. I got her low. All she gotta do is drop her low.
Here, my nigga. Everything this fool talk about thrown out the window. What's that phone evidence coming to play? Because the bitch hit him with the location. So in order for you to hit somebody with a location, they gotta have a phone on them, right? Right. So after she hit him with the location, he showed up with his phone on him and murdered him.
She don't even. And what I mean by drop her low is like the bitch don't have to send you grid coordinates and no goofy shit like that. What I'm saying is, all she got to do is just have her phone on her. She don't even have to say, "Hey, we here," and this, that, and the third. Your phone is a walking GPS. It knows where you are and how long you've been there and exactly what corner of the room you're in and all kinds of shit. So she just have to have her phone on her. And let me tell y'all something about Snapchat, cause white girl hit me to this. I didn't even know. I saw her kept looking at her phone one time when I was at work. It was back when I was in the States. And I was like, yo, what are you doing? She said, I'm spying on my boyfriend. I'm like, oh, okay. You know, I didn't give a damn. You know, I didn't care. You know? Cause she kept asking me like weird ass questions and shit like that, like about men and shit. And I'm like, well, okay. Well, you keep looking at your phone and shit. Like, is something wrong? Like, no, I'm just spying on my boyfriend. She was like, did you know on Snapchat, they will tell you exactly where people are? And literally, she showed me a damn GPS on Snapchat. And the people's phones and stuff comes up as like a ghost. You know how Snapchat has like the ghost logo? It's the Snapchat ghost logo. And she's like, he don't even know that I'm texting him and asking him where he's at and stuff like that, seeing if he gonna tell the truth. I said, damn. I'm glad I got rid of Snapchat. But I don't even really be caring. Like I don't be doing shit like that. I don't be doing shit. after a while, like even me, if I'm in a relationship, I'm not even gonna lie to you. There's certain times where I can get pretty boring. I am fun, don't get me wrong, but there's certain times where I'll be just like, if I'm stressed or something, not even stressed, if I'm chilling or something like that, I'll be in a routine. Like I could get pretty boring, and I say pretty boring, whereas my spouse will know where the hell I'm gonna be at throughout the day. You know? Shit, if they want to set me up, they're gonna catch me every single time, damn near. You know, cause sometimes after a while, I get into a routine and just start doing the same shit. I don't even give a damn. You know, I get really predictable after a while. You know, and some people might like that, and then some people that might be a deal breaker. You know, I've dealt with both. You know. And at the same time too, I'm spontaneous. You would think I'm gonna be chilling tonight. It's like, no, put on something nice. Let's go somewhere. Never know. But you know, when you got to start playing these dropping the location and bay where you at games and all that other goofball shit. No siree, Bob. You know, that's like secondary protocol. You know, oh, I can't find my girlfriend, or you know, it's an emergency or something like that. You know, but when that's your primary way of finding your spouse, oh hell no, hell no.
Everything you saying out the window, my boy. That nigga's gonna be tracked to that location at that specific hour, minute, and second. The same way the victim is at that hour, minute, and second. This nigga, that's out the window, bro.
Say ever like.
I think Chevy got rid of it, but Chevy used to have. I know in the I don't think I used. I don't know. I know the Hummer had one. I have a I had a Hummer, and it had one, but not even just a Hummer. All. I don't know if they put it on all of their cars, but Chevrolet and GM used to have something called OnStar. You know, OnStar. I don't know if you know those some of the smaller cars had OnStar, but I don't know if his car had OnStar. But anyway,
like I knew what happened with Alexis because then it would implicate himself, unless he's going to say that Alexis told me what happened. But when Kennedy, when you read the probable cause affidavit, you're going to see that at this. Whatever happened happened about 1 in the morning, roughly, and about 5:30, a few hours later, when Alexis and Brian, her boyfriend, are communicating on
the most goofiest girls you can deal with. That's why I said when I used to get like those coupons from Groupon and stuff like that, because I used to go to the gun range, and then you know you get you buy you buy your ticket off for Groupon. They start sending you tickets, you know, they start sending you deals and stuff like that. Hey, you know, come down here and shoot the 38, or come down here and shoot the Ruger, or some type of BS gun, you know, the Sig Saucer or something like that. You know, come down here and shoot this, come down here and shoot that. I used to take girls to the gun range on first dates and stuff like that. Cause not every day somebody goes to the gun range and stuff like that. So if you gonna date Miss Gang Gang Gang, you better make sure Miss Gang 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 know how to shoot gun. You know, and you'll see how much Miss Gang 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 is useless. Even to a gangster, Miss Gang 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 is useless. Here you got a stupid bitch sitting up here thinking she Griselda Blanco, Miss Setup Queen and shit like that, doing gangster shit, and then when it's time for her to be a gangster and shut the fuck up, She's not gonna be able to do it. You got Miss Yellow Hot Pants up here doing Griselda Blanco activities, and now when it's time to be a gangster, she's not gonna be able to shut the hell up. And let me tell y'all something. I hate to say this, but the young boy, he looked more like on the square side. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I like I said, I rather square woman square, and I rather street woman street or hood bitches hood bitches. You know, that's why there's a difference between the two. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to get a different result. When you sitting up there and you a square ass nigga, and yeah, she look good and stuff like that, but yeah, you can go find something else. But when you sit up there, you a fucking square and you trying to deal with this fucking pirate that you're trying to fucking talk to and shit like that, that shit don't match. And the thing is that when you're a fucking goofball, you can see that clear. To think that she can't see that clear as day, man, you out your fucking mind. That's a clear setup. She done found herself a duck. And this is what I'm saying, right? Right? You better be aware. It's in your best interest to be aware. Because it can save your life. And stop playing with God like this. God ain't going to get you out of every single situation. You know? And I played Sonic on my Xbox Raven. I actually bought Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. That was my game. I spent hours on that game. I damn near I played the hell out of Sonic, man. You gotta play Mega Man Legends. That's the you know. Hold on, let me catch up. Shout outs to Chris G. You said there was a recent class action lawsuit where GM and other oh yeah, they were selling their data, and not even they were other than selling their data, they were spying on them. They were listening to their conversations and stuff, you know. They were listening to their conversations. I was gonna say shit, if he had OnStar, you could probably hear if he ended up speaking to the boyfriend or whatnot, you know. So what I was saying is that, you know, it don't match. You know, it don't match. You know, y'all be trying to get with these dangerous girls and stuff like that, and like I said, the only thing at that point is gonna save you. The only thing at that point that's gonna save you is the fucking game. Because if you were a little bit charismatic or cool or had her laughing and stuff like that, I ain't gonna lie, you got some setup queens that'll spare you. Because if you don't peep shit, little did he know that his life was in that little girl's hands. And that's scary in and of itself. Especially when you have a little girl to go home to, a daughter. And you want to get out the house for a little bit and still try to date and stuff like that, you know? Getting hit up by a thought pocket. Nigga up there dating, trying to get with women with yellow pants and shit like that, and this bitch don't work at Six Flags. Like, what is wrong with y'all niggas, man? Y'all niggas be playing Grand Theft Auto and still don't pick up on this shit. Niggas be playing Grand Theft Auto, pick up prostitutes and kill them and shit, and still don't pick up on this shit. Bad enough is bad that my message is you know, Thank you, Vincent, for subscribing, man. I appreciate that. Y'all hit the like button, man. Support the show, man. So this message can get out there and younger men can have a damn chance. Share the show. You said you're right, Kuda. With all the internet making everything all inclusive, it's hard for people to know their lane. Yeah. You got geek ass trolls running around this damn space and shit like that would get slapped in the mouth. Them niggas don't even know they lane. I get it. I mean, I told y'all, man, like, you know, the girls nowadays, they dating the geeks. Bitches out here getting played by geeks. You know? I'm all for I'm not mad. I ain't playing hating. Geeks can get it in too. But fifth of all, you need to know that you're a geek. Or at least how you come off, how you look at it. What's the point of having a gangster girl fetish or a thought fetish and you don't even know how this bitch is looking at you? You could be a gangster up under them glasses, but but that's when you establish yourself, or you and the girl have a fucking conversation and shit like that. It's like, yeah, you know, this shit for aesthetics, bitch. I'll slap the shit out of a, you know what I'm saying? You need to understand how she gonna be looking at you. That's where the game come in. You might be a gangster, you know, you might not give a damn. And it's not because you're not smart or anything like that. But it's like you got to know where you at. You got to know where the hell you going. You gotta at least take a look at yourself and be like, yo, just in case somebody think they can play with me, am I good? Cause best believe, man, them little girls gonna try to play with you, man. And then not even that, especially if you going to go look for some damn sex. Let's not forget that part. Especially if you going to go look for some damn sex. I know bitches will fuck anything, but if you about to go look for some goddamn sex and you know what I'm saying, and you kind of look a certain way, you gotta run your own little shit tests and stuff like that. You know. So I think, from what I know, this looked like a kind of pay for play date that kind of went the other way. Because how the hell did they come up with robbery? Did they take his car? What did they take for? What did they rob him for? Like you already shot him with it. Where's the robbery? And like I said, y'all listening to these goofy ass dudes on YouTube that's not giving y'all the game, that haven't been outside. Some of these niggas haven't been outside since the pandemic, and y'all listening to them. And I'm telling you, you're gonna gravely regret. It's to your own peril. Like, look how much stuff I've called. Like, I don't give a damn. Fine, don't listen. That's why I greet and say hello to everybody that's in my chat room. You want to know why? Because it's fucked up that something can happen to you, and I'll just never see you in my chat ever again, and I wouldn't know. You understand? Somebody close will have to be there for me to know. You said niggas stayed inside and grew a third eyeball. Shit, they just got another phone. They just got another phone to lie to them. You know? That's why, like I said, if you're married or you got yourself a good girlfriend or a decent lady, I'm not gonna say she's not gonna get on your nerves every so often, but it's very safe that you up out the streets and at home playing Grand Theft Auto instead of playing Grand Theft Auto with your real fucking life. You know what I'm saying? Don't let these dudes in this space lie to you. If you can find something good, cool. But if you know the dance and you know how to jug and maneuver out here as a single man, even better. You know, but just know there's some young kids out here that can use this information and that can, you know what I'm saying, and that, you know, that can benefit off of this, man. You guys have wrenches in the chat. It's equally my responsibility. Is the same as yours. You know what I'm saying? If you got a nephew or somebody that needs to hear this message and they're not listening to you or whatever, man, just share the show. You know, share the show. Share the show. You can save a life or two. I guess black lives don't matter that much. Shit. You said, I hear you, Kuda. You never know when is the last time you'll hear from someone. Yes. Yes. I work very hard. I work very hard. And I make sure I show up. 5 hours and 27 minutes into this. Like, no one will be able to tell me. You know, unless they're very close or something, no one will be able to tell me if I lose one of you guys. You know, I put a lot of care and information in the stuff that I'm telling y'all. And I wouldn't know. You know? And I get up here and I work every day just about. Right? And be of service. And I worry because the stuff that I talk about on these shows and some of the stories, unfortunately, that I have to cover, it is a fucked up world out here, man. And you don't even have to be dating. This could happen to y'all with a coworker. I done lost my coworker to some shit like this. I will never see him ever again. His birthday just passed. Like, you got to see people on Facebook like, yo, you know, I wish it played out different. I wish it blah, blah, blah. I'd have lost people behind shit that could have easily been avoided. Easily. And that was my bro. Never will I see him again. You know, family, friends, gone. You know, just gone. He didn't listen. He got his wheels took, and hey, you know, what's going on, Brownie Ellie? I don't like to see brothers getting set up. I think and you know what's funny? I'm gonna tell y'all the truth about all this shit. On top of that, they give women a slap on the wrist. And you know, they lie to y'all. They will say, oh, well, such and such got locked up. Man, this girl will still be in the neighborhood. And like I said, you'll never know when you're going to get set up, because the fucked up part is when you're going on a date with a woman and you think, like, dang, I got this gut feeling that something's gonna happen, but I don't know what it is. And you charge it to the game. You charge it to the game like, nah, maybe I'm just nervous. 'Cause she's so cute, she bad and whoop-de-whoop. Nah, you know what? Maybe I'm just nervous. Maybe I'm nervous. Let me tell y'all something as men. And I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Let me tell y'all something as men. We have a gut feeling in our stomach. It's like a lower stomach feeling. You have a gut feeling. When you have a gut feeling, do not ignore that. 'Cause that gut feeling is that same instinct that kept men alive during wars, that kept men alive during some crazy times. You need to trust that gut instinct. That gut instinct have saved men. It have saved their families. It has saved other people. It has saved a lot of people. You need to trust that gut feeling. I am telling you, because when you don't trust that gut feeling, bro, you are cooked. Or something that you love, or something that you want, or something around you is cooked. Because I'm telling you right now, man, it's really hard when you're going out on a date. Pause. It's really hard when you're going out on a date, because you'll be like, oh, I think I'm just nervous. Oh, I think you know what I'm saying? Bro, you could be set up. You could be getting set up. Anyhow, you out with the woman, have a weapon on you. I don't give a damn. Anyhow you are out with a woman, have some type of weapon on you. You know, go on YouTube and I don't know, nigga, learn how to use nunchucks. You need to, you know, become Raphael for like, not Raphael, become Michelangelo for like 2 weeks. You need to have something on you. You know, nigga, have some pepper spray on you, something. You know? But you can't be up here playing Grand Theft Auto all fucking day and then up here getting set up by hoes. Like that doesn't work. That like something that's not. Don't do that. Doing bank heists and stuff on Grand Theft Auto, and then you getting set up in the real world. That's not how this works. You know? Shout outs to LT Man as always. Thank you, bro, for supporting the show as always. LT Man says, thank you, Kuda, for always inspiring people to be great instead of inspiring. He said instead of you inspiring yourself to be great. I do try to inspire myself. I try to inspire everybody as always, but you know, it's sad, man. And next in line too, you know what I'm saying? Cause you know what I used to say, LT man? I used to say this is stuff that's like exclusive to brothers. This is stuff exclusive to brothers, but it's not just exclusive to brothers. You know? No problem, LT man, as always. You know I'm gonna throw that on again. No, listen, this is something that's going on in the Latino community also. You know, this is stuff that's going on in the Latino community also. I've had some friends, I'm not gonna lie, they were MS-13. When I was a kid coming up, I was like, damn, they get set up too? Shit. That Salvatrucha, Sereno 13, they get set up also. There's a lot of Latino brothers that get set up also. So with the thousands of young men that's in America that's getting set up by women and stuff like that, I'm telling you, man. I appreciate that, LT man. And I appreciate you guys letting me know that these words don't fall on deaf ears. Shout outs to LT man dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App as always. Thank you. Hold on. I got you. Let's go. Shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com, your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Fuel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Shout outs to LT man. Yes. Make sure you guys use code T-Tube10. I thought I did re-record it. I need to put up the re-edited version. T-Tube10 to get 10% off. And when you mention CUDA, you get 2 free gifts. You say you need to get Snoop Dogg off out of there and put myself dancing. Man, listen, I can't even dance no more, y'all. I don't even know what dance I would do. If you guys get the chance, man, y'all head over to the Breakfast Club. Snoop Dogg recently just did a very interesting and I was all meds laid up in bed yesterday listening to that shit. He did a really good interview over on the Breakfast Club. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't know he has another album coming out or already out called Is It a Crime? You know? So definitely shout outs to Snoop, you know. I was seeing earlier too, I saw AC Star, or y'all may know him as Blackground TV. Urban Politicians TV went live earlier today, and I saw him over. He kind of got kicked off the panel, but he put him back on, which is interesting. All right. But yeah, man, a lot of our even the Latino brothers, they're going through it also. You know, so I got to do not a separate show, but I'm going to cover that in a different show, because the advice that I give a black young man versus a young Latino brother is going to be completely different. You know what I'm saying? The advice that I would give a young black man versus a Latino brother is completely different. You know what I'm saying? I gotta check. I got like 3 different Instagram accounts, and the last time I tried to log into Instagram, I got met with the what's your password? And usually I try to save my password to my phone, but it won't let me in. So I gotta do something weird because the other day, Stoic sent me something on Instagram, and I found out that I was logged in on my computer, but I wasn't logged into it on my phone. And I gotta figure out how to. Yeah, I got my regular Instagram. I made a what you call it? I made a Player Talk Radio Instagram, and which I actually gotta set that up once we go off air because I was trying to get because what I'm using right now I can do 2 live streams. Literally, I can do a vertical live stream and a horizontal live stream. So I was thinking about just doing horizontals on YouTube and or sometimes switch it up, like do a vertical on Instagram while doing it. It's the same live stream, but it's like vertical and horizontal on the other. But I would have to keep firing up the Instagram. I tried it one time, but I had to keep firing up the Instagram every hour because you could only live stream for about an hour on Instagram. But yeah, I gotta how to get back into my Instagram because I have a Player Talk Radio one. I have Dollars Lo-Fi, and I have my regular Instagram that I've been locked out of that for like years. Well, not years, but months at this point. But I gotta figure out how to get back in. I can't keep up with all of these passwords, man, and all of these different sites. You know. Shout outs to War Master. Yeah, vertical is weird. You know what? So this is what happened. On here, I got about like 5 different Rumble streams set up. I got 5 different Rumble streams set up because I didn't know the difference between the stream keys. Like it's so much stuff you got to remember when you're doing live streams, y'all. It's not even it's ridiculous. So on Rumble, it's so weird how Rumble is set up to go live. I have to always create a live on Rumble and go live for it to work. But for Rumble, they have something called a static stream key. And I don't know, they won't let me well, I had to create 5 different Rumble RNTP stream setups because every time I go live on Rumble, I have to set up a new RNTP stream, and it's like I had to use a new stream key each time. So I think I finally found out on today's show to get it's called a static stream key. Basically, it's like a permanent key that they send to your streaming software, and that's the key you got to use. But every time you go Rumble, you can't just go live on Rumble. You can't just fire up. You got to do some menu diving. Then you got to be like, I'm trying to stream right now. This is not scheduled. Then you got to do the category. Like you got to fill out a whole form to go live on Rumble. You know, Rumble is not like just go live and no, you got to fill out a whole form. And then if you're not going live off of Rumble alone, you got to if you're not going live off like Rumble's website alone, then you got to play with stream keys and all kinds of stuff. Streaming is extra. That's why I'm like I be telling y'all I be going through hell just to bring y'all these live streams. And then guess what? If for some reason my live stream goes off and I get kicked off or something or booted off or something or something just goes down, which happens, I got to start that process all over again. You know? So it's menu dive galore for me. All right? All right, let's finish this out real quick, y'all.
On by text, and they're saying, "I love you. I'm sorry." But they don't talk anything about shooting or a shooting or a killing or anything like that. So it just seems like a boyfriend and a girlfriend that were in a fight. So there's a lot of stuff going on in this case where a defense lawyer could make some hay.
Yeah, just so many.
And I keep telling you, all the fucking dangerous bitches are the ones that, for some reason, are cheating on their man. You know? All of the dangerous hoes, for some reason, they're cheating on their man. And it's always a good guy getting wrapped up into it. It's like you meet a new girl and like, damn, she bad and stuff like that. And it's like, then you find out her boyfriend is John Wick. And it's like, God damn, bitch, what is wrong with you? They'll be cheating on their boyfriend and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, some nigga with a bazooka is chasing you up the street. Like, it's like, it doesn't stop. You will find out this girl is cheating on her boyfriend, and then you ask who her boyfriend is, or you in her house or somewhere, and you end up seeing a picture of her boyfriend on the walls, and it's like, you really gonna cheat on me? You really gonna cheat on Hercules with me? It's always some military nigga or some Bobby Lashley, big buff, swole nigga that they be cheating on. And then half the time you in too deep and it's like, dang, I gotta ease out of this. Cause you know what's funny? If you try to leave too quick, she gonna send that big ass nigga after you. Either way. Either way, you better prepare to fight some Goliath ass nigga for some reason. You know? So you better make sure you have a Glock or something on you. Glocks stop Goliath. You know? Glocks will stop a Goliath, hopefully. If you got some blue tips or something. A Glock will probably stop a Goliath. They be cheating on you with the worst niggas possible. They be cheating on the worst niggas possible and shit like that. You sit up there, you go look her boyfriend up. This nigga on Instagram drinking Berserk juice. So, you got to be careful out here in these streets, man. These girls are not faithful. And you'll be thinking that she's single, and it's because sometimes you don't even know she got a boyfriend. You know? So this is not the time and place to be playing with your life. You know, this is not the time and place to be playing with your life, young fellas. All right, let's get into it.
Moving parts, but do you think, and this is all speculation at this point, obviously, but do you think that Alexis will truly have an argument like the one you suggested, given the fact that they have her, alleged Instagram messages where she's planning everything with the boyfriend?
You know, it's a little unclear, honestly, when you read it. You can interpret things the way that you want. And by the way, I mean, just because she looks like she's wanting to rob somebody doesn't mean it was with him. In the probable cause affidavit, here it is. There, she does send like what I would say a really bad text out about hitting a lick, or the phrase "hitting a lick" is street slang for I'm going to rob somebody and take some of their stuff. And she talks about hitting a lick, and that's pretty bad. But it doesn't mean that it was with Brian Winston. I mean, if she's hanging out with lots of bad.
Oh yeah, and that's and listen. For all of y'all dudes out here that love, because y'all love listening to tricking conversations, right? Oh, screw you, Cuda. We could trick on these women. We don't need the game. Y'all like to trick on women, huh? Well, you know what's another name for a trick? A lick. Lick and trick. Right. War Master said, my Glocketh runneth over. No, but I mean, like, I don't understand why guys don't get the hint. You want to deal with hood bitches named Glockiana, and the word Glock is in this woman's name, and it just doesn't, it doesn't cross your brain that you should bring your Glock with you. You about to go pick Glockiana up from O Block, and it just never crossed your mind to bring your Glock with you. Glockiana in your car, and it just never crossed your mind to just let me bring my Glock with me. Speaking of Glocks. You know, Glocks are really reliable. You leave your Glock in your car overnight, and you know it gets you know, maybe it's a little cold now, so it might get a little cold. Man, you could pick that shit up the next morning and it'll still fire. Very durable. These guys don't even know what type of women that they damn dealing with, and it's sad. Now that little girl don't got a damn dad. Don't got a father. See, God knew who to give kids and who not to give kids, because I'm gonna haze the fuck out of my kid. Sitting up there picking up bitches, throwing gang signs and shit like that, and think nothing gonna happen to you. Obviously, she hang around gangsters. If she bold enough to get on the damn internet and throw up gang signs and shit like that, there's some Pyrus close by. In my head. Listen, I'm gonna tell you the truth, cause this is, and this ain't about being paranoid or none of that shit. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Even if I'm going to go pick up a square chick, you better have something on you to buck back shit in case some shit happens. Take no prisoners. And if you get pulled over or whatever, it's better to get caught with it than without it. It's better to get caught with it than without it. Half the time these bras are going to get you in the situations anyway. So if you have some type of fond love for Glockiana, just know Glockiana has a fond love for AK-40 Kevin or 180 Kevin. And Glockiana and Glocktavius.
People, she could have been hitting a lick with anybody. And so there's another wrinkle on this case as well. And I don't see Brian and Alexis being boyfriend and girlfriend too much longer. I will tell you that much. I mean, I think somebody's going to have to turn on the other here shortly, and they'd probably be wise to do that unless they are absolutely.
To you niggas that want to go ahead and kill over a female, somebody going to be fucking her as soon as you get locked up, bro. Same scenario. Somebody still fucking your bitch. But now you never getting out.
What's going
So
on,
you
EB?
can get some new. And you get what I'm saying, bro? Ain't that serious?
Shout outs to EB in the place to be. Shout outs to Eric Berg. Good to see you, bro.
Squad. Ain't that serious, bro? This video right here to you young niggas should just show y'all so much. Open your eyes a little bit if it didn't, bro.
Man, these YNs will see this shit and don't give a goddamn. You literally got a whole new terms for young niggas, and they don't give a goddamn. They aspire to be YNs. They aspire to be YNs. Shit crazy.
Shit. Get you a square.
That's what I'm saying. But you gotta watch out for these squares too, because a nigga will use a square bitch to set you up even quicker. And no, fellas, just because she got glasses on don't mean she a square.
Damn, it says she uploaded an Instagram pic 10 months ago. That's crazy. It's a good thing, squad.
We're gonna get to that right now, Eric Bird. We're gonna get to that right now. Shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to LT Man for sponsoring today's show. As always, we're gonna get to that right now. About to get into that right now. At the end of the, we got one more. I think we got one more clip, and then we're gonna get into it.
Right. It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Y'all hit the like button, support the show.
The bitches that's doing lists with their ass crossed over, all that shit, and want to be all on the. I don't. How my duck lips look? The fuck, doing all that shit, bro. That ain't. Leave them alone. Leave them alone, bro.
Absolutely not guilty, but there seems to be too much evidence to support that theory.
Right.
But see, that's another thing too, though, and I get it with the young dudes. I kind of get on the older cats about that because I know exactly what y'all are trying to do. You know, I've dated women from the opposite hood. I know my neighborhood was into it with certain girls, and I was on the other side of town and stuff like that. But see, I know how to blend in, and I know the right people. You know, my face card is very good in my neighborhood, so I'm Gucci. You know, I'm Gucci wherever I go. But I know how to move around like that. You know what I'm saying? I know how to move around like that. And even though I know how to move around, there's been times where it's been dangerous. Especially some of the girls that I'm talking to. There's been girls that I've talked to, I didn't know she was dating this dude. It's like, okay, cool. Well, I'm not dealing with her anymore. Yeah, just add me to her little list. You know? It be like that. It's like, oh, dang, I didn't know she was messing with him. Cool. I'm out of here. Pew. You know? It happens. That's what happens when you date. And I'm telling you, man, when you really out here, you know, it close proximity. It's called proximity dating. You know? But I'm going to say this, though. A lot of guys, and what I'm telling y'all, this is in my early 20s, you know. A lot of guys like a little bit of edge and a little bit of danger. You know, guys do that too, you know. And then some of y'all do that too when y'all get y'all first gun. You know, when you get your first gun, you feel like Batman and shit. You thinking about having a big ass tool belt also. You like, man, nigga, I'm the toolie man. Not Gucci Mane. I'm Thule Mane. You know, shouts to my bro Thule Mane. I got a rapper partner back in the city named Thule Mane. He crazy as hell too. Any nigga name himself Thule Mane crazy as hell. But you know, I'm the Thule Mane. You know, Tool man, yeah, that's me. You know, I'm the Thule Man. You know, happier than a nigga with a new gun, right? You feel like you can go into anybody's hood. You know, you just somebody give you a reason to pull out the strap. Okay. You forgot that they ain't stopped making guns when they made yours. What I'm saying is, some guys, you know, they you know. Shit, I'm about to die before that happens. Shit. I'm gonna go pick up some medicine in the morning. I appreciate you guys supporting the show. You said I enjoyed drama chicks when I was younger. Yeah, I did too. Until one of my friends got stabbed up. I said, oh no. Oh no. I'm not about to be out in these streets leaking. Hell no. That's not even, that don't even sound fun. You know, niggas be thinking, that's why, man, go look at the hood Bonnie and Clyde. It's always a street nigga with a nurse. The logic there is that if he gets shot up or some shit, this goofy bitch can try to help revive him and shit. Bro, niggas are dumb as fuck. The logic there is that so if he get popped, this stupid bitch can help revive him. That's the logic. The gangster and the nerd, they think they Cassie and Diddy. I'm not lying. I'm this some funny shit, but I'm being dead serious. When she go to work, he like, yo, babe, so like, can you like check what they got in the cabinet at your job and see if there's a way that you can steal me some walk hard. Cause if you can, we gonna be rich. Like he trying to become. He trying to become Scarface. He trying to get her to steal some lean for him and shit. And the object is to sell it, but he not gonna sell it. He gonna be at home using it. He gonna try to get her to steal some walk hard. She keep telling him no. IRS about to be on your ass cause she let him do her taxes.
I'd be surprised if they're still boyfriend and girlfriend, given the fact that they're both sitting in jail right now. I feel like that's pretty hard to maintain a relationship while that's going on. But
you would be surprised.
Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. Anything is possible. Well, both suspects were charged with robbery resulting in serious bodily injury. Can you explain what that means in this context?
Curly boy, what's happening?
Yeah, it's not very complicated. It is kind of what it says that it is. When you are committing a robbery and you hit somebody with the butt of a gun or you shoot them, and Indiana has a definition for serious bodily injury,
So So that's what it looked like. It looked like it's a robbery. Because why the hell are you hitting somebody with the butt of a gun? Robbery.
If they meet the definition, the person that's hit or shot meets that definition by their injuries, then you would be charged with robbery, causing serious bodily injury in the course of that robbery. And it's prosecutors are going to throw everything against the wall typically.
I feel bad. He looked like he was a cool dude. Some people just need some friends around them to be like, bro, don't go see that chick. Go spend some time with your daughter. Y'all pick up what I'm putting down? Just imagine if he had a real friend around him and be like, nah, bro, that's too sketch. Because I be getting it, some of y'all dudes, this is how my friend wanted to be. Some of y'all dudes don't have a friend. I try to be that for y'all because sometimes y'all don't even listen to the friends that y'all do have. But ain't that a bitch? If y'all dudes be wanting to, feel like you do something on your own, cool. But you better have some type of fucking foresight. Because if you don't have a real friend around you to be like, man, that shit too sketch, bro. Don't go see that chick, bro. She on the sketchy side of town. Go spend time with your daughter. Nigga might think you player hating on him and stuff like that, and it's like, no, nigga, go spend time with your daughter because you don't even know the last time you spent time with your daughter is the last time you gonna spend time with your daughter. Y'all niggas don't even be understand when you be looking your children in the eye, and sometimes you ever hear somebody say, I look my child in the eye and I just see the world. You don't even know why, for no fucking reason. Cause it might be the last time you seen your child or dealt with your child. Y'all don't be hearing some of the shit I be telling y'all, and I be dead fucking serious when I'm telling y'all. I've lived a lot of life, sadly. I mean, God willing too, you know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about I've been through a lot of situations. And let me tell you what's the most underrated flex ever. Making it back home safe. One of the most underrated flexes ever as a human being, even a woman, man, cat, dog, whatever, is making it back home safe, bro. Sometimes y'all don't even think about it. Y'all getting yourself ready to go to work, or you're going somewhere and you're looking for your keys and stuff like that. And sometimes too, like I know sometimes I feel it when I leave out the house. You get that feeling. You ever just left out the house and you just look at your front door for a little bit and it's like, all right, let me go. Let me get on this road real quick. I am telling you some real fucking shit. Because innately, you know it. And even just the state you left your house in. One of the most underrated things ever is making it back home safe. That's why when you get in from a long day, fellas, it's like that calm. It's like that, we back. Your home is like base. That's your safe haven. That's where you think. When you're stressed, when you're reading, when you're studying. This is your humble abode means a lot to you. So one of the most underrated flex as an adult is making it back home safe and in one piece. And in one piece. We'll talk about the other ones. Thank God, you wake up with your eyesight all your fingers, all your toes and stuff like that. And able-bodied. You know, a song came on yesterday, and I was listening to it, and I don't know, for some reason, I heard the song a billion times because she's one of my favorite artists, but it just hit me different. And thank God you said Aaliyah, Eric Bird. I was listening to it was a couple songs actually. I was listening to, but like it was like a couple of songs from Timbaland that got played, and you know what song came on? And I ain't gonna lie to her, I'm hearing them words as clear as day now. Aaliyah's song from Romeo Must Die, Try Again. If at first you don't succeed, you can dust it off and try again. Dust yourself off and try again. Try again. I'm like, oh man, I ain't gonna lie, that song was hitting me. Listening to it again, I just got chills. Because I'm like studying and doing tests and stuff like that. And I'm like, dang, I hope I pass this test on my first try. But I'm like, even if I don't, dust myself off and try again. Yeah, Nip had that gut feeling also. But what I'm saying is that you never know when it's going to be the last time you leave your house. So, you know, you got to thank God. You know, just thank God for the small victories in life, man. You know, you got to thank God. You know, and if, you know, and I'm not telling y'all who to believe in and stuff like that. But listen, man, if you don't have a close relationship with the Lord at some point, hey, man. You know, just try your best to get right. Because 1 minute you chasing tail, then the next minute you in hell. You know? 1 minute you chasing tail, then the next minute you burning in hell. You know? You know, you say, yo, Kuda, you said when Rock the Boat was playing my sister's car radio, I got a bad vibe. Next thing, the radio announced that she died. Yeah, man. That video is so dear to me. I have and still have the biggest crush on Aaliyah. She's just beautiful. Like, I've always listened to Aaliyah. I actually, as a fucking kid, I got fucking mad. Because they were trying to act like Aaliyah was a new artist, and Aaliyah been out. You know, if I'm not mistaken, it was in 2003. I remember because I was like 14, 15. I've been listening to Aaliyah, bro. Aaliyah been out. Like, they're like, oh, Aaliyah's an upcoming artist. No, she was not. Aaliyah had big hits. Hot Like Fire. Man, I don't know what's wrong with me. The other day, I don't know, because I listened to all of her music, and I had all of her albums. And I don't know, I didn't really, one of my favorite songs from her is Age Ain't Nothing But a Number. And I know the lyrics, or I thought I did. I went and listened to it again the other day, and I didn't know she said my. I thought it was just her singing. I thought it was just her hitting a note, like singers, they hit notes and stuff like that. I didn't notice she said my, and then the hook comes in. Age ain't nothing but a number, throwing down ain't nothing but a thing. This loving I have for you, it will never change. I didn't know she said my. That one word changed up the whole song. My age ain't nothing but it. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. I thought she was just saying in general, age ain't nothing but a number. I didn't know she said my. I said, damn, this is a whole different song now. I don't know, man. Like, y'all gotta really see what they're doing to a lot of black artists and stuff like that, because back in the day, I'm sorry, in the 90s and in the 2000s, they weren't tripping off of age like that. They just wasn't. Everybody knew certain people were young and was dealing with older people. It just was like that in the room. It just went without saying. Was it wrong? Yes, but if it made sense, especially in the music industry, nobody said nothing. Or in the movie industry, Stella got her groove back. People were talking about older cats dealing with young women all the time. Nobody frowned upon Jay-Z and Beyonce back in the day because it made sense. Same thing with Foxy Brown. It made sense. Yeah, Come Over was one of my favorite songs. Choosy Lover. My favorite song from Aaliyah is Whenever. I think it's called Whenever. It's on her Aaliyah album. But I like More Than a Woman. I'm not even gonna lie. This is a very sad song. What's the name of that song? At Your Best. I'm not gonna lie. At Your Best does it for me all the time. Hot Like Fire, Back and Forth, yeah. Even the joint she had with DMX. Yeah, but they railroading a lot of black artists. Elvis done slept with underage women. What about Elvis? They don't say shit about Elvis. Elvis done slept with a bunch of underage women and stole a lot of black music. What about Elvis? White people don't play about no goddamn Elvis. Yeah, 4-page letter, yeah. And then also too, Aaliyah was doing background vocals on that Biggie song. You know? The 90s was just so nostalgic for me though, you know? You know what song was my joint? The Can't You See What You Do to Me? Our love was meant to be. You were meant for me. Yeah, Back in One Piece. Yeah, man. Yeah, Aaliyah had them bangers, man. I didn't like how they tried to make it seem like she was a new artist. Aaliyah absolutely was not a new artist. You know. But yeah, but when I saw the Rock the Vote video, man, that fucked my head up because I knew she was on the way to film that video. Like she died right after that video. And oh, y'all don't I talked about it the other day on the show. Y'all don't know the details behind Aaliyah's death. She didn't want to get on that plane. Guess what? She had that same gut feeling I was telling you about. She had a gut feeling about that plane. She did not want to get on that Cessna. They had to drug her up to get on that plane. Lenny Kravitz even was saying that he would send a plane for her if she needed a plane. She did not want to get on that plane. I wish she didn't. But they wanted to leave so bad after that video shoot. But she didn't suffer blunt force trauma. She didn't suffer.
and see what sticks, because they don't.
My boy really died trying to get some pussy, man. Not just him though. Thousands of the other niggas that never made the news. Thousands of them, bro. This nigga took a shower, put on one of his best fits, his cologne, just to die in this shit.
Yup. Hold on now.
All right, so
Fill us in.
a big part yesterday was them going through text messages, the defense attorneys, because they were.
All right, I can't. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I can't play that because they're gonna strike me. You know they love to strike me. Give me 1 second.
Welcome to your favorite news network.
Shouts to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Check this out. Speaking of young men getting set up, Tory Lanez, they're trying to get him out of prison because basically he got set up by Megan Thee Stallion and railroaded into prison. And first of all, I'm going to say this. At this point, even before this point, I don't even know why, but maybe because they're going to... Tory Lanez is literally dumb as fuck. I'm going to just go ahead and say it. Free Tory. I love you, but you dumb as fuck, bro. Maybe there's a bigger bag at the end of this, but at that point, it don't even matter, nigga. He got popped 14 times by Mexican gang member in that bitch. Stabbed all in his face, all kinds of shit. You know? Bro, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. I'd have just straight up alluded to the bitch. Yeah. Fucking Kelsey did it. I've said this for years now, till I'm green in the face, bro. Kelsey did it. Kelsey shot Megan. You know, a lot of these niggas got this no snitching code thing and stuff like that, but I could see if I was out, you know, gang banging and pistol swinging. Yeah, then don't snitch. You know, if we plan something, or we out hitting a lick, or for whatever reason, that's when you with your homies and stuff like that. But this is a completely different case. This is you getting railroaded. I don't know what honor or code you sticking by at this point. Something got to make sense at this point. And niggas are going down dying, getting popped in jail and stuff like that. And you know the court kind of will kind of meet you halfway on your stupidity. What am I talking about? Well, if you gonna not snitch to a certain degree, you saving the hoes. You saving the hoes. Kelsey got shot I mean, no, Kelsey was doing the shooting. You know? So for y'all that don't know, Tory Lanez, his bodyguard had the gun. That wasn't Tory's gun. It was his. Well, it technically was Tory's guest's, or not his guest, but his bodyguard's gun. And for some reason, I don't know how Kelsey knew what the fuck it was. But that's not your problem. She went and reached for it and tried to shoot her friend, Megan Thee Stallion. Because, you know, bitches will take your nigga and go rap about it. Especially if they feel that they can take your nigga. So basically, that's what happened. Then, from what I know, I don't know. I think I gotta refresh myself on this story again, because I don't know if that jail call was made from Tory to Kelsey. Because there was some goofy phone call where Tory was like saying that he apologized and blah 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 and some other goofy shit. But anyway, Tory, and we already cracked this case years ago at this point. Y'all can go listen to the legendary shows that I put out on this topic and just how I called it down the line. Because we put it together here on Player Talk Radio. Kelsey had Tory's security guard's gun. Now, during the trial, remember, I think the security guard went missing. I don't know if it was Tory's security guard or I think it was Tory's security guard, or maybe it was Kelsey's, or I don't know. But I think it was Tory's security guard went missing all of a sudden during this trial. And he goes missing. They do a whole trial. Kelsey got immunity. So I was saying, hey bro, he needs to sue the fuck out of the state and the prosecutor and all them niggas, because first of all, how the hell do you get immunity? Guilty as fuck. And how the hell does he go to jail and his prints wasn't found on the gun? So during the trial, y'all, Kelsey had which from what I know, I've come to believe, Kelsey had a security guard that was taking her to court and back. You know what I'm saying? It was a bodyguard basically. And what happened was, he overheard her on the phone, I guess with her boyfriend or whoever was talking. She was talking to. Literally say that she grabbed the gun and was shooting at Megan. Okay? She grabbed the gun and was shooting at Megan. And Tory knocked the gun out of her hand. So she started to shoot at Megan, and Tory basically knocked the gun out of her hand, which the gun fell onto the ground and went off 2 to 3 more times. So Tory basically saved Megan Thee Stallion from getting shot. Okay? Tory basically saved Megan Thee Stallion from getting shot. From getting peppered. Right? Listen. And this is what I said. And listen and don't be surprised. You can go back to my show from last year or maybe the year before or whatever. Cause I know these things. You know, I know these things. I've been doing this for a long time. Let me tell y'all what I believe happened. Cause it don't take much to put it together when you have certain variables on the table and certain things in play, and you know, because that's all you know. All three of them niggas wasn't friends to a certain degree. All three of them. Let me tell you what I believe happened. Tory was fucking both of them. So to a certain degree, both of them are mad at Tory. Reasonably, right? That's reasonable. But at the same time, you know how women aren't friends. Especially certain types of women. They share shit. They talk shit about each other behind each other's backs. They share niggas. Or not. They're just fake as fuck to each other. So what I believe, and this sounds more like the real story, or a variation of the real story. Me personally, DJ Kuda, believes that Megan and her friend got into it over Tory. That's obvious, right? And Tory took the side of Megan. I mean, of Kelsey. You know what I'm saying? Tory took the side of Kelsey. Because Megan was mad at Tory for being in the pool or being around Kylie. You know what I'm saying? And all kinds of stuff. And then guess what? You know, Megan's friend is mad that, you know, Megan was screwing around with Tory, her man. And it's like, yeah, you could have messed with anybody else. You always get the man. Blah, blah, blah. You know, girls fight over stuff like that. And Megan is like, well, I'm the star. I'm Megan Thee Stallion. She get to go off and go rap about that shit. You can't even listen to your friend music no more because you don't even know if she talking about you. You see what I'm saying, y'all? I'm a very slick man. You might want to subscribe, y'all. Piece it together, right? So there's some animosity there. Then y'all drinking, so you probably talking a little bit of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens. You drinking, talking a little bit of shit. and let's say you and Tory arguing. You don't fuck with Kelsey, not fucking with Megan, so you know they probably just in the car talking shit to each other. Oh, you not faithful. And then Megan, Kelsey like, there's a lot of people that's not faithful. You know, saying some slick shit. You're not even a real friend. You know, me and Tori was dating, and you was talking to him, you know, and then her friend know that Megan ain't faithful because around that time too, Megan was sleeping with the baby. Megan let Blueface hit, like all kind. I'm like, damn, she moved quick. This Texas bitch quick. So you know what I'm saying? All kinds of shit was going on around that time. She was getting around like Cassie. You know? So Kelsey and Megan got into it. Kelsey go grab the gun. Get the strap. You know, Kelsey done got the strap. Kelsey shoots at Tori and Megan not fucking with each other. So maybe I don't know. Tori probably was hitting Megan, or maybe he jumped in, or maybe he took Kelsey's side for whatever reason. And you know what Megan said? You know what Megan said? Fuck both of them. She pointed a gun at me. He taking her side. Fuck both of them. They can have each other. They can have each other. That's what this shit sound like. Fuck both of them. They can have each other. I don't even care about telling the truth at this point. If he gonna snitch on her, he gonna snitch on her. But I'm gonna say he shot me. I'm gonna railroad him. I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? He should have been. He should have. First of all, he should have been fucking around with with. He should have been fucking around with Kylie anyway. Then he gonna take Kelsey's side. You know what I'm saying? Since they wanna side up and stuff like that, fuck them. Let's see them fight this. Is he gonna snitch on her and put her in jail for shooting at me? And then there's two things, you know. If her and Kelsey got back cool, you know, she could say that goofy ass shit. I didn't let no nigga come between us. I didn't put you in jail behind no nigga. Because depending on how this shit play out, even though she was running around crying, that kind of really didn't really fit her rapper persona. She didn't snitch on her friend. But then again, she did turn around and snitch and said, Tori shot me. You know, a woman will do that. She'll pretend like her back was turned and act like she didn't know who. You know, women will kill two birds with one stone and say, hey, Tori shot me. Like, okay, you know what? I'm going to fix both of them. Women will do that. He wanted to take her side, whoop-de-whoop. I'm going to fix both of them. So she literally just focused on Tori. She didn't even say nothing about her friend. When what happened was, what we suspected, Kelsey's print is on the gun. Kelsey shot Megan. But she mad at Tori. Tori probably took Kelsey's side. Megan on some revenge shit. Okay, I'm a get back at both of them. So Tory knocked the gun out of Kelsey's hand. It goes off 2 times. So what does that tell you? To a certain degree, Tory probably saved Megan Thee Stallion's life. If you think about it. So imagine getting railroaded into jail when you actually protected Megan. Because in that fit of rage, she could have done some real bodily harm with that weapon. She could have done some real bodily harm. And look, let's just say this. Let's just say Kelsey, let's just say Tory was kind of laughing, or let's just say he did say dance, bitch, while Kelsey was shooting at her. Or I'm not going to say Tory instructed Kelsey to shoot at her, but let's just keep it 100. The thing is this. If Tory knocked the gun out of Kelsey's hand, he basically was trying to save Megan and stop Kelsey. Protect both of them. Now you in jail. Now you in jail. And people are looking at you like you're a piece of shit. Why would you shoot at Megan Thee Stallion? I'm not gonna lie, this nigga made Bun B get on camera talk about some call the police. I'm like, Bun. Whoa, wait a minute. That's the last nigga I thought that would be getting on here trying to tell somebody to call the police. Bunny. You know? So, she lied. She even went on Gayle King and lied. She don't give a fuck. She went on a lying tour. And then listen, she got the perfect alibi because she can say, well, my back was turned when he shot me in the hooves. So now this man is damn near half dead, getting carved up in the jail, and shit getting real surgical for him. Niggas' lungs collapsing and all kinds of shit. I'm not gonna lie. He got nothing to lose at this point. But I gotta remember, I don't know if he was on the jail phone with Kelsey. But nah, he should have been in there, sitting up there recording albums and shit, which I heard his last album slaps. Some people try to say that he started a fight with the Mexican to get hurt so that it will help his legal case. I don't know how true that is. From what I know, he got stabbed at like 6:31 a.m. in the morning. And they got this goofy ass story out that that the guy that stabbed him, that Tory made a pass at his wife when she came there to visit him and stuff like that, and he was already feeling some type of way about Tory and also I don't fucking know at this point. All I know is that if what Kelsey's bodyguard, and like I said, this is the bodyguard that was with her during the case. So this isn't Tory's bodyguard, the one that got a gun, and I think the one that went missing. The bodyguard said that his conscience, he couldn't let an innocent man sit in jail like that, that his conscience was fucking with him. somebody that was totally unrelated to the case. So I don't even know if Megan's conscience is fucking with her. She out here with new niggas and fucking up in relationships and all kinds of shit. I don't even know if Megan's conscience. I don't even know if she has one. And honestly, maybe she doesn't feel bad because it's like she put Tory and Kelsey in a conundrum. If she did say, yo, fuck them dudes, you know, they can stay to themselves. You know, and fuck both of them, Tory and her. She probably like, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, women be having what's called an alibi. You know. So to convince herself or not really feel fucked up behind it, she probably like, okay, well, there's nothing stopping him from snitching on her. How much do you love her? Are you going to go do time for her? You know, and that's some real shit. I ain't gonna lie. This ain't like no gangster shit. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's gonna feel crazy to talk to the police about the people, but nigga, if you in there recording mixtapes and shit like that, nigga, I would have snitched in a mixtape. Track 1, bitch, you know you did it. Track number 2, get me up out of here. Track number 3, nigga, I will put out messages, nigga. I will snitch. Fuck that. Track number 3, what if Kelsey did it? Let me paint a vivid picture. This nigga's singing and crying on tracks, talking about something they don't know what happened. Oh, I do. I do. And I'm finna tell. Cause fuck that. This ain't no gangster shit. This ain't no gangster party. This is you trying to throw me under the damn jail. Shit.
The Dusty News Network. You know where Negro News comes first. And I'm so excited to be your host today. Breaking news. We all know about the very sad attack that happened to Tory Lane when he was in prison. We are glad that he recovered. But not everybody is happy that Tory Lanez has recovered. And some people believe that he is still needing to be in jail and don't need to be free. Now, it's a very big divide between did he do it or did he not do it, or was he basically lined up by Megan Thee Stallion? But there is one person out there who has her own receipts on Tory Lane, and this is a adult star, or we could call her a clapper, by the name of Miss B Nasty. And yes.
Now look at this disgusting hyena. Check this out.
This is one of the people that Shannon Sharpe wanted to clap her cheeks also. We all know that he's into these kind of booty clappers type OnlyFans models. But the receipts that this young lady is about to...
Yeah, but see, that would have been too hot if Shannon got with her. That would have been too hot. She wouldn't have shut the hell up about that. Gone are the days. Let me tell y'all something, man. They don't even make hoes like they used to back in the days. Gone are the days you didn't have to make hoes sign an NDA and all this other goofy shit. It was just y'all both knew. And women would shut the hell up because they weren't trying to fuck up their clientele. Gone are the days where hoes had a little bit of dignity, bro.
To expose are pretty interesting.
Not free Tory. Keep him locked up. Keep him locked up. I will tell you about this one celebrity because it's not something I'm proud of. I just want to tell you a story, okay? So, this celebrity slid in my DMs and was like, it was Thursday night. I need you all to understand it was Thursday night. Thursday night, he's like, hey, I live like I live like 100 miles away from LA. He was like, yo, tomorrow, no, he was like, Friday night, I'm having this party. I want you to come through. I'm going to pay you to come through. And I'm like, pay me for what? He was like, I just want you to come be in this music video. I'm finna shoot. I'm finna see him the concept. So I was like, okay, how much you paying? And he was like, I'm paying this much. And I'm like, I'm telling my people in the house, I'm like, I'm not doing this because of who he is, okay? I'm going to tell you who it is.
This girl got a big ass price tag on her. Never mind.
But I have to tell the story in this order, okay? For you to figure out who it is.
It's funny when somebody that's for sale act like they're not for sale. Never mind.
It is. So Thursday night, he DMs me, you need to come to this party. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to pass. I'm not really your biggest fan right now. That's what I said to him. Something of that effect. I was like, yeah, I'm not really your biggest fan right now. I pass. He was like, oh man, this is going to be live on Friday. You're going to miss out, yada, yada, yada. Cool. Friday happens. I'm watching the TV. I want to say it was December 20th. And it was like, you're guilty. And he goes to jail. His name was Tory Lanez. I was like.
So yeah, he tried to have a little going away party. Or maybe, you know what I'm saying? Hey, yeah, all women are for sale, absolutely. But yeah, he tried to get like a little, you know, celebration or something like that. You know, tomorrow's a big day. He going to court. He took it to trial. What's wrong with that?
Damn, that's so cocky.
Might be his last day free.
He was planning a party. For that night. Yeah. I was laughing. I laughed. Because you know how cocky you have to be to plan a party for the day that you go to court? Like, that man knew that man thought he had it in the bag. And I'm not free Tory. Keep him locked up. You sound slow. I don't care what I sound. Tory's locked up. He's in jail. I want y'all to know, y'all can keep saying free him. It ain't gonna get him free. You can go outside and yell it. You can yell it until you don't got no oxygen left. It won't make him any freer. That man is still locked up. You could say he free until you blue in the face. He's still gonna be in prison. Still in prison. You can say it right now. Say free Tory Lanez one more time. Free Tory, still in prison. Didn't work. It didn't work. No matter how many times y'all say it, it's not working. Why it's not working? Free Tory, still locked up. Free Tory, still locked up. Free Tory, still locked up. He's still locked up. Y'all gonna keep saying it. Free Tory, still locked up. Still locked up. Free Tory, still locked up. Free Tory, still locked up. Megan Thee Stallion ain't. What Tory Lanez doing? Let's call him and find out.
I'm not gonna lie, these corn bitches are corny. See what I did there? I guarantee you, a lot of times, aside from sex, I guarantee you, y'all niggas don't even want to be around these broads. Non-sexual attention wise, it's like, oh god, this fake corn star has the audacity to say somebody's being cocky. These corn bitches are corny. It's like that's what you find? That's what you find funny? That's why they say don't meet people that you fond of. You gonna yeah, it's a really weird chick. She bad as hell. Don't get me wrong. I know about Miss B Nasty now. But these days she remind me of a more hotter Tracy Ellis Ross. But due to the nature of the stuff that she does, this woman is a vile harlot. If you like this woman's content, you are going to hell. You know? And some of y'all gonna go look her up after this. Her name is Miss B Nasty. Okay. And I hope you hear my voice when you listen to that, when you look at that bullshit she put out. I've seen it myself. If you get a little nosy and go snooping on your phone, I hope you hear my voice when I tell you. If you go look her up, and what's the other girl's name? What's that bald-headed girl name that be pretending like she's a stud? I forgot her name. But if you go look them up, man, you are going to hell. You know? She's one of them girls that I was talking about earlier that got one of them goofy ass machines in her room and stuff like that. Like these girls be literally laying on a bed full of dildos and be thinking that Diddy's horrible and that nothing's wrong with them. It's like, this bitch is sick. It's attractive to a certain degree, but it's sick. Like, it's one of those joints that after post-nut clarity, it's like, I need to get away from this bitch. ASAP. Rocky. You know, I'm giving y'all the game. You like women like her, like that non-sexual attention. She couldn't pay you to be around her. I already know the type. You got to get rid of her, or you got to present yourself as annoying and shit like that, so you can she can get rid of you. It got to be her idea to get rid of you. That's how you get rid of women like this. It got to be her idea to get rid of you. You got to make her feel like she did something, so she can be gone for good. She's not even worth being around anyway. She ready to snitch and put people in jail.
Let's call the prison and find out what Tory Lanez do. You think he mopping the floors? What you think, he in the yard? You think he in the yard right
This bitch need to be in jail.
now? His music good? Nah, I don't listen to that shit.
So when this kind of went viral just the other day, I thought it was like basically a clap session going on. So it might have been he was looking to maybe clap you up, but it seemed that he wanted you to come to the victory party, and you're mad because, you know, he thought he was going to go free. He didn't go free, and that's the party that he invited you to. Okay, so it didn't happen, but why do you feel the need that you need to share that? I mean, like, it wasn't like he was saying like, oh, I would love to get you pregnant, or I would love to do this, or I'd love to do that. I guarantee you, if it was enough money, you would have been in there bouncing your cheeks. It would have been, you'd have been clapping it up everywhere. And this is why y'all so fake, because y'all be acting like y'all really love somebody, you're loyal to Megan Good. You're not loyal to nothing. You know what I mean? You're out here clapping on Twitter. You're out here clapping on OnlyFans, okay? You would do almost damn near anything for a few dollar bills, all right? If that dude would have gotten free and he would have been ready to cash you out $10,000, all we need to do is get some Diddy oil and watch you start clapping it up. And I would have been right there with him, trying to donate some money to see you clap it up too. Clapathon sessions going all down the street, and you know it. So stop trying to be fake as if now what you're talking about is a flex. You sound ridiculous. Next story. Speaking of OnlyFans models, they're doing a whole lot these days, doing anything to get more followers. So what happens is they're going onto regular sites like TikTok, Instagram, but they're creating like non-sexual content to get more followers. Then people subscribe to their OnlyFans. But the way they're doing it is insane.
Here is another disgusting example of somebody using an AI filter to pretend to have Down syndrome in order to sell more subscriptions to their OF account. This video had over 70 million.
Now, let me tell you where this trend came from. And there's this girl, and she's cute, you know, and she's pretty fit. She has this, I forgot her name. It's white girls, right? She has this sister that she works out with that has Down syndrome. And the sister, she's cold. Like, she's like bad. Her body cold, everything. But you would expect that because they go to the gym together. And they're always at the gym together. You know what I'm saying? But she got Down syndrome, you know, and she's cute. She looks adorable, you know, and it's like, you know, she working out, and she got a body like she colder than the normal sister and shit like that, you know. She'll make you think like, damn, could I date a Down syndrome? You know, she get to acting out with, like, would I do, like, would I have to know how to handle that, you know, or you know, it's like, it just makes you think. It's like, it's fucked up, but it's a thing. And there were other women on the internet that had Down syndrome, and it's like, you know, it makes you kind of question, you know. There's been times too where I've asked y'all, would y'all date a deaf girl or a, you know what I'm saying? So, lo and behold, other women like that start coming out of nowhere, you know, coming out the woodworks and stuff like that. And it's like, it's interesting. It's like, oh wow, there's like, are you down with the syndrome, you know? Are you down with the Down syndrome baddies? You know, because they out here, they're competent enough to work out and stuff like that. And they're bad as hell, you know? So it became like I wouldn't necessarily say a fetish, but a lot of people start doing it on Instagram, and now you got these OnlyFans models doing this, you know, to lead people back to their OnlyFans, or try to make it seem like, you know, that they're portraying a real Down syndrome girl with a body like that, you know? There's a lot of stuff that they're doing too. You got a lot of OnlyFans girls pretending to be trans too. We're gonna get into that, you know, since we're talking about cucks and stuff earlier with Diddy and the weird money and shit like that. War Master said that chick used the Downy filter. Come on, man. I'm trying to be serious, War Master. Like, first of all, whoever created that filter is going to hell. I don't know about the people using it, but I know for a Fendi fact, whoever created that filter, there's a special place in hell for you. You know? You know? Look at the bullshit you done caused. But this is the thing, right? It's getting exploited. Like I said, you know, chicks will exploit everything, just about. Lousy opportunists. Horrible. This is horrible. But I mean, they don't owe no damn loyalty to anything. So, hey.
Views and over 900,000 likes. First off, can't even believe that a filter like this even exists. But secondly,
oh, it got a community note. Oh.
If you're somebody that supports this, or you go and subscribe to them, you are sick in the head.
No, but this is the thing. There's a lot of niggas that are sick in the head. So this is what I wanted to say also. My bad. I almost forgot. This is how they got found out about. Niggas would literally go to the OnlyFans channel or the Fansly links, right? And I'm pretty sure some of y'all niggas are over there too, but I'm pretty sure niggas were legitly upset that there was no real Down syndrome chick. Nigga gonna be like, yo, I came here for the Down syndrome baddies, and it was like, oh, it's a joke. We kind of just was doing that shit for Twitter to get y'all to come over to our OnlyFans. And there you go. It's like white girls when he found out she wasn't white and he was like, bitch, please. Niggas gonna be legit mad that the Down syndrome girl didn't exist. And then guess what? They're gonna feel slighted. All right.
And you're part of the problem. I will say I am happy to see a lot of big creators are speaking out against this, and we've gotten a lot of these accounts
Yeah, they're speaking out against it because they went to go look for some Down syndrome baddies and got spoofed.
taken down, especially the ones that I've posted. So thank you to all of you. And after doing some homework, I found that these are the actual women that are doing this or their management teams in order to push traffic to their OF account, as well as there are people that are stealing others' content using the filter and trying to hustle and scam people. Regardless, if you're somebody that's doing this or somebody that supports this, shame on you. You need to do better. I will call out every...
It's gonna be a shame on a lot of people in there. Shit, fuck that. It's gonna be shame on a lot of niggas.
every single account that does this until this evil is off the internet.
It's sad you guys are using Down syndrome filters to sell subscriptions. Like, you're using AI to act like you're a OnlyFans.
You know what's funny with this whole OnlyFans situation, y'all? The world is gonna end up fucking around and owing a big apologies to pimps. That's gonna be the funny part of all of this shit. Cause you see shit like this and you wonder why pimps exist. Why does a man have to step in and help a woman sell her own coochie? Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Like, you literally gotta do this to sell your own coochie. Bitches are giving y'all... I remember when we used to have to work for naked pics. Like, nah, this shit is just getting given out like Halloween candy. There used to be a time where, you know, you had to work for these naked pics. But for $3.99, the girl that was yelling, "I don't like to be treated like an object," we'll send you a 4K. For $3.99, you get to see her booty hole and her birth canal. For $3.99. You get to go see her booty hole and her birth canal. But she wants to be treated like a lady. Gotcha.
Model with Down syndrome, and we all know what that means, right? That the person is going to be mentally disabled, and then you're using that basically to sell subscriptions, and then they're shutting down those accounts. Like, man, it is so pathetic. Y'all will do you're basically like Nasty B or Be Nasty. You would do anything to be a booty bouncer. It doesn't matter like that. It's just ridiculous. Next story.
Because there always going to be some corny niggas out there and be like, man, she might be mentally ill, but that booty is dumb, though. But not as dumb as that booty, though.
Now, guys, I live on the continent of Africa.
Niggas be so corny and predictable.
And it's not uncommon for people to do work and never get paid. That's what happens here. A lot. It's not uncommon. But it's hella uncommon.
There's always some I can save her nigga. And it transcends into the Down syndrome stuff too. Because I can save her, you know. But if y'all didn't know, that's where it came from. Basically, they're trying to act like that chick. When I find the video, I will put it on my community post, y'all.
In the States, unless you're this lady in the back, Portia Grady. So family, imagine working at a business and they don't want to pay you. You haven't been paid for 3 weeks, okay? And then you go and ask for your money and then they call the damn cop. This is what is going on in, you guessed it, North Carolina. This is always one of my states. I'm telling you, North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Memphis, and obviously Florida. This is what is going on. Owner of this restaurant called the Friends Table has basically been involved in this scandal. Now, Portia Grady is the owner, okay? And after she was called out for not paying her staff for weeks, and instead of addressing her concerns like a professional lady, she called the Fayetteville Police Department when they showed up to work trying to get answers about their missing pay. Now, I want to give a shout out to the North Carolina Beat for this particular story, and I want to basically talk about this employee whose name is Stan Jones and his particular issue with it. So after 3 weeks of no pay, the kitchen staff at the Friends Table confronted the owner about our paychecks. She called the cops on us saying we were trespassing and we couldn't come in the building. How are you going to tell the police you have no idea about employees' pay, but you own and run business? We aren't talking about a few $100. We're talking about in the thousands. You have people that work for you, pay those people. An employee should never come to you asking about their check, and you know for a fact they worked. You want to be a boss.
War Master said, I can't in good conscience make any Downey jokes. You said I'm already going because I'm going to hell with a lame station. Going to hell with a lame station is infinity worse. Man, listen. I had a friend, y'all. Well, he's not my friend. He's my brother. But I'm going to tell y'all what happened. And I don't know. Maybe because I could picture this because I know exactly what he's talking about. He was like one day, he was outside of our high school. And you got some, it's high school, you got some slow kids there, that's a part of a certain group. I'm really trying to get through this because like the way he explained it was funny. So in these group of kids, because back in our day they called them the R word, the tarted, the tart. They call them the tard, which I don't know when. That shit was news to me because overnight that shit just became an offensive word. I thought that was the word to use, but apparently autistic is the word to use, so people and parents and students don't look at you like a piece of shit. So I'm like, okay, taking notes, right? So he said they were outside and to a certain degree they make them hold hands when they walk. So he said he was sitting in his car and he was looking at them and they were walking and holding hands. And he said one of them fell. And then the whole line. Let me go on mute. Oh my God. He said one of them tripped and fell. And then the whole line went down with them. I said, oh no. But how he described it, he was like, he wasn't looking at them at first. But when he looked up, instantly, one of them tripped and fell. And you know how they're holding hands? The whole line went down. I said, oh, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I'm definitely going in gasoline draws, bro. Couldn't be me, bro. Couldn't be me, man. Bro, I prayed. No, I'm not going to hell. I prayed to God. I've already asked God for forgiveness for laughing at that. I've pre-asked him for forgiveness. I don't know if I have to ask him again because I laughed again today. But bro, if I've seen some shit like that, I'm sorry. Unapologetically, I'm going. Because God, you can't play games on people like that. You can't just you can't just be distracted by something and then look up and then some shit like that happens and then think you about to go back to looking at what you was looking at before. No, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. So yeah, I probably am going in gasoline draws. And if y'all laugh too, y'all coming right along with me. So don't think y'all safe neither.
Then boss up or move out the way. Now it got so bad. As they are waiting on a new system, you can see here they're writing down their own times in turn in order to get paid. All right, look at this. Hey, Mr. Stan, it's McCullough. Please text me all unpaid hours. So he's texting her all the hours. All right. Now then he says the blame is being shuffled to you of why we're being paid. This is crazy. Now, Jones, the brother on the Facebook post, is saying the team is struggling to even show up because they're not getting paid on time. He explained how Grady has split his April 26th paycheck and paid the balance on May 2nd. But May 9th came and he went with nothing. Now, when your employees want their money, you call the cops on them. Like,
she need a bookkeeper.
Again, is this what you do? Are you this dusty? Does it take... Like, you're just so down bad, it don't make no sense. Who would do something like that? Oh, I forgot, your ass would do it, right? Like, you are pathetic. You know what? I might just... Next story! So guys, we had a great show. You had the Be Nasty booty bouncing lady who basically is trying to expose Tory Lane and then looks bad herself. You have the OnlyFans models using Down syndrome AI filters. And then you have Portia Grady, who owns a restaurant and don't want to pay nobody. Who will win the Dusty Award of the day? Jeopardy music! Drum roll, please! You know what? This is hard to do, right? The booty bouncer. But it's Portia Grady, the Friends table. Listen, babe, I don't even know. You got me. I thought Negroes was always down bad, but this right here takes the cake. Sometimes I'm ashamed to be a Negro. Okay, I'm not ashamed no more. I was ashamed for like 1 second, but y'all gotta stop. Like, what are you talking about? This is crazy. Then you don't want to pay nobody because you dusty. You don't want to pay your kitchen staff. Well, what? You need to be out here in Africa to try that stuff. I mean, that's I'm just joking. Don't do it nowhere. But throw that dust on her. It's over for her. So guys, that's my time. It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again with another episode of the Dusty News Network. I'm out.
All right.
All right. So.
All right. Everybody going crazy today. Everybody going crazy today. All right, so we talked about a lot of stuff on today's show. Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. Gave it about an hour. 7 hours and 18 minutes, almost a full shift. Yeah, SM7B is going to be hitting me, man. RE20s too, man. Now look at this. For those who stayed to the end and definitely supported the show, you will be rewarded. Sister George, shout outs to Curlin, shout outs to Sister George. is back in the swing of things. I hope her and Concrete is cool. I saw somebody say something crazy in her chat. They were like, Concrete. I hope her and Concrete didn't fall out. But they used to have the breakdown, and I'm not surprised, but a lot of people I heard reached out to Alan Roger Curry's wife, to get the interview. She probably, didn't want to give them the interview or whatever because, they were probably just fishing for something and being disingenuous. Now, while Alan was alive, rest in peace to ARC, he went on the breakdown, and had love for Sister George and Concrete Rose. And this is just sad, But I was telling you guys that when he said that he got a young girl or a younger woman, like I said, I had to do the math. I was like, well, younger for Alan Roger Curry is like a girl around my age. I was like, he probably, when I saw her too, I was like, okay, yeah, she's a millennial. He got himself like a goofy millennial. Cause, I mean, unless you, I wouldn't even say you're super freaked out, but Gen Z wouldn't understand like Mode 1 and like erotica and stuff like that. This is a different generation. And maybe the Gen Z girls that will go after is like probably some like fake anime bitch. Or like one of these goofy college girls, because college girls, they kind of just, they kind of, they kind of, just be just down for shit. So, I knew it was a millennial, a chick that would read books and, just be into that type of stuff, I don't know why I'm thinking of this book. There was this book that I had. I read it a little bit, but it's a pretty good book. I think I need to try to get it and go read it again. It was this book called The Ethical Slut. Yeah, with a name like that, pretty interesting. But I don't know why I just thought of that book for some reason. That's probably some literature I would have gave ARC's lady to read, but that's the type of stuff that women were reading back in the day, phone sex, that's the type of stuff that women back in the day were into, just I would say a millennial would get ARC, and to me, that's some fly shit. I mean, at his age, he's still pulling young girls that look good, and when I saw her, I was like, oh, okay. I was like, that's what's up. I'm happy for him. People was like, oh, why is he getting married at this age and blah, blah, blah. It's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, I mean, ARC talks about, Mode 1 in the game and a lot of player shit. But, like, after a while, you get tired, man. You get tired. You get tired of somewhat being in the club and asking women what's their favorite colors. It's like, girl, I'm in my 50s. I really don't give a fuck about your favorite color. Like, what's your favorite color? Red. And then she asks you the question back, what's your favorite color? Pussy. Pussy. That's my favorite color. You know, like after you get to a certain age, you know, you're really not, you really don't give a damn. You know, especially a cool brother north of 45. Like that nigga ain't about to like come on now. You know, so um. She's in, you know, he told us how he met her, you know, which he doesn't have to. Like, I really don't give a damn about all of that stuff, you know, just, hey, I found me a young, nice lady, she cool as hell. That's it, you know, that's enough for me. But dudes want to know everything, like, oh, did you get her? And, oh, did you use mode 1? Like, I could care less if he used mode 1 or not, you know. But you got a lot of weirdos and weirdo dudes in this space, you know? And I don't want y'all to misconstrue anything that I'm saying. You're not a weirdo if you go looking for game on the internet. But what makes you a weirdo is if you can't get a woman for your own damn self and you worried about if the next man can get a woman or pull a woman. You understand what I'm saying? That's what makes you a weirdo. You know, if you're willing to make fun of dudes and talk crazy to dudes and say anything to dudes on the internet and you don't even have a woman yourself or couldn't get a woman for shit, you know? You got no business worried about if another nigga's a player or if you can or if he can pull with mode 1 and all this other goofy shit. That's what makes you a weirdo. You know, I can't hate on you for trying to soak up some knowledge or some game. You know, now I can't criticize you for not supporting the show or not supporting the content that you're benefiting from, but that's neither here nor there nor the price of tea of where I'm at. You know, Eric Bird said that part. Right. But what I'm saying is this, you know, that's what makes a lot of guys weirdos. You know, you worried about if the next man's Johnson is going into some damn coochie. Like, bro, like who raised you? Who gave you the game? Who laced your boots? Cause you niggas is lame. You know, some real shit. You know? You know, you worried about the next nigga's nut. Pause. You know? So that's that's what makes a lot of cats weirdos. You know, that it's bothering you. You know, that's what makes a lot of cats weirdos in this space. Now, ARC can't do nothing from the grave. You know, this woman still got youth in her you know corner, and yeah, Meat Fest. Pause. Meat Fest is crazy, but you know when you got a woman out here that's into that type of stuff and she got fetishes and things and stuff like that. Yeah, man, you know, respectfully, you got a woman out here whose needs need to be met. You know. But the women of yesteryear that were swingers and hoes, now that I got a little bit older, I have a huge amount of respect for them, because you got women that were swingers and you would never know that they were swingers. You know, you would never know that they were in the lifestyle. You literally, and I mean literally, would have to run into them, you know, fucking around at a swingers party or you got invited to a swingers party or something like that. You know, you literally would have to run into them there and be like, oh, or at some type of masquerade party or something like that, you know. You would have never known, you know? And that's kind of what made that community so unique, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of brothers, you know what I'm saying, you said Kuda needs to support his Xbox. Come on, Kuda. You said weird dudes don't play a lot of weirdos play Xbox, man. Yeah, dudes are penis policing. Yeah, absolutely. You said leave the ranks of weirdos and play Xbox. Yes, sir. No, I'm telling y'all, man. Like women, the hoes of yesterday, they were worth dealing with. Hoes used to be mysterious. That's one thing that y'all are leaving out. Hoes used to be mysterious. There used to be an allure with hoes. You know what I'm saying? Hoes used to be out this bitch Aurora farming. That's what they call it nowadays, y'all. It's called Aurora farming. You know, hoes had a little bit more dignity, man. Hoes used to have a lot more dignity back in the day. They used to carry themselves with a little bit more poise. You know? Yeah, but this the thing. You would never know that they were prostitutes or high end and stuff like that. You would never think they were dealing with the clientele that they were dealing with. You, you would never know. Bro, I'm telling you, the real bona fide hoes you would never know. That's why I said this shit is a joke. I respect those women. I respect those women that were real. I respect those women that were professional and looked out. You know what I'm saying? That industry wasn't a joke or a mockery. You know? It's a lot of stand-up women in that profession. And that's why I don't like how like a lot of the hoes of today, they just kind of just they've diminished it down to some bullshit. You know? Yeah, I respect the honest hoe too. You know, I respect it. You know? Because I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I mean, even in their world, it's not easy. You know, hoes used to be neighborhood watch. There's a lot of stuff I could tell y'all about hoes if I already haven't. Like I said, it's my favorite subject. But right, War Master. You said these scamming slash scopolamine hoes I don't like. But a lot of these women aren't even hoes. They're just goofy broads with bandwidth, man. A lot of these women aren't even hoes like that. They're not even hoes like that. They're just women that's just throwing shit at the wall and hoping that it sticks. You know? But anyway, let's get into it. I'm not even gonna lie. ARC probably wifed up a good one because it looks like if the circumstances were different, she would have stayed with him. Y'all could find these goofy kink type hoes or women that are pretty shy. Some of these women, they're pretty shy. You know, they're pretty shy. You know, they go back to acting stupid though when you're not around. I hate to say it like that, but that's really what it is. And I mean, you know, she got a fetish. You know, what is a shy girl to do? But then again, you got to think about it. Are they really shy? Because she's pretty shy. Hold on. Nicer's in the chat? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Where's Nicer? I can't. Hold on. Somebody's outside yelling, y'all. Nicer, where's your comment? Where's her comment? I don't. You know what? This. Hold on. Let me go look at on. I have to go to YouTube. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. I can't see your comment. This happens on here. I don't know why this happens on here, but I can't see comments on Rumble. Let me see. I can't see. Oh, okay. I can see comments on. No, actually, I can't. Oh my God. Shout outs to Production Expert 1992. I couldn't see your comment on Rumble. I can't see War Master's comments on Rumble neither. Okay. So now I'm learning. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so I can't see your comments on Rumble. Shout outs to Production Expert and shout outs to War Master. I couldn't see y'all comments on Rumble. And it says Kick here, but I don't really get too many comments on Kick, but I can't see the comments on Kick neither. You said some weird dude's Xbox died, that's why he screamed. He sound like he in pain or he drank something, man. It's Friday here, so yeah, it's around 4:03 a.m. in the morning here, so people are up. The people are probably just leaving the clubs and they yelling and shit and stuff. And then you got monks walking around at this time also. Where Nicer? I don't know. Do y'all see Nicer's comment? Where's Nicer's comment? Shout outs to Nicer. Hold on. Let me go look on YouTube. There she is. Okay. Nicer's comment should be after Eric Bird's meat glazing comment. But I don't see it on here. What the hell? Hold on. Hold on. Oh shit, here it is. Okay, I found your comment. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Are you still here? See, look. Now that I said something about Kick, this is the only Kick comment that comes up. It's a guy advertising. Yeah, I don't get to see all the comments on here. Actually, War Master, I'm gonna need your help. I need to go to the mall here, and I need to go get a Raspberry Pi because guess what I need to do before I get a job in tech? I need to do a lab. I was reading my book and I need to do a lab. I need to do a lab. So that will involve me using a computer. I think it's harder to do. I think it's harder to do it on Mac. So I need to get a PC. I'm thinking about getting a Raspberry Pi. I need to do a lab, and I need to learn Linux, a little bit of Linux, and then I need to learn this other program called Splunk and some other stuff. So it's like a couple of things that I need to do. At least if I take an hour or two or maybe 3 out of the day and learn that stuff, I'll be good. I wanted to ask you, do you know how to oh yeah, I can definitely get my gimbal. We could do some mall corn. Yeah. But like I said, and I don't know if I put up the other video. I got another video that I think I was editing. I think I already put that video out though. We could check. I can show y'all prior to the summer what the malls are looking like in Asia. Cuz people are saying mall culture is starting to return. And it's weird too cuz I've seen it in America that they're trying to reintroduce. Yeah, Splunk does sound bad. All right. Yeah, no homo. Yeah, that do sound. That do sound crazy. TensorFlow. But nah, shout outs to Nicer in the building. No, shout outs to Sin. I also need to learn Splunk. I was learning a little bit of Python, but I was gonna ask you, do you know how to use Linux? Cause I heard Linux is what you need to know. But like I'm not into like code or coding and stuff like that. I really don't want to learn coding, but I probably am gonna have to. And then they got this thing called vibe coding, where it's a lot of bit different. But honestly, nowadays you can use ChatGPT to code. I ain't gonna lie, I kind of use ChatGPT to help me study. I even learn better from ChatGPT than the actual courses that I'm taking. And you know what's funny, y'all? I actually got some notes to pass a test that I'm trying to take on the 26th of next month. But I got some notes, and these are prompts to ask ChatGPT to help to help me learn, which is pretty good. I'll talk to y'all about it soon. That's like a completely different show. But let's get into this. Rest in peace to ARC. My bad, bro. Hopefully you're still attached to your wife on the other side or in the afterworld. I don't mean to say anything, offensive, to her, because, I have respect for you, and I'm definitely not trying to disrespect you or your legacy even while you're gone. But I'm doing this for teaching purposes, so anything that I'm saying here is strictly for teaching purposes and just to, whatever, just to, get a point across. War Master said, I'm not learning to code. Nope, not today. Bro, that shit is fucking... I ain't gonna lie, that shit put a line in my forehead. I'm like, man, But you know what? The more I spent around coding a little bit, it's not really that much of a steep learning curve, but it is overwhelming, to write a string of code and stuff like that, But I started learning about hash values and stuff like that, and then I really learned about where coding really came from, like the punch cards and stuff like that. It actually got interesting, but I really don't want to learn coding. But I will sit down and learn the basics and stuff like that. But I think I know what I want to do in cybersecurity. I think I want to do IAM, identity access management, and then like or I might get, I don't know. I don't know. like some of those labs that I'm telling you about, you could do something called pen testing, which is no homo penetration testing, whereas like you can set up a security, you could set up like a firewall or some type of security measure, and then like try to break into it, and stuff like that. But these are stuff that's good to have on your resume and stuff. So you can get into like you can basically get into SOC work and security operations. But all right, let's get into it. Let's go. Y'all hit the like button. I see now that I'm talking about Alan Roger Curry, all the people in the clouds are coming in. Even people that swear up and down and lie to their audience that they don't watch my channel. They over here ear hustling. Y'all hit the like button too. With your nosy asses. A lot of niggas operate like hoes around here, so let's get it. Alright. You said Elon said if you know how to code, he will hire you on the spot without a degree. Yeah, all of these tech jobs will hire you on the spot without a degree. That's why you got to get certificates. But even then, if you have a decent resume and you know how to pass the interview, and you just and they like you, and you have a willingness to learn, man, you'll get hired anywhere. And then also at the same time, nowadays what's very valuable to them is transferable skills. So if you got good customer service skills, or you know how to de-escalate, or if you're good at selling something, if you get into what's called tech sales, man, you're golden. And the reason why this is, it's kind of like bartending. I was telling you guys just a minute ago. It's kind of like bartending. I was going to school at one point to be a bartender. I was gonna go to the a school to go be a bartender, and they're like, man, listen, we rather you be a waiter and work somewhere else here before doing bartending, because like some of the stuff that they teach you in bartending school, they gotta unteach you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like some of these colleges and some of these schools and places and stuff like that, they're teaching like an old doctrine, and a lot of these companies are going to spend a lot of time unteaching you. They're going to spend a lot of time unteaching you and stuff like that, and they rather teach you than having to, unteach you and shit like that. So it's like, okay, I get it. I get it. They're not trying to, it takes more to unteach somebody some shit than to teach, or unlearn something and shit. So it's like, okay, that makes sense. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Always good to see you. Thank you again. Nicer done brightened up my week and weekend. But this is what I would say. Yeah, Elon said, I don't care about your degree. I care about what you can do. Yeah, transferable skills are way bigger in tech. You know, as long as you upplay your transferable skills, yeah, you'll do good. And then another thing too, y'all. You know what's going on, Morbid Trinity? Another thing too is a lot of times too, and my dumb ass is paying out of pocket. They will sponsor if you tell them like, hey, I'm studying for this. In a lot of cases, they will sponsor it. You know, they will sponsor it. So, you know, but I'm gonna talk about that on the next show. Let's get into this. You know, let's get into this real quick. Shout out to Sister George.
Hey. How you guys doing? So I do have Mrs. Curry in the back. I asked that you guys.
You said unteaching them not to be whiny punks. Yeah, man. I mean, look, I mean, you know, I would rather somebody with a certificate, basically, you know, than a degree, cause they would be whiny punks if you think about it at that point. But yeah, they're not gonna understand how much the landscape has changed, you know, from since they started school to where it's at right now, you know. And then, man, I'm not even gonna lie. There's a lot of news that I could drop on the tech side of things, you know, because it's just a lot of stuff going on in tech right now. And you know, people are, you know, worried about AI, and they're worried about a lot of other different things, you know what I'm saying? But honestly, I showed y'all earlier when I was talking to Meta. I'm gonna do a whole show talking to Meta. And you know, we'll take it from there.
Let's all be respectful. If you're not respectful, you will be blocked from today's show. If you have a question, I ask that you super chat. All proceeds will go to Mrs. Curry. And yeah, so let's bring on Mrs. Curry, y'all. Hey, Jamila.
Nah, I don't know about this angle. And then it's like she's still the little, I don't know. I get the you know, the little girl energy from her, you know, the like the little girl youthful kind of energy from her. But she's a grown lady, but she's still shy. Like women are some of the most weirdest fucking creatures on the fucking planet. Like, she has like a little younger lady energy, but she's shy. But she's on here holding a teddy bear. Hello Kitty. But then she's on the internet touching herself. The most confusing shit ever. I'm nervous, but I'm out there, but I'm not, but I'm, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, God.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Good. How's everything been going?
It's been going pretty good. I can't complain, honestly.
Are you nervous?
Yes, I'm very nervous.
But then again, I guess if you're doing corn, you don't really have to say anything to the camera. You know what I think, and also too with OnlyFans, y'all, I think they cause they let them do pre-records. You know what I'm saying? So you could just upload it. And yes, I'm using air quotes. You could just upload it. I don't know. I think when you're far gone is when you start doing OnlyFans live streams, or Twitter live streams and you're, flicking the bean. That's what they call it, y'all. Ladies, what y'all calling it nowadays? Is it flicking the bean? Is it ringing the devil's the devil's doorbell? What do y'all call it these days? Y'all let me know.
I don't want you to be nervous because I'm nervous and I'm like, oh my God. I haven't done an interview maybe in like almost 2 years. And so, yeah, it's been a while since I just started going back live like a couple days ago. And when this all came out, I'm like, oh shit, I need to get her on the show. And at first I was super duper conflicted about it because, you've kind of set the space on fire. Everybody has been going nuts. And so I was like, I got some questions myself. And you know what? No better way to.
Yeah, I was saying what's up to you. Shout outs to Nicer. You said I had to go take care of some things. I'm here now. How are you? Good. You know what? I couldn't find your comment. I could not find your comment. And if I don't know if you noticed, but I'm using a different interface. I could not find your comment at all. A lot of comments don't show up. Like all the comments over on Rumble is not showing up. So I apologize, War Master and Production Expert 1992. You know what I'm saying? Cause it doesn't come up. You know what I'm saying? And the only comments on Kick that's coming up is the spam comments and stuff like that. So if you're on Kick, if y'all could put a 1 in the chat to let me know that you guys are there, because I don't have Kick pulled up. I have Rumble and YouTube pulled up, but I have to literally scroll over to the Rumble tab and check it. And I'm like pressing multiple buttons and multitasking at the moment, and then trying to keep up with this conversation. So shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys so much. Please hit the like button on the way in. Sister George is interviewing Alan Roger Curry's widow, and Sister George always does a great job, so let's get it.
Hear it from the horse's mouth, and I'm like, let's do it.
Yeah, I am blinded by weird shit. My laptop screen is fucking my eyes up. I'm not gonna lie. 7 hours and 56 minutes is a long time. I am blinded. And that's another reason for me to get a PC. Let's go.
And so I guess I'll start off and ask.
Yeah, she's on OnlyFans, but this is what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure ARC knew this, and from what I know, when you have a woman that has a fetish, or she's into certain things like BDSM and stuff, bondage and all kinds of other stuff, yeah, she got a monkey on her back, she got a scratch that needs to be itched, and that's what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? He can't control it from no goddamn grave, Yeah, but she's a pretty woman. I mean, listen, she could have, and she tried. I saw she tried to do a regular YouTube channel until she realized this shit is hard as fuck. But she could have got with somebody here in the Manosphere and stayed on the panel with us, and we could have turned her into a damn Danica Marie. You know what I'm saying? It would have only been right. She could be stealing Manosphere talking points and go make a channel. You don't have to do that. You could go cut on your phone and go drive for Uber. Uber got a thing now where they've been had a thing where you can walk. You can literally walk the person's orders to them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, UFO Kamikaze, it's Julius Caesar all over again. He said, Kuda, let me guess, War Master is giving y'all Xbox fatigue. Not Xbox fatigue. Xbox fatigue. Yo, I gotta write that one down. Not Xbox fatigue. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh, War Master gonna clap back. Oh no. Holy shit. But no, man. I mean, you can go cut on, you know, Uber. You can drive for Uber. You can do what I'm doing. You can go study cybersecurity or you know, get a TEFL. Yeah, Xbox fatigue. He says you can get a real computer with 5 screens. I don't even think it has all of that port. Oh, let me tell y'all what I did. Cause I'm slow, y'all. And ChatGPT did it for me, right? So he said, "Nicer, we gonna fight." Now look, ChatGPT did it for me, and this is interesting. So I gotta refresh, you know, cause I was the kid that, you know, that grandma or somebody called to help them fix their computer. You know what I'm saying? So I helped a lot of older people do the computer, right? I asked ChatGPT to explain to me the difference between a hub, a router, and a switch, but in musical gear terms. And they said like the router is like the interface. The hub, what did it say? The router is like the interface. The hub is like the, hold on. Okay, they said that the router is like the interface. Hold on. Oh shit! It moved. I should have screenshot it. So they said the modem is like the interface, the audio interface. The router is like the patch bay or / master clock, right? The switch is like the audio mixer, and it says that the hub is like the splitter, and it said daisy chain. And I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. You know, that the modem the modem would be like the audio interface. So like the modem would be like Pro Tools or you know, the MPC interface or like the program sort of. The router distributes your internet to your devices and keep them in sync. That's the master clock. The switch directs wired connection cleanly between you know, devices. That's the audio mixer. And the hub is like the daisy chain, the cords. You know, it sends everything to everyone, and it says less efficient, which is interesting. So I'm like, dang, if I can get a lot of these cybersecurity concepts broken down into electronic musical terms, oh nigga, this gonna be a piece of cake. This gonna be a piece of cake, you know. You said something about her seems emotionally unstable. Kind of creeps me out. You pick up on that too? You pick up on that too? I don't want to say she's like a little slow or autistic, but like I said, I know women like this that's like shy, but then in certain cases are super outgoing, and it's like confusing. It's like, which one? Are you shy or are you outgoing? You know? And then they end up in they end up in the most weirdest places. They end up in like BDSM. They end up doing Diddy parties and shit. Like, you'll fuck around and meet somebody like this at a Diddy party, and it's like, dog, you're pure. Why are you here around these demons? You know? You said switches are closer to distribution points for Xbox. You said F all of y'all. Xbox is fire. You said unresolved childhood trauma. I believe so too. A lot of young people that been through certain things, you will find them in these crazy places. You know? But but I see, like, when Alan Roger Curry showed me or showed us, his wife, I congratulated him, and and he was talking about his baby boy when I interviewed him. I was just happy for him, and seeing her and in him, and it's like he a guy like Alan Roger Curry would stabilize a woman, like, you know what I'm saying? Would stabilize a woman like her. Like these type of women without some type of stabilization, they're just aloof and goofy. Sad to say. Some women need to stay in the confinement of a relationship, or are better off. Yeah, I was supposed to tag you in it. Did I tag you in it? I know I was supposed to. There's a lot of things I was supposed to do, not forget. I was actually supposed to tag you. There's another video I was supposed to tag you in, and I forgot to tag you in that one. But, yeah, Quick said he invented stems and stuff. That shit is crazy. You said, You said, I got a clip to send what will.i.am said about Prince talking about Dawes. If you can. If you can send that to me. Nicer, I hate to. I'm not gonna do that. I wouldn't send you that, but I logged in on Facebook the other day, and I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know why, but I do. But I don't know. But I didn't even know these existed or these were out there like that. I just saw it come on my timeline. But yo, they got pictures of Prince floating around. Like, he's dead though. Like how they found him. And he's like literally knocked out, laying on the floor in front of his elevator. And like he's stiff. You could tell he's stiff at this point. So I was like, damn. And I didn't want, cause I feel some type of way having dead people saved in my phone, but then again it's like, oh, whatever. But I kind of saved some of those pictures and stuff like that. I'm not into, like, I'm lying. Well, I'm not. But I am. I'm bipolar, y'all. I'm not into like morbid shit, but sometimes when I'm interested in something, I go looking for like morbid shit. I don't know. Or shit that could have morbid shit attached to it. Like, for example, earlier we were talking about Aaliyah. And they were and this is funny, this is crazy too, because I don't know, something happened recently, and I end up thinking about Kobe again, like a long time, not a long time ago, but like a minute ago. I end up like looking for like Kobe, like exactly what happened with Kobe, and it was like gruesome. You know what I'm saying? How they found Kobe with the helicopter crash, like his body got like Kobe lost his leg, his arm, his like Kobe was dismembered. This shit was crazy. But what's going on, T Ridley? Yes, Sister George, good to see you, bro. I went to go look up Aaliyah because they were saying that her body was burnt so badly that she had a closed casket. But I heard she had an open casket also. But I heard that her body got burnt up like pretty bad, like it was bad. But there's a picture of Aaliyah actually out, and she's like sitting in her casket, and I don't know, they did her makeup pretty good. Like I'm surprised that I thought that she would be cause she burnt up. And which is fucking sad. Her death really saddened me, and I don't know why I went looking for her, but I ended up finding her a picture of her in her casket, and it was like, dang. But anyway, it was crazy, cause I never really looked too deep into the Prince thing, but to see him laid out like that on the ground in front of in front of the elevator, I was like, damn, fuck, and he just looked like he was just like gallivanting around his mansion, but hey, it is what it is. All right, let's get into it.
You, well, how have you been since ARC's passing? Like, how have you been? How have you been doing?
I have a really big support system with my family, and so we just been getting through it, honestly. ARC passing away was the hardest thing I ever.
She's like a big kid. You know what, too? Some people are that's another fetish too. How people have like a kind of child fetish thing. It's actually more common than a lot of people think, but let's go.
Been through in my life.
Yeah, rest in peace to ARC.
Really?
And yes, absolutely. And yeah, it's been 3 years, but honestly, we're still grieving, still getting through it. Right. It happened so suddenly.
Really?
And yes, it happened very suddenly. And so yeah, we just been trying to build our life back to just get back to some normalcy.
Gotcha. How did you guys meet?
Well, my dad used to listen to a lot of like the B1 type of content. Sonetta, Brother Polite. I don't know if you've ever seen the content, but they used to be out in the street and arguing, debating politics and religion.
Was your dad like an Israelite, a black Israelite?
Yes, he was.
What?
Now see, and those dads be strict on their daughters. So hey, oof.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he used to watch all that kind of content, and I was really close with my dad. So whenever I would go over to his house, he would have that on in the background. And so I just fell in love with the content. I really love to what is this? I really love to watch the men debate each other about religion and just the difference of opinion. It was so interesting to me. And so as I started watching that type of content, I got into the Manosphere algorithm. And that's how I stumbled upon ARC's videos.
They are Marxists.
And I just fell in love with him. Like I was crushing on him. I would like watch his videos every day. And yeah, for a while I was just in the clouds, like crushing on him.
Who shot? Did you shoot your shot at him first?
I did.
What?
Yes. He used to have this service where he would train women to be submissives, and I really wanted to talk to him. So I signed up for one of his what's it called? Consultations.
Yeah, I just
And that is how.
What's going on, Shaka Nulu? Shout outs to New in the building. New is back in the building. That makes a lot of sense that you put it that way. I've never thought of the two like that, War Master. B1 equals Marxist, black Marxist. Interesting. You know what it says on one of my musical gears, on a piece of my musical gear. I have a OP1, obviously y'all know, and it's from Sweden. And one of the engines on it is like you're using this chalkboard, but it's kind of like a Etch-a-Sketch. And before you, like, you know how you shake up the Etch-a-Sketch and it gets rid of, you know, what was on the board or whatever. It said Karl Marx was right. You know. I was like, damn, what's all this about? You know, because those instruments have like little messages and all kinds of quirks and stuff hidden in it. And I'm like, dang, Karl Marx was right. You know what? I wonder what they talking about in Sweden. You know, they know they music. You said Marxist equals flower of Karl Marx, German socialist, aka he never had a job.
We met.
What? Yeah. So you signed up for a full consultation, sis?
I did. I was like, I'm gonna talk to this man.
So were you in the lifestyle, so to speak? Were you into BDSM prior? Okay, and were you a sub or are you a dominant?
I'm definitely a sub.
Okay.
During the time when I met Alan, I was still researching BDSM, and I was really interested in it. And when I found,
so basically, she had a interest in BDSM, so naturally she's gonna go looking for a teacher. Interesting.
out about him, he was the first black dom that I had ever seen before. I had seen doms before, but I had never met a black man who was a dom, and that's what really made me interested in getting to know ARC. I wanted to be his sub. And
was he okay? So hold on a second. How long had you been in a lifestyle prior to coming across him? Or
not long, maybe a year.
Okay, and then were your dealings mostly with white men as a sub, or did you play other roles? How did that go?
Like she dated white men.
No, I had never really had a real dominant before. It was only like internet stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you get the consultation. You talking to ARC. How did that first conversation go? Did he was he on his verbal seduction shit even then? Because girl, we know our ARC child.
Yes, he was. And I was so nervous to talk to him. I was so nervous. My heart was beating so fast. And ARC was so professional.
Really?
Like, yes. I got on that phone and it was strictly business. Like he
ARC dropped that game on him. Yeah, your woman must be your biggest fan. That I agree. 1,000 Suns. ARC was dropping that game. I was just about to say, I love how she speaks about him like he came out yesterday. Like you know, this is dope.
He was he was there to train me to be a submissive, and that was
Girl,
it.
what was the training like? Give me an example of what he, like, what would that be like?
He's an instructor.
Like, give me an example of that.
So, he would just start talking to you like normal, and he would just give like subtle commands. Like he might tell you to start playing with yourself.
Oh, shit! I thought you was gonna be like. All I can think about is like Eddie Murphy. You remember Coming to America, and the lady was like, he told the lady to bark like a dog. I'm thinking you getting ready to talk about something like that. No, he had you barking, girl.
He might ask you to bark like a dog.
See, like I said, she's like the giggly.
But yeah.
No.
She's like a giggly, goofy type, you know. It's the type of girl I would, knowing Alan, this is the type of girl I know he would go after, you know, and she's a vibe. And that's who he married. It usually be like that. Dudes don't be marrying the Cassies and the fucking, and then let me tell y'all something too. Have you noticed the girlfriend type has a look? You know? I've been saying this for years. The girlfriend type has a look, you know, but that's usually how it goes. See, with social media, they have tricked a lot of y'all into thinking that promiscuous women are like these overt, you know, outgoing, sexy red type, you know, like, you know, hoes, and they're not. A lot of them are the goofy, giggly, acting like they're ashamed, but they're not. Like, bro, listen, and I told y'all a story about her one time. I knew this one girl, and she was a wing. She wing woman for me for like a couple times, you know. And I basically, it's like, but she was my friend. She was a good friend of mine, right? And she would, I don't know, like, it's just weird. This girl would we go to like a party or somewhere. Sometimes is where she knows or where I know, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I ain't gonna lie. I kind of was a horrible horrible wingman, but she is a horrible. She was a horrible wing woman though, but this girl that got trains ran on her, all kinds of different stuff. I'm like, hey yo, listen, that shit ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? Like she cool, but at a distance. You know what I'm saying? This girl is one of the hugest hoes that I know. You know, and I've never messed around with her. I'm cool. You know, I rather this whole wing thing. You can wing for me or whatever. If that's the case. I've seen this woman and know about this woman doing some wild shit. And when new guys would come around, like, you know, like when new dudes would come around, and like it's evident that I am not this woman's boyfriend, you know what I'm saying? But we cooling and stuff, so they like think it's cool to shoot their shot. I've seen this woman pretend and act shy around them. I know women that are strippers and just bona fide prostitutes, bona fide hoes. I'm talking about 10 toes, bona fide hoes, right? That act shy. I'm like, bro, you would, if you see how she acting right now, you would never believe she does half the shit she does. You just don't know. You're not there. You haven't seen it with your bare eyes. You know, shit. Some of y'all will run into Brittany Renner right now and describe a completely different woman. Oh, she was actually nice. She was cool. She was shy. She was cordial and stuff like that. Not the shit that y'all see online. I actually think she's cool. Just some real shit. So y'all got to get off of YouTube and go outside, because a lot of the real bona fide hoes, like, I ain't gonna lie, like I said, like real women back in the days were mysterious. Even the hoes, they were mysterious. So that when they start doing some wild shit, you would be surprised. They weren't obvious. You know, y'all are talking about obvious hoes, you know, or promiscuous women. You know, y'all are stating the obvious. Some goofy shit y'all saw on YouTube. You know? Like I said, I've seen real bona fide stomp down women pretend and act shy. You know? Or nervous. You know? And then you think about it, that's why some of them do drugs. You know, I will throw that in there. So that's why some of them do drugs, you know, and go listen to that Doechii song. Somebody's watching me. It's my time. You know? Shit. All right. T. Riddler said those giggly goofy girly girls are some of the biggest. Man, what? War Master said some chicks are the look and don't touch types. Yeah, absolutely. You know. But shout outs to ARC, you know, is these types too, that they're actually fun women. You know, they're actually fun women. If you, you know, even on the non-sexual attention side of the game, they're actually fun. You know, outside of that, you know, goofy women are fun. You know, don't sleep on them. You know, and don't be surprised if they ain't creative. You know, give them a paintbrush or something and see what they do with it. You'll be pleasantly surprised if they already don't know how to play an instrument or paint or do something, you know, do something themselves. They usually do. You know, most likely they pick it up, or their parents, you know, say, hey, here's some drums, or hey, here's a canvas, you know, go take your crayons and go in there, you know. So keep in mind. Let's go.
Oh, girl, so you tell me that wasn't the very first conversation, or maybe it was. Oh shit.
It was the very first conversation. And then at the end of the conversation, he's very professional. He asked me, so who am I training you for? Who am I getting you ready for? Is this for your husband, your boyfriend? And I just shot my shot. I was like, I want to be trained for you.
Okay, let me ask you a question. ARC has always presented himself as a ladies' man. He would say that, you know, women would be throwing themselves at him. Baby, you know how I go, right?
Yes.
When you shot his shot, did he go right off? Like, how did that go?
He was just like, oh, okay. he wasn't like, oh yeah, I expected you to say that. He was like, oh okay, as if he figured I was just another one of his clients. And
Yeah.
but after I said that, he started putting me to the test. He was like,
Like
okay, you want to
what,
be
girl?
my
Not a
sub?
test. What?
Wow. He would he gave me books to read,
Sounds about right.
movies to watch,
Sounds about
and
right.
he also would come up with these quizzes like on
Hold on,
that's-
honey. Hold on. ARC then took you through a college course.
yes ma'am. He was trying to make sure I was serious.
So, like, what books did you have to read? This is so new to me. I did not know this.
He had me read a book. I don't remember what it was called, but it was about being a submissive.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to make sure I understood what I was asking for.
Well, I mean, at this point, he's an instructor. You know, he's an instructor. So,
Like, do you understand what a submissive is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you was like, "Yep, I'm still going."
Absolutely.
Wow.
I want it.
now, like I said, she's a millennial. You know, so she's not the one trying to. If you look at the women of today, they're trying to be the dominant one and blah blah blah. You know, and millennial women to a certain degree, certain ones though, because this don't take my word. This is not all of them. They still believe in love. They still like direction. You know. They still, you know, that's why it's like a breath of fresh air to actually, you know, be able to relax and go in the direction that somebody's sending you and stuff like that. So, in today's society, they kind of gave it all of these goofy names and stuff like that, and then, you know, pump up these women's head and then tell them that, oh, it's misogyny and oh, they're just trying to control the situation and blah blah blah, and they you know, all of this rhetoric to screw a lot of the women out of the blessings that they would have had, you know. And then let me tell y'all something. I told you guys, by at least 35, man and woman, you've already met your soulmate or a potential. Actually, you by the age 35, you've met so many people that you've met multiple potential soulmates. Do you understand? So she's like up there. She's like in her 30s too, around, you know, she's up there. You said, look at how giddy and excited she is, reminiscing. That's sweet. That's what's up. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is beautiful. You know, she really loved him. Like she said, the death came so abrupt. Like it just came out of nowhere. You know, which is sad. You know, like, you know, she didn't get a chance to prepare for it. You know. And I'm not even gonna lie, I think that's some cool shit. I mean, that was her husband. Like, to go from that to like married, man, listen, let's go.
Well, okay.
I think that's dope.
Y'all go through. You're going through the courses. You're going through the quizzes. How often were the quizzes?
Maybe once a month. And it was always to make sure I understood what was happening, like what he was teaching me about being a submissive. It was like I was in submissive school.
This is, you know what? I shouldn't be shocked. You know, he's an author and he spoke at a lot of conferences and stuff. You know, wow. I'm just, I'm low key shocked that it was that extensive. So,
Absolutely.
how long before you guys decided to be in a relationship, or how did that go?
When I asked to be his submissive, I went through the training. Maybe it took about 2 or 3 months, and he made me his submissive. And in BDSM, that is a type of relationship, a dom and a sub.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so it was about 3 months, and he made me his sub officially.
Okay. So when you became his sub, did you guys meet right off? How long did it take you guys to meet? And I know you guys didn't have like a normal quote unquote courting phase, so to speak, or I don't know. Like how
Well, technically they did. That was him talking to her and giving her commands and instruction. That is a courting phase. He did it right. It's a little bit different now, but it's on par for back in the day. So back in the day, y'all, around 3 months, literally. Like if you're talking to somebody every day or about maybe 2-3 times a week, around 3 months is signs of love, but not necessarily love like puppy love, but the type of relationship that they had or that they were endeavoring to have. Yeah, 3 months is a good bar of time.
like what was that trans
And taking instructions, following instructions, commands, and all that other stuff too, in a weird, awkward way. There's a courting phase in that. So
position like from okay, I'm your sub now to we're in a relationship to, you know, you guys meeting. How'd that go?
Well, we were a relationship. We were in a
because courting is literally, in a lot of cases, y'all, courting is literally based on how do you guys reciprocate with each other. You understand what I'm saying? It's like is gaining a understanding. Literally saying, hey, I'm the dom, you're the submissive. This is what I want you to do. Okay, it's done. Good. Okay, blah blah blah. It's a reciprocity there.
relationship when I became his sub, and I was his sub for maybe 3 months, and then we decided to take our relationship to the next level, and I became his slave. And in BDSM, that is just like being married. Like it's super serious.
It's a term.
Yeah, because
it's a term, y'all. Y'all not gonna really get that term. Yeah, slave. Oh my God, like shackles. Like y'all, a lot of people ain't gonna get that term, especially in this space. I'm pretty sure y'all probably hear people reacting right now. That's a slave. Listen, how am I gonna explain this? Okay, even with music gear. You know, I can't believe I'm using music gear terms, but even with music gear, when you take one piece of gear and you use like MIDI, right? You're controlling one gear with another piece of gear. They use the term master and slave. You know what I'm saying? Basically, the master is like the main unit that's being used, and the slave is like the unit that's being integrated into the master unit. You know, so if I had a NPC and if I had an MPC and let's say a drum machine, and I like the sound of the drum machine, but I like how the MPC, you know what I'm saying? I like how the MPC, how its form factor and stuff like that. I would use the MPC as the master unit, and the drum machine just use the drums from the the drum machine. Just basically integrate the drums with the MPC, if that makes sense. And what will happen is, right? Yeah, make it talk. The MPC would be the master, and the unit that I hooked up to it would be the slave. You know what I'm saying? So, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Anyway.
It's an agreement, and your master, he has complete control.
Wow.
And yeah, so yeah, that's how it was.
So y'all met up. How was that first meetup?
When we first met, Alan, I was living in Atlanta at the time. So Alan flew to me, and it was wonderful. It was crazy. I was shocked that I was even meeting him. To me, he was like a celebrity, and the fact that I was even meeting him was amazing to me. And so he would come down to visit me, and I went up to visit him, and we did that for about a year. Mm-hmm. And then I moved in with him.
How did that go?
It was.
They got a baby. It's Sister George. They got a baby and a kid. I mean, they got a kid and a marriage. I think it went pretty well.
It was great. He was kind of nervous because he told me that he had never really lived seriously with a woman before, because he never really met a woman that he could
stand
deal with every single day, according to him. And so yeah, he was a little bit nervous, but we ended up getting along great.
Was that the first man that you've ever lived with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did your parents? So you guys have y'all had like a huge age difference, right? What did your parents feel about the age difference?
My parents, at first they were suspicious. They didn't know ARC, and they didn't know of him. And they basically were like, who is this older man trying to take advantage of my daughter or my niece?
Right.
So that was their reaction initially. But eventually they did meet him, and everybody loved ARC. He came to the family gatherings, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Everybody loved him.
Damn.
Okay. So how long did it take him to propose, or did he propose? Like, how did that end up? How did you guys end up getting married, so to speak? Like what led y'all there? Because if you shot your shot, I don't know. And I hope you ain't proposed, but maybe, I don't know. If you was comfortable enough, you may have. I don't know. I have to ask.
I definitely did not propose.
Okay.
Okay.
I think there was a collective sigh of relief in the chat from the ladies. I got that.
We were getting ready to do a family trip down to Mississippi to see some of my family. And we were sitting on the couch watching a movie one night, and ARC told me, because I was with child at the time.
Oh.
Yes, and ARC told me I was about 12 weeks, and he told me, just because you're pregnant, when we go down here, your dad and your mom are not gonna intimidate me to try to marry you.
Now, shout outs to LT, man. Yeah, it's Friday. Now, I think I did, when I interviewed him, I think I did remember him saying, because, I don't know. He did say that he did marry her while she was pregnant. But you got a lot of people, and I get this side of the game also. You got a lot of people that will say that, cause I've seen I got a friend, and as soon as his girl got pregnant, he felt obligated to put a ring on it, and I don't blame him for that. But I was like, hey, bro, you make sure you think this out before you go ahead and do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand that, you don't want to have a kid out of wedlock. You don't want to have a child out of wedlock. Or it's bad enough you're already having a child out of wedlock. Because at that point, a lot of times they're kind of paranoid. I don't know, I think she was 12 months, or she was further along, I think, when he did propose. But let's get it.
I make my own decision.
Oh no, he didn't.
He did, and I was like, okay. And so we went down to Mississippi and spent time with my family.
Country girl.
And we went out to lunch. And he proposed to me at lunch.
What?
I wasn't expecting it at all.
He tried to surprise her. What he did, man, man, rest in peace to ARC. ARC is a player, bro. What he did was he put it in her mind like, oh, I'm not going to propose, or I'm not going to, or I'm going to do whatever I want. And then out of nowhere, propose. That's how you confuse people and you get them to be surprised. You just, But I see what he did, though. It's all psychology. He said third party. I hope you don't think your mom and your dad is going to think, or kind of force me into proposing to you because you're pregnant. And that's romantic. All right. Let's keep it going.
Was just sitting there eating, and he was like, you know what? And he proposed to me right there in the restaurant.
Were your parents there and everything?
No.
Just you and him?
They was not there, yes.
Oh, wow.
Planned that out.
Do you think did he ask for your father's hand in marriage and stuff like that? Or he was like, ARC's, I ain't got to ask him shit. You know how ARC was. Did he ask your father for your hand?
He did not ask my father for my hand, but he did tell my father that I was with child.
Okay.
Because when we came down, nobody knew that I was pregnant. It was still really early.
Right.
And so when he first met my dad in person, and he was like, just to let you know. Your daughter's pregnant.
That's
not exactly what he said, but yeah, basically.
Girl, what exactly did he say? Because we know ARC is raw. What did he say, girl?
I can't even remember, but he was mode 1. He was like, yeah, your daughter is with child right now.
Okay. When you initially found out that you were pregnant, was he excited that you were with child and everything?
Yes. We both were excited. When we started getting serious, we both knew that we wanted a family. And so that was something that was important to both of us. And yeah, we both were super excited when I found out.
How did your parents take the news?
They were excited too.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I feel like grandparents, well, most of the time, grandparents are always excited when they know
Yeah.
that there's a grandchild coming.
So y'all met, he met your parents. How was it when you met his family? Were they accepting of you right off?
Yes. ARC's parents are deceased. So he doesn't really have a big family. His brother, sister-in-law, and he has like older aunts and uncles. And I met all of them, and yeah, they were accepting. They were happy for us.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. So you come into the manosphere space. You say you see ARC doing his thing. What was that like navigating everything? Were you guys in an open relationship, a polyamorous relationship or anything?
Yes. So we were in a polyamorous marriage. And basically ARC, he wanted open communication. If there was ever a time where I felt
this is the part where dudes in the manosphere gonna be in their feelings about another man's relationship. Here we go.
A certain type of way, maybe attraction to someone else, or someone I thought was good looking. He never wanted me to keep that to myself. He always wanted me to be open with him and just tell him everything. And he wasn't judgmental. He allowed me to be myself and be open with him, and he loved me for me.
I love that for you, though. I really do. Did you guys, excuse me, did you guys take on any other wives or girlfriends or anything like that?
No, we weren't married for long. When ARC passed away, we were still newlyweds. And so we didn't get an opportunity to do any of those things.
Damn. So basically he was setting up the parameters of an open relationship, and in the beginning of their marriage, or before anything could get started, boom.
Honey, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Dang.
Whew. Shout out to MOT. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Look at, see, dog, and then here comes Undertaker. I know he probably gonna say some goofy shit. What the hell did he say? Hold on, 1 second, 1,000 Suns. What did he say? As promised. Oh boy, here we go.
And also shout out to Queen Sunkiss. Thank you so much for the super chat. And Champa.
Well, you know what? If all the proceedings are going to her, I think that's noble. I think that's noble.
Guys, keep in mind that all proceeds will go to Miss Jamila over here. So if you would be kind and donate. So take care.
She had a moment.
Her. Okay. So, and I guess it's it's no time like the present. So you said it was unexpected when he passed. He wasn't sick or anything, or it was it's like it's a very hard conversation, especially to have live on air. And like I said, if it gets to be too much, you can definitely tell me to stop, or you're not ready to talk about that yet, and I'll definitely move on.
Sister George with the professional journalism.
But what happened, like, when he passed away? like what happened that day or whatever?
It was in the morning, the morning of November 28th. And the morning started like any other morning. ARC woke up really early, like at the butt crack of dawn. He woke up at like 5 a.m. And so he was up moving around, and I was still in the bed with the baby. And I got up, and he was getting ready to go into his office and start working. I think he was getting ready to do a video, and he was looking for his little black earring that he used to wear.
Mm-hmm.
And I started helping him look for his earring, and he went back into his office looking for it. And he came out of his office, and he was clutching his chest, and he had asked me to take him to the hospital. And I knew that there was something wrong because he didn't like the doctor. He did not like the doctor. He did not want to go. He did not want to go to the hospital ever. And the fact that he was asking me to take him there, I knew there was something very wrong.
Oh my gosh.
And
Damn.
yeah, so we had the baby and everything, and I decided to call 911 and instead of trying to get the baby in the car and everything. And as I'm on the phone with 911, he collapsed on the floor.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And he was gone, and by the time they came, he was gone, and they worked on him for about like 20 minutes at our house, and me and the baby just stood there and watched. And then they took him away, and I had to go to the hospital for them to tell me that he had passed.
I'm so sorry. Like I'm
Fuck. Damn.
so sorry.
Shit.
You know, it's like y'all met, y'all fell in love, and
That shit like a movie.
you guys started off. It seems like you guys had an incredible start to a marriage. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like the person being taken away from you just like that. Was his community of people really supportive of you when it happened?
Yes. His brother was the first one I called, and his brother, my brother-in-law, and my sister-in-law, they've been so supportive. They've been there for me and Caden since the first day, since it happened. Also, my family has been a big support system for us. So yeah, we have a lot of support, a lot of family.
So a lot of people wondered, we noticed that you had started a GoFundMe, and a lot of people wondered, why did you have to start the GoFundMe? Did he have insurance and stuff like that, or what happened with that?
He did have life insurance. It wasn't a whole lot. It wasn't like $1 million policy or anything like that. We used the proceeds from his policy to pay for his services. We wanted to make sure that he was laid to rest in a nice way. And so most of those proceeds went to paying for his services. As far as the GoFundMe is concerned, I was a housewife before ARC passed, and he was in charge of
You gotta get back on your feet. That's the crazy part.
all of our finances. And so when he first passed away, we needed money for
baby and stuff.
Emergency until I figured out everything, like where the money was and everything like that, account numbers.
Right.
I didn't know any of that. ARC handled all of that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, love is like a fart. If you have to force it, it's probably shit. True story. Yeah. Yeah, love is, man, look. A turtle gonna poke out. Dang, man. Ooh, this was sad. This is sad.
That's why we started the GoFundMe.
Gotcha.
Damn.
Okay. Fast forward. How have things been? It's been a couple of years, right?
Mm-hmm.
How have things been within these last 2 years? You went from married to now a widow and having to raise your baby somewhat alone. How has that been for you?
It's been absolutely crazy.
Really?
Absolutely crazy. When that day when ARC died, my son was 2 and he had just turned 2 in September, and ARC died in November. So I did terrible 2s all by myself.
Girl.
Yeah, like this is like a movie. Like this is a damn movie. Like, man, I didn't expect my boy ARC. I didn't expect his. I honestly, I'm actually glad I heard this. You know, I saved it for the show. I didn't expect his story to play out like this. You know, I really needed ARC. Man, I like I said, I was working on a book that's already published now, but I wanted him to do the forward of the book, and he said, yeah, just shoot it over to me as soon as you're done. I'll have it back to you. And I'm like, damn, passed away. You know, and that was like in the early stages. I didn't get to write the book. I didn't get to finish the book until like a year or two. Like a year, I think, after he passed. That shit fucked me up. I'm fucked up right now listening to this shit. Like, it's like, damn. I just didn't expect his story to play out this way. That's like how she told me what, not me, but how she was saying what happened. Like, damn.
I know you know.
Girl, the 2s didn't do it. I was prepared for the 2s. The 3s like to have taken me completely out. I don't think people talk about the 3s. The 2s, I think we're kind of, you get the 2s. The 3s, honey.
See, I didn't even know about the 3s. That came as a surprise to me. I thought after 2, this is over.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh man, the 3s is when they start sticking forks and shit in the damn electric socket.
Yes, I did potty training with my son, getting him enrolled in preschool, all of that by myself. I became a single mother that day, and it's just been so crazy. It's been really crazy.
Had you ever considered moving back to Mississippi, or because or are you back in Mississippi now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We live in Mississippi, and actually ARC passed here.
What?
Because we moved.
You guys moved to the SIP and ain't nobody told me nothing.
I thought you knew.
No, girl, I didn't know that. Hell, I would have came for a visit if I knew y'all was gonna be. You know, I'm from Mississippi too.
I know.
Yeah. What part of Mississippi are you from?
I'm from Jack.
And D Nation, you know this shit. ARC was man. Listen, ARC was the dude in the DMV. You know, a lot of DMV cats know about ARC, man. Him, Rom Wills, they even know about Steve the Dean. Steve the Dean had some, you know. Yeah, the term is widow. Yeah.
Jackson, and I have connections.
Girl, not a Jacktown Jew.
Yes, ma'am.
I love it.
And my mom is from Madison, so I have connections to Madison too.
I did not know that.
Yes.
I did not know that. Girl, when we get off this thing, we have to talk about girl. I did not know that. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely we definitely got some things to talk about offline.
Yeah, like I need to know who your people is.
I'll be honest, so most of my family is from the Delta.
Okay.
I don't really have any biological family, at least that I know of.
Yeah, man. I used to go. You know where I used to go? I used to go to the bookstore in PG. I used to go to the bookstore and stuff. All of their books would be in there, man. Coach Ruckus.
In Jackson, like actually my sister,
the original Madden King.
Sister's in Jackson. I lie. My sister.
This is before the ruckus.
Cause she hasn't been in Jackson in a long time.
Okay.
Her family is from West Point, Mississippi. So she just moved to Jackson not too long ago. But we'll talk about it, child.
Okay.
Okay, girl. So you know my audience is here for the bullshit.
Yes, I'm ready.
Let's get it.
Y'all don't corrupt this young lady. She already done been through too much. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy Ron Wills is doing better after the stroke too. Yeah. I was telling them earlier, D Nation, about Ron Wills, Sister Soldier, Zane, all of them people from the DMV. They don't know, man.
Girl. So I'm gonna tell you how it came to me.
Okay.
I'm like, la 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 la. I'm working. And my phone is blowing up. And they're like, ARC's wife is on OnlyFans. Oh no.
I'm glad Sister George is using that voice because it's a bunch of snarky, goofy, angry nerds, nigga nerds talking about this shit. Nigga nerds. All right, let's go.
So I'm like, what? She's on OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
And you know, I'm like, no, not. I was like, not only.
Not Mrs. Curry. Oh no,
Mrs. Girl, tell us what's going on, child. How did the OnlyFans situation start? Let us tell us the whole. Don't leave out a single detail, honey. I'm taking note. I got my big ass notebook, honey.
There's really not much notes to take. You guys, I'm a widow and I'm a mom to a toddler. All my day and night and every week and every waking.
She gotta get that freak off. She gotta get that freak off. I told y'all, single mothers keep the the coochie economy going. Niggas here try to act like they hate single mothers. I'm like, nigga, shut your dumb ass up. They keep the coochie economy going. When she get a little bit of time to herself, she gonna flick the bean. The devil's doorbell. All right.
Hour is spent being a mother. And I needed an outlet. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, rest in peace, David Carroll. They underplay him too.
I don't have my husband here anymore. I don't really participate in any type of adult activities. I'm just mommy. And so it started as like just an outlet for me.
Man, this is crazy. Remember I told y'all that women have too much titles for the shit that they do or that they are, respectfully. And sometimes it could be bad, you know. This is a reverse situation, y'all. Cause you go from love interest to girlfriend to exclusive, and then fiance, and then married. Or whatever, right? That same day, she went from wife to baby mama, widow, and goddamn, you know what I'm saying? She got hit at once. You know, she got hit with a lot of shit at once, so she had to figure it out.
Yeah, and I had been on there for a little while before I made it public. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to make it public or not because I wasn't sure what the reaction was gonna be.
Okay.
I know that OnlyFans the site is very provocative, and so I knew that there would probably be some pushback that I was on there, but I definitely didn't expect all of this. I'm so surprised by all of this.
Let me ask you, because when you went public, did you gain how many supporters did you gain when you went public with everything?
Not very many.
What?
There's maybe
they cloud watching.
Maybe 5 or 6 people on there.
That's it for right now?
For real. It's only been up for it's only been public for about a week, but yeah, there's not like a million people on there.
Not yet, child. Now, I would be lying if I say these raggedy ass dudes did not send me screenshots and this, that, and the third. I would be lying if I said that.
Oh,
what? Honey, you know what? I'm just saying. How do I ask this in a tasteful way?
Okay. The shit out of that.
You don't gotta be tasteful. Just ask.
Girl, what you gonna? Are you gonna show like the rest of it? Like what you?
So look, because y'all don't understand, and you know it's funny listening to a lot of people that don't even know what mode 1 is. What y'all are talking about is what he called mode 0. You know, but you got goofy women like this that are straight up free. Remember that meme I was telling y'all earlier about Rihanna and the ice cream? And she's like, boy, you trying to what? Like she's disgusted, and then she's like, go get it. You know what I'm saying? That's this type of woman. That's this type of woman. You can say some disgusting shit to her or some straight direct shit to her, and they're just going to giggle and then go along with you. They'll have you feeling like you did or said something wrong and then go along with you. They'll be shy, and it's like, oh, so you think you got to kind of ease your way into a conversation? It's like, no, just straight up say it. You know. But this girl got a youthful vibe. She got a lot of life in her. Damn, I feel so bad. Damn, ARC. ARC just he did what he needed to do and just left.
You gonna show what you not gonna show? Is there like a limit to everything, or are you gonna? Because now I'm gonna tell you what they said. I'm not saying that.
Sister George, I got you on the setup. Shout outs to Curlin. Curlin, I don't know if you're still in here, but tell Sister George that she got to put the mic on her right hand side and have it, if she's gonna shotgun it like that. Depending on if she's using the software or whatever, that mic has a feature where it could have the proximity effect, like you're very close to it but you're far, so you can shotgun it. It's in the Motive app that comes with that microphone, and also just have it on the other side because it's creating like a shadow, and it seems like she's under it, you know. But it does sound good. She probably is using the far feature though, because it does sound like she's closer to it, or if she got the gain up. So she hugging the hell out of this teddy bear. So here comes the questions y'all creeps been wanting to hear. Let's go.
This, because I feel like I'm switching.
You said women are perverts, men are prudes.
In all of this.
That's a bar. That's a bar. That's a bar. That's a bar for the car. That's a bar. Absolutely.
But they saying like it's giving grandma. They saying you gon'. That's what they said. That's what they said.
Oh, not
They
grandma.
said it was giving grandma.
Y'all ain't right.
I'm saying. I'm not me. This is what they said. What you gonna do, girl?
Damn. I mean, it's definitely going to be only me on there. I don't plan on having any co-stars or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like dressing up in my lingerie. Yeah.
She want to play house, man. Dang. ARC, you left at the wrong time. God damn.
Yeah, that's it. I just
You ain't gonna do nothing but some lingerie.
maybe.
Yeah.
See,
Or maybe some bikini pictures.
You ain't gonna be busting it wide open or anything, cause
she's wearing like a long crop top and some yellow shorts. From what I can see, my eyes are killing me.
I don't know.
They say that's where the money at. At least that's what I heard. They say that's where the money at, honey.
Oh God. That's a lot. Yeah, that is a lot. Busting it wide open, I'm not sure.
I told y'all she's a goofy country chick. Them the best ones. Go find y'all one and go marry one. Y'all keep saying they don't exist. Niggas talking about they about to go after her specifically. It's like, man, y'all niggas, man.
Is that why it's giving grandma? Because I'm not busting it wide open?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you're a little bit older. I ain't gonna lie. If you're a millennial on OnlyFans, you're like unk status on a young woman's platform. I'm not even gonna hold you. Especially if you haven't caught on to it. Like if you're not hip, you're unk status on that platform.
Oh.
And I'm gonna call you ma'am because they said it was giving grandma. So I'm gonna start calling you ma'am.
Oh. Well, I appreciate the respect.
I'm just saying.
Well, she's just getting started, so maybe she might grow into it. Never know.
Well, I don't know, because I ain't never had.
Well, it's gonna be mid. It's gonna be mid compared to what these other girls are doing now. You know, and OnlyFans, they be pressuring. OnlyFans be pimping these girls, man. They be like, hey, we haven't seen you in a month. Where's our content? We've noticed your account looks a little bit dry. Is something wrong with the coochie? Well, get on here and bring us our... That's the OnlyFans sweatshop. OTF, only the fans. You know, OTF sweatshop.
One. So I really wouldn't like know what to tell you to do. But our good sis Bomb Cherry is up in the building, and Bomb
Oh my
said,
God, look at her
girl, if
messy
you need
ass.
some tips and some tricks, hit her
I need
up.
some tricks.
Don't listen to Bomb.
Honey,
Oh my God, the last person you should listen to is Bomb Cherry. All right, that's the last person you should listen to. That OnlyFans is as good as gone. It's not even gonna go triple platinum, no nothing. She gonna kill all your potential. Okay, first of all, rebranding is a must. You know, Bomb Cherry. That's an old 2000s. What are we doing? Name. You know, that's an old 2000s. Hey, the 2000s called. They said they want their name back. That's an old taboo. It's giving grandma. So yeah, I guess they kind of right. You know. But don't listen to her about that shit. Hell no.
We want you to be successful at whatever it is that you decide to do. And I don't feel like 5 subs is gonna cut it. Like shit, you can go get a job for 5 subs. Shit.
You're right.
I'm just saying.
No, 5 good subs, she gonna be okay, but I don't know. This is not my place to say anything.
Okay.
That was so funny.
What am I trying to ask you? Okay. How do you think that how do you think he would have felt about you doing OnlyFans?
Honestly,
You probably would have been on there with her.
I don't think ARC would have had a problem with it.
Well, I guess they were
We
positive.
didn't have a traditional marriage. And within our marriage, there have been times where ARC shared pictures of me on his Patreon page, and we were on a site called FetLife. And we would also share pictures on there.
Okay.
So
would y'all be sharing pictures of just you or you and him, and were y'all in the nude? Like, what was the situation?
It was mostly just pictures of me. He might share like a picture of my ass or something.
Okay.
Yeah, we were just that couple. Like we didn't mind. We were a married couple, and yeah, we were kind of kinky, I guess. We did stuff like that. And it wasn't.
So it wasn't vanilla. It wasn't giving vanilla. It was giving chocolate. It was giving some
Not
swirls.
at
It was giving
all.
sprinkles and shit.
You know, it's amazing that this Cassie and Diddy thing is going on. And I'm kind of glad that I shared this and you guys are taking a listen to this, because you're looking at different types of open relationships and people with kinks, right? I guess they're showing you guys that you can have a kink or open relationship or a different type of relationship without drugs being involved, you know, and in the crazy ass lifestyle and stuff like that. And also, this is good to let you know that regular people, you just wouldn't know. Like I said, if y'all not privy to this stuff, I know about all this shit. You know, I just haven't indulged in it, and I understand the allure. I understand the uniqueness. You know, this is a you know, those type of relationships are unique. You know, they're not conventional. You know, and a lot of times when people you know, are apart or engaged in these type of relationships, they believe or they really are a part of something special. You know what I'm saying? And not necessarily to the world, but to them. And honestly, that's really what matters. So that's why I kind of really try not to, not really judge people's relationships like that. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, I do cover celebrity stuff sometimes to teach a lesson or something, or to talk about, a deeper topic or certain subjects and stuff like that. But it's not necessarily to make fun of people's union or anything like that. Um, I know. Some dumbass is watching in the cloud. He gonna run back to his channel and spark up something like he was talking about me and my wife. No, I was not talking about you and your goofy ass wife. All right. Cause a lot of dudes, what they like to do in these spaces is they like to act like they have this polygamous open relationship with their wife. But this was after they done cheated on their wife or did her wrong, or she couldn't leave, or he was the best she can get, or whatever, So don't let a lot of those older cats, if you're a younger cat in this space, don't let a lot of these older cats fool you, making it seem like they had this type of union with their wife and she knew what she was getting into before they got married. No, a lot of these guys locked her in, and what happened was they end up being unfaithful, and then they end up, having to, strike a deal or something, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them pull that type of, bullshit on you. And then, because the funny part is that you'll see them running around here trying to talk shit about everybody else in their marriage and shit like that. And no, because that's really what it is. They be trying to talk shit about everybody else in their marriage and shit like that, and then be crying when somebody talks about theirs or something like that. And it's not even about talking about their marriage. That's not the whole point. The whole point is that, they're trying to, talk shit about the dead and make it seem like, dudes didn't have their arrangements set up correctly, and that's fucked up. And it's like, nigga, if you don't go cheat on your wife and stop and get up out of these people's faces and stop wasting everybody's time with your bullshit. That they do. They talk about a lot of other people's marriages and shit like that, and then wanna get mad and shit is goofy. They got so much to say. But what I'm saying is this. Definitely, like I said, my boy did it right. There's but so much he can do from the grave, y'all. I know he's looking over her and the baby and stuff like that, but like, I guess, I mean, what do y'all think? I really, I mean, me, if I had a woman and she was journeying into this territory, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be on some super Mac type shit, or I ain't gonna lie, I might just default to pimping. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm just gonna. I'm kind of. I don't know. I might just default to pimping. So I don't set up no relationship like this. I'll fuck around and turn it into Diddy, where the baby oil at. Let me stop. What I'm saying is, if you have an open relationship with your lady and y'all really haven't done anything yet, or she really hasn't done anything yet, and you're like, okay, just let me know if you're going to deal with other guys. I'll let you know if I'm going to deal with other women and stuff like that. And your lady says, no, I'm committed to you, but what I will do is, can I start an OnlyFans? I don't think that's really off the table. That's probably like one conversation away, honestly, to tell you the truth. I know me, I wouldn't approve of it, but then again, I don't know how, I don't get into, those type of negotiations and stuff like that. But I'm gonna say this, and I told y'all this would happen with these, procurer boyfriends, that's gonna be a thing. I would say it's not necessarily off the table. You know, for guys that entertain those type of relationships. You know, some people, but there is a difference to it though. I'm just not gonna go over it right now. Maybe on the next show. But there is a difference between being a cuck and having a fetish. But I will tell you this: a a fetish can easily turn into a cuck. You know, so there's a difference between a fetish, a cuck, and a kink. You know. But they all kind of run they all kind of run concurrent with each other sometimes with certain people, and variations. Variations. Let's not forget the variations of it, So it gets into awkward territory. Some people believe in using and leasing out, meaning that if I buy a sandwich, I eat half and sell the other half. If I buy a house, I take one floor and rent out the other floor. Some people are like that with everything they do. So some people don't have a problem with you borrowing their wife. And some of those people, they down with OPP. Other people property. So, All right, let's go.
We were not vanilla at all.
Okay.
And that's what we wanted. Like, when we first got married, we didn't want a vanilla marriage. We both wanted to have our type of fun, I guess. I know everybody doesn't agree that that's appropriate in a marriage, but it was our marriage, and
that's right.
Personalized.
That's what we did.
Gotcha. What were, like, career field wise, did you do anything else outside of, like, when you got with ARC, what did you do career wise prior to that, before becoming a housewife?
I was waitressing before I met ARC. I graduated college in, I think it was 2016. And I had a hard time finding work. I majored in art, so I was an artist. I wanted to
see what I told you about the
work
art
in
shit.
Museums.
See, I know I be knowing what I'm talking about.
Like in the vault, be the person who takes care of the items that are in the vault.
Like is that
Inventory.
called like a curator or something?
It's in some museums they call it a registrar.
Okay.
So that's what I went to school for. But when I met ARC, I was waitressing. And then he started training me to be his sub. And
were you allowed to work, or like how did you guys decide on you being a housewife and stay-at-home mom?
He didn't want me to work. When I first moved in with him, I had started looking for a job, and he was like, "Why are you looking for a job? You work for me."
Period. ARC said, "You mine. You don't work for no other."
See, that's some real shit. What I tell y'all, a lot of people, and I get it, they don't like Donovan Sharp. But, hey, man, y'all more interested in Donovan Sharp than his own damn lady. And I'm going to tell y'all some real shit. That's some gangster shit. That's some gangster shit to employ your girl. A lot of y'all are having a hard fucking time to get your girlfriend to cook you a fucking omelet. Nigga, like, a lot of y'all, some of y'all women can't even cook a damn omelet, but a lot of y'all are having a hard fucking time getting your woman to even just cooperate. Y'all, a lot of y'all niggas cannot say, "Hey, babe, come work for me," and your girl just, I couldn't, I was waiting for you to say that. A lot of y'all can't even get them to cook and clean or probably wash their ass. So that's some gangster shit on some levels that a lot of y'all can't even. If you were to tell your woman to leave her job right now and come work for you, man, y'all gonna have a problem. Y'all gonna see where y'all relationship lies at. For real. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. You know. It's some gangster shit. Your woman have to like fully fucking trust you to leave her job in a heartbeat or put in her 2 weeks or just not there no back talk, no nothing without question. You know, and she got in two, I mean, obviously, you know, she gotta obviously she'll probably question you a little bit and be like, do you have anything planned? But whatever you have planned, she gonna be rocking with it. If she trusts you, you're her president. That's what she elected you for. So if you got a plan, if you got a plan, a plan to lead her. Plan,
Yeah.
Wow.
Like a friend, and then I just did everything. He needed me to do. He was at AM and be in that office. Just bring it to him in his office, and then when it was lunchtime, prepare lunch, bring it to him, prepare dinner, bring it to him, and just handle anything that needs to be done around the house, wash clothes, clean up.
Did he ever help you with the housework or anything?
No. No. Job and my job only.
You my own husband, right? Did you feel like you got fulfillment out of doing, like being in that role in its totality, or was it like, well, god damn, you could at least do, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, because I'd be like, shit.
All right, Sister
But
George.
I also work.
Y'all, see, that's the woman about to make a problem where there is no problem. Where's the problem? He in that office putting in the work to sustain and provide. 3 meals a fucking day. You know how much, man, that shit expensive. Alright, don't create a problem where there ain't no problem. What's wrong with that? Just do the housework and stuff like that. If you do it efficiently, honestly, you can really sit on your ass all day. Have that shit automated. You can really just sit on your ass all day, Anyway.
And he works. So that, was different. But yeah, like what was you didn't go through any like, well, damn, why don't you do something? You know?
No, I felt very fulfilled.
She saw him in the office working all day. What else he got to do? She said he works his ass off. He works hard. He's in there all day. You got to go in the lab and work. That's what this requires. He's supposed to leave out and then start doing laundry. Nah, man. Don't create a problem where there ain't no problem.
See, he took care of and
right.
Washing the dishes, clean the bathroom, whatever it was that he needed me to do. That was my job. I was a housewife, and so the household was my job, and I took it very serious.
Yeah, I love that.
Yo, what are you doing? Somebody ordered pizza. What are you doing? I'm trying to fold some clothes. Nah. Go in the room. No, Shit, okay. Go ahead then. Handle it. You know? Some women, you'll never hear the end of it if they pitch in and help out. You know, it's like, oh, people want to pitch in and help out and eat food. People want to pitch in and help out and run up bills. You know, that man in there providing.
I honestly love that. You never know how a conversation is gonna go, and like I told you, I was nervous as hell because I'm like, oh. You know what I mean? Okay. When you started the OnlyFans, so I guess it went public when you decided to post it on his Patreon, and like I said, our space has gone insane because everybody's like, oh my God, it's on the Patreon, and how could she do this to ARC? And
man, these people don't even give a fuck about ARC. They done forgot ARC so quickly. It was only a couple of people around here that remembers ARC and keeps his legacy going. I'm one of them. Shout outs to JR. You know, wherever he's at. Shout outs to JR. He's one of them. People got to tell him to stop talking about ARC, and it's like, why? He's like, oh, well, he likes another man. It's like, so what? If he's inspired by ARC, he can talk about ARC all day. These people be talking shit about ARC around here. For real. I lost respect for a lot of people behind that shit. Some of the stuff they saying in Discord and stuff like that. So yeah, keep his name ringing, because a lot of these people running around here stealing his talking points and his and his methods and stuff, and don't even know who the hell they talking about or where it came from. Niggas talking about some ARC was running game on women. ARC did not use game. Fucking idiots. Mode 1 is not game. Mode 1 is a method. Yeah, War Master. Let me tell you why women and Western women push back on women's work. Let me tell you why they push back on it, because that's a thing that they could try to use to negotiate with their man and talk back to their man and say something to their man. A man shouldn't necessarily have to lift a dish in the house unless you know what I'm saying, he's putting it in the sink or something like that. All of that shit should be automated. With all of the stuff they got going on today, It's damn near disrespectful. A man got to do housework, like actual housework that could have been done while he's at work. And like I said, I pitch in. I do pitch in and stuff like that. But there's gonna be times where it's like, listen, stop trying to turn this into an opportunity to have a conversation or start an argument. Just handle them dishes real quick. And then let's get back to what we were doing, Yeah, he was quiet as fuck when he was alive. He was quiet as fuck when he was alive. You said only Obsidian had the balls to challenge him when he was alive, besides MOT and Steve the Dean. Yeah. Eric Bird said, bingo, Kuda. I take out the trash and sweep. That's why I pay rent and the light bill. Yeah. I'll take out the trash and stuff like that. And certain little, certain other things, clean the, gutters and stuff like that. I got all of that. I'm not gonna lie though. When I'm listen, when I'm a father though, I'm not gonna lie. I ain't changing diapers. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. And let me tell you how women try to, manipulate you. Go ahead and tell your lady you ain't gonna do nothing and watch she focus on that thing and try to get you to do it. I'm gonna try to manipulate you. She gonna make sure it's a instance where you have to change diapers or do something that you claim you don't want to do. And it's like, no, I said I'm not doing that, and I'm not doing that. Obviously, as a dad, I'm gonna end up changing diapers at some point. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to do that as much. I'll do everything else but that. I just don't want to do it. You said, I think men see and hear game strategies and tactics. Those dudes are goofies. Niggas are still asking me goofy ass questions. I keep telling people there's a complete difference between having game and running game. And niggas that have game know they don't have to run game. Church. Niggas that got game no, they don't have to run game. So that's real. Let's get it.
What would be your response to that? Like, why did you post it on his Patreon and his audience?
I honestly didn't know where else to post it. I don't have an audience. And but I do want to say this. I agree with the Patreon is not where that should be. Okay. Since I have taken it down off of Patreon, because I do agree that Patreon should be only for Alan's material, and that's it. Okay. And so since then I have taken the link.
See, she got respect. She got my respect.
Down off of Patreon.
Well, we do have a question from our audience.
Oh Lord.
Shout out to Gabe A.
Oh,
he said,
Lord, Gabe.
Why did she decide to advertise to ARC's legacy audience? What is her opinion of his audience? Thank you so much, Gabe A. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Gabe A. As far as my opinion of ARC's audience, I love them. They have been so supportive this whole time. As far as me sharing the OnlyFans on his Patreon,
He said niggas who run game are used to car sales, while men who have games are like poets, artists, musicians, Albert Einstein, and discussing and teaching relativity. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No seduce and reduce, you know? Let's get it. Hold on.
and I do regret that. I don't think that was the right place for it, honestly. But yeah, it was an impulsive decision that I made to post it there, and that wasn't the appropriate place for it.
So a lot of people from ARC's audience felt like you could have done some different things, you know, like as far as keeping his legacy alive. I'm sure you're familiar with Kevin Samuels because they said Kevin stole, ARC would tell you Kevin stole some of his shit. I ain't gonna get into it. But a lot of time, like Kevin Samuels' channel was still very much alive. And he's still doing some numbers over there. Have you thought about like keeping ARC's channel alive and that part of his legacy alive and everything?
Definitely. Most of his videos are now on Patreon. And that's what the family wanted.
Okay.
So
hold on, child. When you say that's what the family wanted, and what well, explain that to me, because I don't want to jump the gun, and I definitely don't.
The family, what's going on? I show Hamsters, what's up? The family probably controls, you know what I'm saying, his the family probably controls all of that. You know, the family probably controls all of that. So she probably had I mean, cuz she's respectful. You know, I would say that she's respectful, so you know, she probably honored the family by doing that. So yeah.
Want to say anything crazy. So when you say that's what the family wanted, what do you mean by that? Yeah, girl.
I mean, us as a family thought it would be a good idea to put his material on Patreon, and maybe that would cut down on people trying to steal his material. That was the logic behind it.
Okay. Did you ever think about starting your own sub classes all based off of the things that he taught you? Because that would definitely be like another avenue that you could go down. And some people would say that you were married to the greatest dating coach that has ever lived. People have really renowned him like that, and like not with any exaggeration of it. So have you ever thought about starting your own section of that, like dating coaching or sub school or something like that?
I haven't, but that's a really good idea. I like the sub school idea. As far as dating coaching, I'm not a dating coach. Yeah, ARC was like, he was my husband, but he was like my life coach, my mentor. And so I just feel like that's not me. I'm not a coach.
Have you been dating since since he passed?
No, not really. It's just been incredibly lonely. Like widowhood is so lonely. I I used to come home and uh it was all of us here. My son, my husband, me.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just me and Kaden, and we are a family, but it's incredibly lonely. That's all I can say.
Do you still get residuals from his books or anything?
Yes, yes. We get
Good.
royalties.
Okay. And did he have Caden set up for just in case his demise and everything?
Yes. Kaden has a fund that he'll be able to access when he's 18.
Okay.
That has money set aside specifically for Kaden.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Absolutely, yes.
Great. And so, I'm gonna get messy again.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, people try to make it seem like Allen wasn't setting everything up. He was setting everything up. He this shit happened so quickly, man. That's what I was telling y'all, man. Stop really listening to these dudes on YouTube, man. They just be saying anything, man. Oh, look at him. He this and he that and blah blah blah. It's like, dog. You haven't been taught. If you don't got nothing nice to say about the dead, just don't say nothing about them. Like, just or go sit down. Like keep it to yourself. You know. Dudes get into like weird shit, I saw a title the other day somebody sent me, and it was like Mr. Fantastic talking about women losing their jobs and stuff like that. And it's like, see, I told you, and it's and all this other stuff, and it's like you seem like you're happy for black women to lose their jobs and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like I get it, but no, that's some sucker shit. There's a lot of shit going on in the world. Like, I ain't about to sit up there and be happy for black women losing their jobs. Like, what the fuck? What does that prove? And if there was a joke there too, it's like, dog, like, why you nigga, you sitting and waiting around for black women to lose their jobs, bro? What the fuck? Like, nigga, what happiness is there to derive from that? See what I told you? Okay, no one cares, bro. That's not good, because a lot of those women have y'all children in their house. You forgot about that part, huh? That shit crazy. Talking about some damn winter is coming. Nigga, it's about to be summertime. Why these niggas be so excited for women to fucking lose their fucking job and shit like that. It's like, bro, I want somebody to tell me what you get out of hating on people. I want somebody to tell me that. Cause some of the weird stuff that I've encountered within the last year with some of these goofballs in the space, it's like, oh, you jealous? Damn, I didn't even pick up on it. This nigga jealous. You know, it's like, dang, these okay. It's like niggas got a weird way of showing jealousy and stuff like that. You know? I literally had like a bunch of dudes that couldn't even get 50 people to watch their show. You know? Try to talk about me and my show and shit. And then you know what else is funny? It's like, if them niggas was to go live, nobody would be there. Them niggas couldn't even have a panel if they wanted to. He said, John the Analyst did a stream about miserable hate. Okay. Might have to check that out. Shout out to John. But yeah, man, I'm like, dang, I gotta remember, you know. And I still be thinking about it. War Master was you know, really grounded me. I said, like, a lot of stuff he says really sticks with me. You know, I gotta remember. He be like, yo, if Kuda says water is wet, they'll be like, no, it's not. And I'm like, oh shit, that's true. Oh man, jealousy is really weird when it's pushed over the internet. You know what I'm saying? I gotta like remember that, like, a lot of people, like, it for some reason they're like, it's like, dang, I'm tired of hearing people like, oh man, that person, he doesn't have this or he doesn't have that and blah 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 and blah blah blah, and it's like, you know. You said he got low views now, cause he's boring. Like, how much times you gonna talk about Superman? It's like, I get it, but it's like, dog. And then niggas talk about comic books and shit like that. Like, why don't you go, like, this nigga, he be the main one talk about some, why don't you show us? That nigga don't go outside. That nigga don't go outside. He be in this little man cave. That little nigga don't go outside. I was wondering why he be trying to pick fights with me and shit like that. It's like, oh, I forgot he a little dude. He a little dude. Yeah. That nigga be having random fucking topics and shit. Why Mariah Carey might get a nose job. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It'd be like some comics, some other lame shit, and then why Mariah Carey might get a nose. Like, what are you, dog? Where'd you find this story, dog? Nigga be having random topics and shit like that. Whitney Houston had 3 titties. It's like, dog, what? Yeah. Wendy Williams is graduating from Big Pakistan or some shit. Like, it's just dumb topics. Random dumb topics and shit. Like, who put you up to this? I see why you kept having to talk about me. Like, nigga, you ain't got shit to talk about. I knew it was a content shortage. You know, niggas ain't as talented as they think they are. You're running around and wondering, how do people have marathon shows? Yeah, because you're people can only tolerate you for so long and shit. You know. Oh, Hamster, man, Bullet's my boy. Bullet's my boy. You said dudes was recording a Jewish woman and her child in public. Weirdo. Yeah, man. Y'all watch out for these little snarvy ass niggas around here, man. There's a lot of little snarvy gooseling ass niggas. Gooseling. There's a lot of little snarvy gooseling ass niggas around here, man. Little goblins around here, man. Just be careful, man. Niggas got the little man complex. Like, it's okay, little fella. Little man. It's gonna be okay. No, I don't want to fight you, sir. I'm past that stage. There's nothing that I don't gain nothing or win nothing by doing anything with you. So go sit down. You dig? What's going on, Link? How you be, sir? B's all right. I do. What's going on, Link, man? I ain't doing nothing. Just keeping these gators down, man. Try to get that body count down, man. How you doing, player? Getting over this sickness. Good to see you, man. I hope all is well, man. Always great to see you.
Did any of his friends reach out to you trying to console you, good sister?
No, absolutely not. Because you know how they do at the funeral.
I know. Oh, sister.
Oh, sister. Let me hold your hand.
You know, got their hand all on your lower back trying to console you.
But no, everybody's been very respectful, honestly. Nobody reached out to me trying to talk to me, being disrespectful, nothing like that at all.
Okay, wonderful. If you guys have questions, we're definitely taking them by super chat. If you guys have any questions, this has been such a dope interview so far. Like, I think this will be like one of my favorites, like for real, for real.
Really?
So yeah, I think because we have gotten to see a side of ARC that we didn't know about. And he would be vocal about certain aspects of his life, but I guess to hear from your perspective does add another layer to it. And I really, really appreciate it. I really do. It's been super dope. Like, okay. And you're a very, very you have a very lovely disposition and just a great attitude. Because some of the shit I asked, I'd have been like, bitch.
Shout outs to Link. You said how much a beer and a cigar over here? It all depends. I mean, it depends. I actually, that's a good question. It depends, man. It depends. The best beer that they have here is Beer Lau. Beer Lau is actually pretty good, but they have Heineken. They have everything here. Beers are typically. Let me see. I got a calculator. It's a good question. Let me see. We'll say 25,000. Actually, beers are cheap here. They're like $1.16. It's the cigars that can get expensive. So, but there's cheap cigars here. They got like $10, $15, $20 cigars. It depends on the cigar too. Same thing with the cigars, though. But they're not that bad. They're not that the prices for them out here, Link, is not that bad. Certain things though expect to pay more because they're imported and stuff like that. You know, like certain like I'm not even gonna lie though, it's actually better to buy beer here than anywhere else though, because like Belgian beer in America is very expensive, but maybe because I don't know, maybe like import fees and stuff like that. But Belgian beer here, they're not. I wouldn't say they're necessarily cheap, but they're cheaper than America for like the high end stuff. You know. You said Will Ferrell's character had a deceased man's widow in his mama's house. Dang. Wedding Crashers will be Will Ferrell's character. Will Ferrell's character was dropping game. Yeah. You said Sly complains about dude talking about women while he also does. His sidekick Red sings the flu. Yeah. You know, Red, that dude's is a D rider, man. You know, that dude is a D rider. He jumped. Hold on, y'all. I gotta. Damn it, man. Oh no, okay, it's not what I thought it was. Yeah, but nah, Red's a D rider. He be stalking my page too. It's like, damn, dog. Okay, you said what you said. Like, just you can go now, man. You know. It's so much people that that somewhat fell out with me over this whole Super Slide thing, and the funny part is that he don't even fuck with them. That's the funny part. I'm like, damn, what will people do just to? Yeah, he tried to team up with Super Slide, thinking he was gonna tell me some shit, and then he ended up falling out. I gave Red his damn studio advice, nigga. You know, he even found his girlfriend over here on my channel. It's like, nigga, what? But hey, it is what it is, man. I rather people show me they not loyal. There's a lot of disloyal people here, man. He didn't have to do all of that and then wish death on me and all that other stuff. That nigga was tripping. So it's like, you never know, man. Like, yo. Yeah, the man started wishing death on me and all kinds of other stuff, and you made my girlfriend mad. I'm like, what are you talking about, dog? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, man. Oh, man. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Shout outs to Link. Dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Thank you so much, man, for supporting the show. As always.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to you, Link. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get some medicine with it and take a nap. I'm gonna just take a nap for today. I'm not gonna do way too much. I gotta get up and teach a little bit later, and then I'm gonna just, study, lay down and study and fall asleep. I got this book I gotta read, y'all, called "Get Certified, Get Ahead." So I'm gonna absolutely just be studying, Yeah, that shit was wild. I'm like, bro, okay, I get it. You got a little friend over there, but don't fucking start talking greasy and crazy to me and shit. When I've been nothing but generous to you. Don't do that. It's like, don't talk greasy to me when I've been generous to you, man. That's not cool. And then try to link up with somebody and kick it and shit. And then then niggas was sharing pictures like, oh, me and Super Slide done met up and we met in person and all this other stuff. And it's like, good for you, man. You met your boyfriend in person. Tally ho. Like I'm supposed to feel some type of way about that. Good for you, man. Now y'all could kick it together and talk about comic books. Now y'all can kick it together and talk about comic books. Like, fuck out of here. Oh my God. Oh man. You know, niggas is talking about running up on Anton and shit. You know what's funny too? You said, yo, dust storm in Chicago. What the fuck is happening? Y'all going through what we going through over here, man, with this monsoon season shit, man. These allergies are whipping my ass, LT, man. You know, you said dragon, yeah, dragon shirt. They got matching dragon shirts and shit like that, you know. Yeah, be careful, be careful, LT, man. Definitely on the bike. But nah, man, yeah, dudes got matching dragon shirts and shit. They're fans of each other. You know. That man, I heard that man done went over to Reg the Bad Guys channel. Shout outs to Reg, but Reg, you was on Dicks too now. You was, and to this day you kind of still are. You done let Super Slide come over to your channel and get rid of all your heavy hitters, man. Niggas try to say that shit about me. You let all these old people blah blah blah. You let these old people and blah blah blah. You let these old people. Like, man, I didn't let nothing. I'm glad my channel purged itself of people that was hating anyway. You know? I'm glad. That's what happens. Like, a lot of y'all don't understand. The next audience that's coming is going to be more organic. You understand? It's cool. I'll build it up one by one. You said Regis Sly's hand puppet. Oh, man. He went over there and ruined that man's channel and then left. That's crazy. So now everybody over at Soul Providers, that's what happens. And then people just sit in the clouds all day. That's really what happens, man. I said, fuck. You said they're like, yeah, they're like, hey, yo, not Gail and Oprah. That should be boring, like, you know. And then Red Sings the Blues says he's like this director, cameraman and stuff like that, but he has like the weirdest perspective on his camera. It's like, bro, you don't even know how to properly light a room, and you got a fucking weird perspective on your camera. That's not a good perspective on your fucking camera. Like, that's not even. But I guess when you're like a little guy, he claims to be a little guy. I guess when you're like a little guy, you gotta kind of have a camera view pointing up. You think it's gonna make you look big. He has a rookie camera perspective on his shows. Y'all see some of my shows when I cam up and stuff like that. It's like a straight talking head video, or it's at a nice angle, or the light is shining somewhere or something, and it actually looks, you know, decent. I just haven't set up the studio and just put stuff in the background and all kinds of stuff, or got the green screen set up like I used to. I could definitely do it. I got the lighting and shit, but I'm chilling. I'm not trying to impress nobody, but his perspective is fucked up on his camera. And then also too, you said Red is a fake Basquiat. That's funny as fuck. That's funny as hell. The weekday. That nigga the weekday. Not the weekday, but the weekday. I mean, not the weekend, but the weekday. The calendar. But nah, know who else got a fucked up little camera perspective? He don't even know what the hell he doing either. What you call it? Keep it 100. That nigga was trying to talk shit to me over on Tide City stream. I'm like, nigga, I'm not running around here portraying myself as a pimp. Y'all niggas could miss me with that bullshit. Fucking that's what the other two dumbasses around here was trying to do. APTV and Icicle Turner. A Punk TV and Icicle Turner. That nigga APTV stopped tagging me and shit finally. The nigga kept tagging me and shit. I'm like, bro, stop tagging me in this bullshit, please. God damn. I see Ice Turner got rid of his dumbass page. That page was stupid anyway. He was buying bots and views and stuff like that. He couldn't. When you buy bots and views like that, nigga, YouTube gonna fuck your page over. Cause now the algorithm is like, oh, you already got the views before we got to you. We don't know who we gonna pitch your channel to. It goes over your channel and think it already did the job. He's a fucking dumbass. This nigga be having thousands, 2,000, 3,000 views on his channel, not one comment. Thinking somebody that's a veteran that just don't know about him botting his channel and shit like that. It's like, boy, y'all niggas got better shit to worry about than my little ass channel that's doing better than yours. You know. Bro, I be in my own space. I don't be bothering nobody. That nigga was talking about me for like 3 years until I found out. I'm like, oh, he's talking about me. Who is this dude? He's like, you know who I am. I'm like, no, I really don't. I definitely don't know who you are. But apparently you know who I am, and you've been talking to me about dissing me for 3 years. Damn, dog. I listen. I've seen niggas and bitches inboxes that been talking to them for like these niggas been talking to themselves in this woman's chat box for like almost damn near a decade. But this nigga been dissing me in videos for 3 years. And then when I finally found out and asked him like, yo, like that's actually kind of fucking funny. I low key that's fucking funny. And he's like, you been dissing me and talking to, I'm like, bro, nobody's talking to you. I'm like, damn, niggas on the internet really got mental issues, bro. Like, these niggas are really sick. How do you that means he been intently listening to me and taking disses that wasn't even disses meant for him. This nigga been jumping in front of a bullet for 3 years. Like, god damn. Yeah, I saw it. That's what I was talking about. Chaos. He was showing. I think I saw a little bit of it. He was showing her, touching herself on OnlyFans and stuff like that. It was. I don't know. Maybe she got to get more used to the camera and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't. You know. I don't know. You know. You said he should call all the pussy action Cuda. What you mean, Chaos? Whatever happened to Cuda? Oh, Cuda. What's his name? What the fuck? I'm gonna say his name. What's his name? The traveling dude. Hey, Cuda. Hey, Yo, to this day, me and Toya still laugh about that. Hey, Kuda. What's his name? The traveling dude. I forgot his name. It was on my I forgot his name. I remembered his name the other day and I totally forgot. Yeah, I hope he alright. He last time I heard of him, he got beat up in Africa and he was like healing and shit like that, and then something else happened. He was supposed to be like a passport, bro. He was supposed to come to Thailand and fight me or some shit like that. He says, like, nigga, if you don't go raise your grandkids and stop and get the fuck off of YouTube with that bullshit. He used to have the little hamster. So he claims he started beefing with me because I took Platinum's side during a disagreement, and he got into it with Platinum, and since I'm cool with Platinum, he started beefing with me, and it's like, bro, I don't even know what you and Platinum talked about and what side I took. You know? So I've been catching beef over Ism. I've been catching beef over Platinum. You know, I've been catching beef over a lot of the bros. You know. And listen, me, Platinum, and Ism still cool. Like, I can hit them up and we can still do a what you call it, a you know, a round table panel. You know? Yeah, I mean, just people just thought, you know, for some reason I look like a soft target to people. Cause I'm, you know, I just don't, bro. I can assure you, I don't care. Like, there's really nothing. Like, you know, what's weird about me? Like, people be really trying to, like the last two dumbasses. My bad, y'all, that I'm deviating a little bit. Like the last two dumbasses, right? The AP and the Ice Turner guy. Like, them niggas be really thinking that I'm paying attention to them when I'm not. And it's like, bro, these niggas stalk my shows and like steal game and run over to their decrepit channels and try to, they be sneak soaking and shit like that, you know? They think that I'm jealous of them. And it's like, bro, I don't give a fuck. You know? I don't give a fuck. I've never really looked at a guy and be like, yo, I want what that guy has. I'm jealous of him. You know? I don't feel jealous. Maybe once or twice in my life, and it wasn't even about nothing. It was some like mundane shit, but it wasn't even nothing big, and I was a kid, I could say. But I'm not jealous of anybody. Like, I don't I don't pay attention. I don't pay attention to people long enough to be jealous. You know what I'm saying? I don't pay attention to people long enough to be jealous. You know? Like, I've never really looked at somebody and be like, man, I want what he has, and then just start hating him. I don't even hate nobody. You know, but a lot of people will be like, oh, this person's jealous of me, and this person is this, and this person is, I'm like, bro, I'm not jealous of nobody. I don't care. You know? Niggas was like, oh, well, Kuda's not a player, and I'm more player than him, and he's just a square, and he doesn't know the game. I haven't heard anything player from him, and and blah 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 and stuff like that, and then I go over to your channel and you got all of this fake pimp paraphernalia, and you're talking about the Mac and all this other stuff, and it's like, okay, bro, you fancy yourself as a pimp. Like, I noticed this on YouTube, and this is a YouTube thing, but this is actually this is a I've seen rappers do this, and it's some other stuff too, right? When dudes don't have shit going on, they have to manufacture it. Like, they have to pretend someone is doing something to them or hating on them to validate themselves. Like, it's like a self-validation. Like, so I've seen the younger cats do it, and I've seen the older cats do it. Like, when you don't have no real haters on your channel because nobody's watching. You know, nobody's watching. See, people don't they don't know that, though. See, they don't understand the algorithm. When I see somebody's channel and they're just starting, or they've been established for a minute and stuff like that. See, my channel really can't, to a certain degree, really can't take off the way I want it to, or I would like it to, but that's okay. I can grow it the way I want to, because the thing is that I do a lot of shows on a bunch of different topics. Like, if I sat here and just talked about comic books all day, then the algorithm will say, oh, you're talking about comic books, so let me tailor it to an audience that want to learn about comic books. You know, you can't. YouTube wants to group you into a niche. They want to put you into a basket. So if I like trains, I got to talk about trains all day and everything train related and stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? And they're like, okay, well, then now he's in the train algorithm, you know? So a lot of times, too, even with new channels and other channels like mine that kind of fall in and out of the gray areas of the algorithm, the thing is that YouTube don't know who to push your video to. And when these guys aren't, you know, abreast or understand YouTube or up on YouTube, what they do is they think that their channel is not popping and they're not getting views. And it's like, no, you're just not filling out all of your stuff. And YouTube don't know who to push your channel to. It doesn't have that much information and stuff like that. So you have to do a couple of things. You got to go around and talk to other people, spit fire on their panels and stuff like that. People might go look for you, or say stuff in the channel. People might go look for you and collab with other people and stuff like that. Or you could do what Fantastic and most of these goofy ass dudes do. Well, Fantastic latched on to Obsidian. That's how he got his following. But you could just try to kick up some beef with people and stuff like that. But this is the thing. My people ain't gonna go over to those dumbass channels. You know? Because this is player talk radio. And guess what? Truth be told, there's a bunch of players over here. But the majority of my audience, they're not players. And they're not guys trying to be players. But you know one thing that my audience have in common with players and thinking men and very smart men and stuff like that? Because my audience is filled with very smart brothers that think. The brothers here have an appreciation for the game. And I appreciate that, whether they're trying to be a player or not. The brothers here, they provide mental chewing gum and also listen to mental chewing gum. You know, I have a unique audience. And I wouldn't trade that for the world or somebody else's bullshit audience. That's why I don't go around trying to start beefs with people to steal their goofball audience. I'm like, if them niggas can sit over there and listen to that weird shit, I don't need that person over here. You know? And then I can't keep haters for long because they're fucking fans. Like Like niggas be watching me for so long, they're fucking fans. And the whole time, it's weird. Like, they have this weird affinity. It's like they kind of want me to win still. And I get that and I respect that. You know, they kind of want me to win still. And I receive that. But I can't have haters for too long because they're gonna fucking hate me, then like me, and then hate me again. Or you know what's crazy? They would hate me in public on other people's platforms, but be binge watching me the whole fucking time. Niggas be like, oh, he got, you know, not that many people in his chat. It's like, including you though, you know. And it's like they'll hate me, and then they will fucking be learning from me at the same time. That's what I don't like. I don't like that my haters get access to this, to the information, the fire information that I put out. Because lo and behold, my intellectual property starts showing up on their shows and stuff like that. They start regurgitating what I'm saying. Mini-me's. This is what happens when you're a trendsetter and you're influential, even in a small group. I've done it in a big group. Now it's time to do it in a small group, and that's gonna get big again. You know. So I don't like that my haters can have access to exclusive information that should be for my audience. You know. I'll be throwing master classes and seminars, man. Who's this lady, LT man? LT man dropped a link in the chat. Who's this young lady? But yeah, this is what guys got to do on the internet. They got to manufacture haters and stuff like that to feel like, you know, they're somebody. You know? They got to manufacture haters to feel like they're somebody. And then a lot of those dudes, they coming off a beef with other people and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, you're disloyal. You know, you're disloyal. You know? Oh, man. Shout outs to Chris G dropping the huge $2 on the Cash App. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate everybody supporting the show and contributing. Make sure you guys do me a huge favor and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. The link is in the chat. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Shout outs to Chris G. I got you, bro. Throw something on for you.
Two steps to the left, y'all. Hey, 2 steps to the right, y'all. Hey, now do a half turn. Now do a half turn. 2 steps to the left, y'all. Hey, 2 steps to the right, y'all. Hey, now do a half turn. Now do a half turn. Mix your liquor, drink tequila with the whiskey. Mix your liquor, drink tequila with the whiskey. Grab the person next to you, get frisky. Grab the person next to you, get frisky. Pull out a perk and put it in your mouth. Pull out a perk and put it in your mouth. Clap twice if you're cheating on your spouse. Clap twice if you're cheating on your spouse. Borrow money, then never pay it back. Borrow money, then never pay it back. Post a nude, then say you got hacked. Post a nude, then say you got hacked. Start a podcast with nothing to talk about. Start a podcast with nothing to talk about. Skip therapy and figure it out. Skip therapy and figure it out. 2 steps to the left, y'all. Hey, 2 steps to the right, y'all. Hey.
Skip therapy and figure it out. Skip therapy and figure it out. Shit. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. YouTube will definitely want you to categorize and niche down your content and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? YouTube would definitely want to do that, but they're not smart enough to figure that out. So you know what they do? They just try to get their shit popping. I get it. You know. Damn, I almost remembered the guy's name, Link. I think it starts with a P. I forgot the guy's name. But yeah. All right, hold on, y'all.
I ain't been looking like, girl, you get your ass out. You know. So, yeah, girl. So what's day-to-day life for you like right now?
Basically, I dropped the baby off at school, and
Dang, you going to school already?
yeah, I wait for him to get out of school, go pick him up. He goes 4 days a week, and then Friday through Saturday, we try to get out of the house, do something, go to the park. Yeah, we really love to go swimming. Yeah, mommy stuff for the most part.
Have you ever thought about how having an OnlyFans would affect him down the line?
Ooh, good question.
No, I never really thought about that.
I ain't gonna lie. He gonna end up if any kid end up knowing about that, he gonna end up knowing about that. Because when people talk about how his dad is the greatest dating coach ever, they gonna make sure he know that his mother has an OnlyFans. That's gonna be fucked up. I don't know. I'm not gonna say he should know about his dad until he turns 18. That's gonna be kind of pretty hard and to hide from him, but he should just know his dad is a great man, and then I guess once he turned 16, 15, mode one. You know? Dang, imagine him growing up and he needs dating advice as a teenager. Like, do you advise him to read his dad's book? God damn. God damn. Yeah, he need a stepdad. Which one of y'all brave chaps is gonna take on this job? He need a steppa. He need a pawpaw. Don't all speak at once now. He need a pawpaw. Link said that's wild. Bruh. You feel me? Yeah, which one of you brave chaps is gonna finish the job? You know? That's crazy. I think mode one by the time that kid gonna have a Neuralink hooked up to him. I think at that point, you know, he gonna be Neuralinking it up. Shout outs to Cut to the Chase TV in the building. Yes, Ersky, good to see you, broski. ARC, man, and I'm to this day, people talking shit about him in Discord. I'll be cursing them niggas out in Discord, bro. Stealing that man's content and regurgitating his talking points and don't even know what they talking about. They really did him dirty. I'll never let this space live that shit down. They trying to act like they concerned because she's on OnlyFans. Cut. You see this shit? Niggas wasn't saying shit about ARC for the last several years. You just kept hearing about Kevin Samuels. Man, these people was stealing that man content. Talking crazy about him at the same time. Black men are so fucking fake. It's like you say too, man. Shout outs to y'all gotta subscribe to Cut to the Chase TV if y'all already haven't, if y'all living under a rock. It's like you said, you know, them niggas will fucking talk about you for like 4 days and shit, and then life goes on. Less than a week, you up out of here, then life goes on. Them niggas be fucking barbecuing, like you said, in the t-shirt and shit like that. Niggas be up here washing their car with the damn t-shirt, cleaning out their spokes. You know what I'm saying? Niggas done donated, niggas done fucked around and donated your rest in peace t-shirt to Goodwill and shit. Now some poor kid in Harlem got your face on their back. Don't know who you is. This shit is horrible. These fake fans, man. He said, I actually like his approach with dating. A lot of that ish really work. I'm just being honest. That's the whole point of it, you know? You know what they try to do? I interviewed ARC about 5 times. I got some of his last interviews before he passed. They keep trying to call, and to this day I'm still arguing with dumbasses over this shit. They keep trying to call Mode 1 game, and Mode 1 is not game. Mode 1 doesn't have anything to do with game. Mode 1 is a method. You know? And I understand Mode 1. I've been Mode 1 with a lot of women. You know? And a lot of what people think Mode 1 is actually Mode 0. You know? That's like that dark hardcore shit. You know, some women you could pull that off on. A woman like his wife, she'll giggle at that shit just cause, you know, and be interested. You know, yeah, me too. And they sped that shit up. You know, I ain't gonna lie, I'm still trying to process, you know, I'm still trying to process her story, how she said he passed away and he clenched his chest and he collapsed. You know? I've been Mode 1 before. You know, I've been Mode 1 a lot of times actually. But I'm more so I talk, you know, I use my mouthpiece, you know, I talk and I use my wits or charming, you know, charm and disarm. I use a lot of different, you know, things, you know, and it's not that, you know, you know, that I can't, you know, get women or whatever. It's none of that shit, you know. It's not that I want to be Mode 1 or not Mode 1 or nothing like that. It's just that I was trained a different way. You know, I have a different way of doing certain things. Mode 1, and I don't mind rejection and stuff like that, but Mode 1, you gonna leave a lot of coochie on the table if that's the case, you know. Some women will still spin the block and reciprocate, but you gonna leave a lot of coochie on the table. You know, and that's what a lot of guys, you know what I'm saying, they, you know, that's they fault, you know. They're trying to be players and shit like that. Don't know the first thing about no goddamn game. You're gonna leave a lot of A lot of coochie on the table. But I'm gonna say this though: if you get good with mode 1, that's not even a factor. You know, if you get good with mode 1, that's not even a factor. It's not even about leaving no damn coochie on the table. It's just not even a factor. You know, you'll get so good with it. And that was, you know, when I interviewed Alan Roger Curry, cause all of his books, I got all of his books, you know, just about, you know, and I like that he self-narrated his books, you know, so you can hear how the author meant for it to be, you know. He left out some things, obviously, to write, you know, books later on that that I talked and we came to a conclusion when I interviewed him. He left out some things, and I kind of wanted him to talk about it because I wanted him to do the forward of my book, my first book that I wrote. You know, would have meant the world, but he passed before that. But he left out some things, obviously, to talk about it, or you know, while I interviewed him, he alluded to it because he saw that I picked up on it. And a lot of people don't understand how mode 1 works and stuff like that. So I literally told him, you know, and you know, we kind of was on some you know, that's kind of really what's going on. And in but so many words, he explained to me that what was going on. Alan Roger Curry cold reads. And that's what I do. I'm very good at cold reading. It's called a cold read. Cold reading. So he'll cold read women. I do too. He'll cold read women. And he'll know what woman that he can pull off mode 1 with and what woman that won't be receptive or that he won't or can't pull off mode 1 with. And this will all come from his observation of cold reading. He will cold read, you know. Yeah, that's the stupidest shit ever, cut. And shortening your damn lifespan. Damn lifespan. Nigga up here arguing with Goku all night about the best way to cold approach women and shit like that. It's like, bro, what? We're in that age right now in the manosphere where niggas are seriously listening to trolls because they don't know. And they're dumb too. I need to get that clip of ARC yelling, "Stupid, you fucking stupid." Because it's the real shit. They were stressing that man out. Shorten his lifespan. Nigga up here arguing with Goku all night about cold approach. It's like, dang. You gotta be dumb as hell if you think any type of intelligence is gonna come from a troll long term. These are people you gotta tell this shit to. Like, you're listening to somebody that can't even put a face to what he talking about. That's what's going on. Same thing going on in the music industry, in the beat making community and stuff like that. How the hell these people didn't have no fucking studio set up, but wanted Fox News and all these other publications and stuff to take them seriously. And it's like, nigga, you don't even take your shit seriously. That shit is crazy. Yeah, a lot of women are mode 1. But dudes that want to talk shit and stuff and don't really have no game or the balls to even be mode 1 was talking about, oh, you gonna catch a Me Too case and whoop de whoop de. Man, look, women know who to drag down to that fucking courtroom and shit like that. They know who to drag down to that fucking courtroom and shit. They know who they can pull that shit off on and fuck with this shit. Let's keep it 100. Look at what DDG's going through. Look at what Tory Lanez is going through. You did, Cut? Check it out, Cut. Tory Lanez is in jail getting Swiss cheese and poked up. They getting real surgical on your boy over being in jail on some shit. Like, at this point, nigga, he should have been told. It's not snitching at this point. Cause you and Megan wasn't on no hit together. You ain't do no lick. Maybe he got a good. Maybe they got Chris Brown in overseas. But it's like maybe he got a good friendship with Kelsey or whatever, and he might not want to seem like a snitch. But listen, them bitches are leaving that nigga to rot in fucking jail and get poked up like that. No way in hell, boy. I'm coming home. Fuck that. Snitches, sorry, nigga. I'm trying to come home. Fuck that. That bitch did it. I'm in there talking. I'm in there telling you that bitch did it. I would fuck getting stabbed. I would have been said that bitch did it before any stabbing. Before I even got to my cell, I would have been yelling that bitch did it. Fuck is you talking about? Let me tell y'all, bro. Kelsey's driver / bodyguard during the case came out and said that he overheard her say that she was trying to shoot Megan. Tory knocked the gun out of her hand after a couple of shots. The gun hit the ground and went off 2 to 3, 4 more times. 2 to 3 more times. So you mean to tell me that this nigga bat her hand while she was aiming at Megan, and he protected Megan, honestly, because that bitch probably would have killed her. So you mean to tell me that he knocked her hand, he knocked the gun out of her hand, and protect Megan Thee Stallion, and at the same time stop this goofy bitch from going to jail? He saved 2 black women's lives. And what did he get in the end? Jail. The motherfucker that did it don't even have the ovaries to come forward and say, yo, I did that shit. The other bitch is like, yo, you was siding with her, whoop-de-whoop and blah, blah, blah. We'll see. Let's see if I'm going to create a situation to let's see if you going to snitch on her. Since y'all together. That's cold-blooded. They left that man to rot in jail. No accountability whatsoever. And then ran this whole campaign like he harming black women. Whole time he in jail for protecting 2 black women. I swear niggas get locked up for the dumbest shit. Niggas get locked up for shit they don't even have laws for yet. How you get locked up for protecting 2 black women? Somebody help me out. He got locked up for protecting 2 black women from each other. And both gave him their ass to kiss. The girl could have said as an informant, I'm turning myself in to get reduced time. She sat there knowing damn well what she did and let that man get blamed for that.
When I think about that, I feel like that's a part of me that is not my son's business.
It will be when he get older.
That's how I feel.
You out your damn mind.
I feel like there's certain things that children should just not be privy of at all about their parents. Like, it's certain things that if my mom took it to her death and I never knew about my mom's sex life, I wouldn't be upset because I don't want to know about that stuff.
No, it's different when you can show them on the
So I
phone.
do have another question. Shout out to Gabe A. Gabe says, would you advise other women to take a similar path as you did, marrying an elderly man? Additional thoughts?
Well, Gabe, ARC wasn't elderly.
He wasn't elderly.
He was only 59 when he passed. And when I met him, he was 56. That's not elderly. That's middle age. And I don't think there's anything wrong with marrying an older man. It's unfortunate that ARC passed away, but that's not the case for all age gap relationships. So yes, I would say if you want to date an older man, that you should. There's lots of perks to being with an older man.
And it sounds like you guys had a really, really healthy marriage, and even from the way that you've spoke about him, I can tell that you felt safe within your marriage. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people get married and may not necessarily feel safe, and not safe as in like violence, but safe that you knew you had somebody that was going to handle the business or take care of you and do what they have to do to make sure that you're provided for. And that really has,
like I said, that's some gangster shit to say, hey, you work for me now. You don't have to work. Don't go to work. You work for me now. Like I said, that's some gangster shit, man. ARC wasn't running around here complaining about someone cooking and cleaning for him. That's a Fendi fact. That's a fact. And I'm going to say something else, too, that might rattle some of y'all gears. Y'all niggas can't get y'all woman to work for you. Your woman gonna have to sneak and go to work. Cause y'all can't get her to work for you. I want to see get your woman to work for you challenge to see if your woman will step away from her job to work for your goofy ass. And when I say work, I'm talking about even if you, because I know a lot of you guys have jobs, right? Not necessarily a business, but that's not true. I mean, you can get her to file papers. You can get her to be a housewife, which is not necessarily for you, but if you want specific things done, go ahead and get it cracking. But a lot of y'all wives, they don't even respect your direction. A lot of y'all wives or women that y'all want, in a lot of cases, they're not going to really accept instructions from you. Not like that. If you look at the stuff that modern men men in modern America is complaining about, it's like, bro, if you can't even get her to cook you a damn sandwich, she is not going to quit her job. I promise you. If getting a sandwich is a hassle, That shit is crazy.
Shown through all the way, in my opinion. So, yeah. Well, I don't have any more questions. Do you guys have any questions down here in the chat? We taking super chat questions, Saini. We taking super chat questions. There will not be a panel. There will not be a panel. There will not be a panel. Not right now. There won't be a panel. And I don't want y'all to be like, "Oh, Sister George, you should have asked this or you should have asked that." No. Y'all got some questions? Super chat us. Let us know what y'all got. I want to make sure I ask everything that I was supposed to. So don't get on y'all's live streams and say, "Oh, Sister George, you didn't ask this, you didn't ask that." I asked everything that I wanted to know about. Jamila, are you still there?
Yeah, she did. I heard she did come from
Y'all, her screen didn't went. Okay, there she goes.
Sorry, somebody called me.
Oh, okay. That's all good. I hope you get some more subscribers to your OnlyFans.
Yes.
And I hope you take us up on starting some you could be like what was he? He was a verbal seductor.
He was the king of verbal seduction.
The king of verbal seduction, baby. Maybe you could be the queen of verbal seduction, honey.
I love it.
I mean, I feel like you should be teaching those things on your OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna have to take off some more clothes or do something. Go turn around on your. I don't know, girl.
Y'all want to see some more skin? Y'all want to see me do some tricks? I don't know no tricks.
What is your Cash App? So I can put it in the chat.
My Cash App is $ Jamila Zakia, and that's JAMEELAH ZAKKIYA.
ZAKKIYA.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm blind as two bats. Okay, I think I got it right. Okay. Y'all send her some money over there. Like I said, all proceeds will be going to her today. But you guys send her some money. Do you want to drop your OnlyFans link here? You can they lonely, child. They lonely too. And they lonely over here, honey.
That's fucking funny.
Shout out to Life of a Grand Master Troll. He says, "Did you watch any YouTube videos about your OnlyFans?"
Did I watch any?
Mm-hmm.
I only saw a video from Reg, the bad guy.
Oh my God! Out of all
and he was basically saying, "Oh my God, this is so sad," and we had some words in his comment section.
Y'all had some words, girl. You cursed Reg out.
No, absolutely not. I just was surprised by what he posted. He was just saying he was hurt and this is so sad and all of that. And yeah, we talked about it. I think we cool. I don't have any beef with Reg.
Girl, I think half the space got beef with Reg. Reg ain't never did nothing to me. But they be mad at Reg once a month. Then everybody go back over there. Then they get mad again.
Oh, not anymore. Oh, not anymore, Sister George. Super Slide made sure he put an end to that. Reg still haven't even caught on yet. And Super Slide made sure he put an end to that.
Now, Reg be getting mad at them too. So he be like, "You're out of here." Reg will take away all our goddamn rich. Reg be on one. And then
Reg?
Yes, Reg. Girl,
him
Reg
and that damn cat.
Yo, that's diabolical. Rocking back and forth saying him and that damn cat with a Hello Kitty teddy bear is crazy.
Let me ask you a question. Were you watching any of our channels on YouTube, like with ARC, like when he was alive? Like, girl, let me ask you this. What did you think of the beef between him and Obsidian?
Oh my God. That scared me.
What?
That scared me.
Why?
Because they would go back and forth and it would get so heated that I would think, oh my God, these two men are going to hurt each other. Like, I would be like, Obsidian and ARC are going to meet up one day and actually hurt each other. So that used to scare me because my husband was so passionate, like the way he would speak.
Hey.
I would be like, oh my God, I'm scared.
What was you guys' favorite?
Reg still doesn't understand. He hasn't either. I don't think he gonna recover from this one. It's like niggas is going for real. I'm like, dang, bro. He let that man do that. How he let that man do that to people was talking about, you know, Eric Bird. Like people was talking about me and my platform. I'm like, dang, look at God. God don't like ugly. You know, niggas was talking crazy about me and my platform, and you done let this man come through and just pigeonhole your whole shit. Just not even Bogart. He done messed up that man's platform and then left. That nigga just hey, stop talking to these people over here. Stop talking to these people. You know how you say, stop talking to these people over here. Stop talking to these people. Stop talking to these people. And then he did it. And then now it's like, dang. Dang, bro. Them niggas that took the beer off the table, man. Shit. Stop talking to these people over here. Oh, shit. Nigga, super sliding like somebody drunk dad. Stop talking to the people over here. Stop talking to the people. What's going on, True Foley? Welcome back. Stop talking to these people over here. Nigga done fucked up his channel. You say you still talking about that punk ass cuck who Super Sly? Super Sly's a cuck. He try to act like he ain't, but he is. You know. Stop talking to these people. Oh, you talking about ARC? Nah, ARC's not a sucker. So look, what she said was they did talk about having like an open marriage, and they did talk about stuff like that, but he died before any of that happened, man. He died before any of that happened. Yeah, he died before any of that happened. I guess he wanted to get into the, swingers lifestyle and stuff like that. But she was talking about it. She said, yeah, before any of that happened, or they even, went anywhere with it, he passed away. Yeah, she said that. Look, I mean, I'm just going off of what she said. I don't know, where we at, 105?
How has that been for you?
It's been absolutely crazy.
You guys have, y'all had like a huge age difference, right? What did your parents feel about the age difference?
Hold on.
And ARC told me, because I was with child at the time.
Oh.
Yes. And he did not ask my father for my hand, but he did tell my father that I was with child.
Okay.
Because we really have a big family. His brother, sister-in-law, and he has like older aunts and uncles. And I met all of them, and yeah, they were accepting. They were happy for us.
Oh, good stuff.
Him and just tell him everything. And he wasn't judgmental. He allowed me to be myself and be open with him, and he loved me for me.
I love that for you, though. I really do. Did you guys, excuse me, did you guys take on any other wives or girlfriends or anything like that?
All right, I think here it is.
No, we weren't married for long. When ARC passed away, we were still newlyweds. And so we didn't get an opportunity to do any of those things.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Whew.
See, they didn't
Shout out
get
to
a chance
MLT. Thank you so much for the super chat. And also shout out to Queen Sunkiss. Thank you so much for the super chat.
See, right there. They were still newlyweds. They didn't even get a chance to do any of that stuff. That shit is fucking sad, man.
Any of our channels on YouTube, like with ARC, like when he was alive, like, girl, let me ask you this. What did you think of the beef between him and Obsidian?
Oh my God. That scared me.
What?
Yeah, I like I said, I'm not into the open shit and stuff like that. But I would say, like, you do got some functional relationships. Like, like I said, people right now, they're talking crazy about Diddy and Cassie and stuff like that. I'm like, well, you got some relationships that don't involve drug abuse and stuff like that, like people just be going off of what they see on YouTube, and YouTube is like easily like worse than television, because it's like a lot of these people don't know how to decipher between being real about something and content. I mean, it's a business, but I wouldn't be surprised if they come out later, and by they I mean me, because I'm usually the one delivering the news. But I wouldn't be surprised if they come out later if, like, most of these YouTube couples that y'all like on here, if they were arranged, if they were arranged, like this was a business, arrangement. Even though, like, marriage is absolutely a business arrangement, but I would be surprised. If you see that a lot of the couples on here aren't even really married, like on some of them big couples channels. You said a regular hooker tapping you is different. Yeah. But see, look, they were still newlyweds, so they didn't get a chance to, I guess he didn't get a chance to cuck himself out, if that's what he wanted or if that's what she wanted, like she said, they were still newlyweds. They were still, this shit is sad, and I'm not even gonna lie, I gotta really, like, sit down and pay attention. How he passed was crazy. How he passed was ridiculous. Yeah, he came to her and said that if she felt some type of way or was looking at somebody else or blah blah blah, to basically be open with him, come to him. That's basically what he was saying. You know. So he gave her that grace. You know.
That scared me.
Why?
Because they would go back and forth and it would get so heated that I would think, oh my God, these two men are going to hurt each other. Like, I would be like, I'm sitting and
I feel you. I understand where you coming from with it, but like I said, I mean, people have their own, gripes and stuff and things that they do in their relationships. I wouldn't do it. I know that. I know that for a fact. It's like, hey, to each his own. But I wouldn't do it.
ARC are going to meet up one day and actually hurt each other. So that used
Baby,
to
if you
scare
want
me
a
because my
man-
husband was so passionate. Like the way he would speak, I would be like, oh my God,
Go ahead, wifey.
I'm scared.
What was you guys' favorite channel to watch besides
Not
the breakdown
DX,
of
not-
Women's Perspective?
Not DX. GX.
Let's see. ARC did watch Reg a lot and went over to his channel a lot. Bernard Riley, of course. You're wrong.
Child, you know we would be sleepy over there.
He watched everybody. He would go in his office and type in his name and try to see if anybody was talking shit about him.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Not him looking up himself.
Yes, he did that almost every day.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
Oh my God.
We all actually do that. I not one content creator I don't know don't do that, but we do. I ain't gonna lie, we do that.
Gosh.
And
And you end up finding some shit. It's like, oh, this person did a live stream on me. Okay, I'll probably watch that later.
That is hilarious. Gabe A says, how is ARC being the quote unquote king of verbal seduction benefiting her now?
Well, he wrote several books. That's definitely benefiting us.
Gabe was being facetious when he wrote that.
I feel like his the knowledge that he put out into the world is benefiting us. It's still out there, still helping people, and that benefits us.
So did you start the OnlyFans because you needed money?
No. Of course, any extra income is good, but I'm not trying to like feed my family or pay my rent off of OnlyFans.
Shout outs to Akeem.
Okay.
I appreciate you, Akeem. Thank you.
I honestly, it's just like a creative outlet for me. I just want to post some sexy pictures.
Okay.
And my husband posted sexy pictures of me when he was alive. So I don't think he would like.
So
be
it's not like he
insane.
left you in the poorhouse and we trying to figure out like why the hell ARC left this woman and her child out here looking crazy.
Absolutely not. His the book royalties that comes to us. We are taken care of. We not hungry. We not over here cold and
you ain't got your hand out like, may I have some more, please?
No, I'm not begging. Like, if you don't want to subscribe to the OnlyFans, I totally understand. And yeah, you don't have to.
Not Mode
Gotcha.
Punk. Come
Gotcha.
on, Mode Punk.
She said, shout out to Concrete Rose. She says, what about the notion that older men only, what about the notion that that older men marry young for caretakers, basically for you to be his nurse? What do you think about that?
I can't speak for anybody else, but as far as ARC is concerned, I don't think that was the case. We both wanted children. We both wanted a family, and that's why we decided to get married.
Okay.
So I didn't feel like I was his nurse or anything like that.
Okay.
I was his wife.
Gotcha.
You're trying to make him old so bad.
And a shout out to CD. He says, props to Mrs. Curry for even understanding Reg through that mumbling, and go easy on him. That's the only cat Reg has had since the 90s at least. We didn't know.
That cat is at least 50 years old.
Old ass cat. Oh my God.
Then he tripped me out how he be having to take a break every 5 minutes to feed that cat.
No, it's his mom. It's not the
cat. CD says, is there any truth to the rumor that Alan only watched Bernard Riley when he needed help falling asleep?
I'm telling you, a lot of cats from the space, they sit around and watch the content with their lady. The space will consume,
Sleep. I think that's a valid question.
What?
I think it's a valid question.
No. Who said that? CD, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I mean, if you are looking for something that's gonna put you to sleep, it's definitely a recommended channel. It's ASMR for some sleep. You gonna sleep good as hell too.
Ain't no way it's ASMR.
But ask, girl. You better ask, girl. So people feel like you may be being dishonest because they said, well, you had the GoFundMe and now you have the OnlyFans that doesn't scream being taken care of. And what do you say to those people?
Mind your fucking
business. As far as the GoFundMe is concerned, I already addressed that. That was for like emergency purposes because my husband died suddenly.
Yeah.
We wasn't prepared for nothing. It was absolute madness for about a month. Like I had no idea his account numbers, like where the money was, nothing like that. I wasn't in charge of any of that.
Got you. And y'all, she said OnlyFans ain't over here really paying no real life bills. She ain't got 1 million subscribers. She's doing it so she could get her sexy out. Child.
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm a widow, guys.
Girl, you know they ain't got nothing else to do.
She's a widow, but there's some weirdos. Hold on. All right. Oh shit.
You know they don't have nothing else to do. And I'll be honest, so when I saw it, I was like, oh hell no. Cause you look at ARC and you think about his legacy, and we didn't know the other side. So I think you've cleared up a whole other side that we didn't know about. And so it makes it it makes it more understandable. You know what I mean? You're a grown woman, you doing what you want to do and living life on your terms. So I think that
all right, Sister George put some steak on it. You a grown woman, you doing what you want to do. All right, Sister George. Don't put no stank on it now.
Yeah, girl, do what you do. Have you some fun. Live your life. It's short, and his passing definitely puts things into perspective on how short life really is. So, yeah, guys, we are getting ready to get up out of here.
Shout outs to Sister George. I know she did another show, and there was I think there was a panel on that show. So you got a lot of people, up in arms about that. And like I said, I mean, I get it. A lot of people were at odds with ARC. You know what I'm saying? Shit be happening so fast, y'all. I mean, a lot of guys that would have probably reconciled, or y'all would have been cool a little bit later or something along down the lines. It just didn't get a chance to happen, a lot of people was like, dang, I wish I would have patched it up with certain people before they go. So, y'all just make sure, y'all, cross your eye, dot your I's and cross your T's, man. That's all I can say. Rest in peace to ARC. Like I said, I mean, as much you can't really do nothing from the grave, man. His wife seems like a really cool person. I like her energy and personality and stuff like that. I hope she doesn't, be around these spaces and get corrupted by y'all heathens. But I might get in contact with her. And like I said, if she does do anything, I would tell her to just do content, and she can literally get on here and just repeat what I've said word for word, or go watch Reva TV or somebody else that be stealing our shit, man. My voice is gone, but she can go ahead and do that, and literally she gonna have a that's stupid. They're stupid. They're just so stupid. Man, y'all give ARC a break, man. They're stupid, bitch. Oh, man. You said she's ditzy. She will be doing stupid stuff. She seems like she's a little bit ditzy on the front end. I like her type. She's a cool, goofy, down to earth. She's literally the type of girl I would imagine Alan getting with. You know what I'm saying? All she gotta do is come in here and just repeat the manosphere talking points, and she gonna be good. And she and the baby gonna be good. Just take that OnlyFans shit down for a little bit, and just whoopsie. Just people already done saved it and are mass producing it now. I don't know if that's gonna help too much, but just take it down. And she admitted when she was wrong. Like the funny part, and one thing that I've noticed, and I'm gonna say this before I get up out of here, y'all, is that even when a woman is submissive, guys in these spaces still don't know how to handle shit. Like, God could give a nigga in this space a submissive woman right there on the platter, and he will still find some way to manage to fuck it up. Maybe he got to work on his command game, or whatever. I don't know. But a lot of guys in this space, they wouldn't even be able to lead a woman into her own demise. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys on this space, they have problems with women, you know? You said, come on, you're forgetting she's a straight. That has nothing to do with nothing. A lot of these women are straight whores by nature, man. I don't think that has nothing to do with nothing. My thing is this, right? My thing is this. If you have a woman like her, she a loose queen in the streets. She got a monkey on her back, you know? So she got a itch, you know, that needs to be scratched. Yeah, of course. She'll be taking. Well, she said she's not gonna get no male, you know, talent on there or whatever, but I mean, like I said, you never know. I'm not super interested in that. It's not really a big deal to me. You know, I mean, as long as she taken care of and the kid is you know, is doing well and stuff like that, you know. They don't keep it down low no more, Truth Only. We talked about this earlier. I know you stepped out for a little bit, but we talked about this earlier. Hoes used to be, you know, they used to be a different caliber of women. You know, they used to operate different. You know, they're not operating like that no more. That shit is long and gone. Hoes used to be mysterious. Like, see, back in the day, I knew, like, back in the day, I could understand why guys were super attracted to hoes. You know what I'm saying? Of course, hoes are fun women. They're good women. They have a aura of, you know, of being, you know, mysterious. You know, so I can see why a guy would be into them, because I could say, okay, well, he's curious, or okay, or you know, he's trying to figure some shit out, you know, or okay, you know, whoop de whoop, you know. There's a lot of reasons for a lot of guys to be mysterious. Hoes were Aurora farming back in the day. Hoes had a lure, you know. Hoes still kind of carried themselves like a woman, but they still let you know that they were a hoe. They was that motherfucker back in the day. I'm telling you, a real true bona fide. I'm talking about real stomp down hoe. She would be cute. She'd still be feminine. You'll be just asking her, so like, why this? Like, why are you being like, you know, what's to it? You know, that added on to the allure. But hoes nowadays, there's no imagination. You already seen her boobs and tits and ass and all kinds of stuff. There's no mystery. Nothing to really be into. It's like, okay, my nigga, you know what you getting. That's why niggas get yelled at nowadays. It's like, bruh, you know what the hell you getting, and you still going for it? Oh, hell no. Nah. She don't look like she could be up under no instructions. She don't look like she'll be up under no instructions. She look like the girlfriend type. You do got some ditzy, you know, cool girlfriend types that look like that. She don't look like she'll be up under no instructions. Nah, man. I don't get super hoe vibes from her. No, she wants to be dominated. She's a sub. She's a sub. She's just a low-key freak. Like, that's really what it is. Yeah, he's a dom and she's a sub, but subs don't submit to everybody. That's the misconception. Subs don't submit to everybody. You gotta be able to, give instruction and all kinds of different stuff, man. A lot of the fucking fake ass pimps nowadays, they too animated and geeky nowadays. They not really finna. That shit ain't finna go the way they think it is. She's a sub, man. I don't, I'm not focused on her. It's like whatever. Like I don't know what y'all want Allen to do. He's dead. Like I don't know what he's supposed to do. I want him to rest in peace. Nah, she'll fold under pressure. You'll be surprised, like outside of like little freakish kinks and stuff like that. That lady a whole square. That lady a whole square. And I think that's why he wifed her. Like non-sexual and stuff like that. You got girls like that. You know truth only. Sometimes you got the little cute girl that's geeky and goofy and stuff like that, but she a little bona fide freak in the bed. But honestly, outside of that, she really a square for real. That woman ain't gonna be on no fucking blade. That's the thing too. See, that's like this. That's what OnlyFans kind of opened up also too, y'all. Y'all gotta understand. OnlyFans opened up a portal for weird square bitches that got fetishes to kind of run a little bit more wild than what they usually do. That's what that shit opened up. It opened up a interesting portal. Keep that in mind. And it has a allure to it. Nah, man, not with her. I don't know if he probably cucked himself out with some other girls, but not with her. They were still newlyweds. They didn't get a chance to do anything. He probably was willing to, but they were still newlyweds. You said he didn't say hell no? Oh, hell no. Oh, man. I don't know, man. Those relationships are fucking weird. Like I said, that shit out of my realm, I mean, who knows? Who knows? People are saying Diddy tried to groom Cassie. It's like Shorty is fucking. She's an older. She was older when he met her. Like, like 19, 20 something. These women want to be cucked out, man. Look at the generation that we lived in, man. Live in right now, man. These women want to be cucked out. OnlyFans is a cucked out website. You host their online peep shows and stuff like that. This is not defining redefining what a square woman is, but with all of these guys, buying OnlyFans content and stuff like that. You think that ain't cucked out? I'm like, for real. Like back in the day, and even to this day, if you buy like a hub subscription and all that other stuff, and you ain't even really a content creator, and you like niggas will look at you crazy. It's like, bro. It's like, what are you doing? It's free, bro. Like, niggas will look at you wild style. They will look at you wild style. Like, man, what are you into? But then again, a lot of people, like I said, they're freaked out, you know. But listen, y'all. I did a full shift on today's show. Damn, I didn't expect it to go this long. But we got through the majority of what what we came to do, and as promised, like I said, shout outs to Marco. Shout outs to Marco. Man, Marco, don't listen to Truth Only. Truth Only tripping, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here come Marco.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. These allegations are false.
Oh my goodness. Shout outs to Marco in the building, man. Marco said he should have said hell nah. He should have been pimping.
So what she fucking? Stay sucker ducking. As long as that bitch follow my instructions. Get the money, don't forget to get the money. And when you get the money, bitch, bring me the
I got you, bro. Let's get it. Hold on.
All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm ass. What the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay? Okay? Okay.
Listen, man, y'all make sure y'all go down there and get your scat pack. Y'all make sure y'all head on down there. He got you on the scat pack and everything. Just type in where the money resides times 10 and he got you on the new scat pack. All right? Don't tell him I sent you because I didn't. All right? Kevin in sales. But nah, man. What was I about to say, man? Whoo-wee. There's a lot to unpack. Listen, the next show gonna be very good. We'll be back on a little bit later. I gotta get a little bit of rest. I gotta, oh, hell no. He said he gonna throw it in left. No. Hell no. Oh, man. Shit. Y'all be safe. Shit, it's like 9 p.m., 8 p.m. where y'all at. God damn. I can't believe I've been on for that long. Shit. Y'all be safe at work, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Be careful if you at the gym. Be careful if you work late. It's Player Talk. Let's get it. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, hey.
Hey, I
Hello.
Hey, babe, what you doing?
No. What time you get off? Oh shit. I'm gonna call you back. Oh.
Yo, you want to talk some shit? Pick up the phone. Talk some real shit, bitch. Peace, Marco. Wait, hold on, Marco. Hold on. I didn't know Cassie was getting pissed in the mouth like that. That shit threw me for a loop. I said, damn. Cassie is bad as hell. She one of the baddest to ever do it. I'm not gonna lie. I used to have the hugest crush on Cassie. You wanna know why? Because she really didn't say shit. She was mysterious and she was behind the scenes. But lo and behold, she didn't speed on and she got peed on. God damn. Oh my God. Alright, I'm done. Alright, with that said, I'm done. He said she was taking it like Scott. He said she was swishing her teeth with. Oh no. Alright, yo, this is getting disgusting. Alright, y'all, I'm out. Shout outs to the creeps. Shout outs to the weirdos. This one's for you. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.